live from El Paso County, Texas, the veterans' capital of the USA. From inside the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom of the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you are watching the El Paso County Commissioner's Court meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 4th, 2025. Commissioner's Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Tamara Marquez. Do we have a Pledge of Allegiance, students, for today?
Actually, we have a special treat for today. Today we are going to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance, Veteran of the Year, DeBoe Wakefield.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, DeBoe.
You're welcome, Judge.
Thank you for everything you do.
And now we will receive an invocation from Pastor Anthony Bedoya from Calvary Chapel, Sun City.
Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for blessing us with life and health. We thank you for putting us on the wake-up list this morning. We thank you for another day. Most of all, we thank you, Father God and Jesus, for the ultimate sacrifice you both made for us on the cross. We thank you for our salvation. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice. Heavenly Father, I pray you bless Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Butler, Commissioner Coronado, Commissioner Stout, and Commissioner Holguin with great wisdom and discernment regarding the decisions they will be making today. I pray the decisions they make bring you great honor and glory. And Lord, I pray for our county employees. I pray you bless them with peace, health, and remind them that no matter what they are going through, good or bad, you are with them and that you love them. Bless all our staff members. Without them, the offices in this building wouldn't be able to function. They are the pulse and the heartbeat. And I pray all elected officials and department heads treat them with respect and kindness, and that they never take their staff for granted. I pray for our elected officials and department heads, that they would always remember to be humble, caring, and respectful. Bless them with wisdom and help them run the offices according to your will. Remind them to take care of the positions they have been appointed, because what you give, you can also take away. Lord, I pray for our country. I pray our country would turn back to you and your ways and your truth. And I pray for healing upon our nation. And you are the only one who can do that. I pray for our state, our country, and our president. I pray your hand of protection be upon them. Bless this meeting, bless this day, and please bless this week. May you fill us with your peace, and may we live our lives for you. God bless El Paso, God bless Texas, and God bless America. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Always welcome here.
Thank you. God bless y'all.
Thank you.
Judge, would you like to make some opening comments before we begin?
Thank you so much for that opportunity. On behalf of myself and our commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioner's Court. We're very pleased. We have some great resolutions that are coming up and some great topics for the community. Want to focus a little bit on pretty busy week, but before I do that, because I tend to forget that there's something really, really special, and that is Betsy's birthday. Commissioner Coronado wants to see if you can join us on singing Happy Birthday. Would that be okay for everybody?
Yes, wonderful.
Do I need a motion for that?
Judge, and it's Madam President.
Oh, Madam President. Thank you. So you want to take off?
Sure, absolutely. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Essie. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
I can't tell you how pleased we are with her dedication. I always tell people at the beginning when I started, I said, should I just throw something at her and she's not ready for it? And every time I did, she expanded and was always prepared. And then I got to understand that there's very few things that you can ask Betsy that she's not able to tell you as if she was already involved, already have been researching it and then sort of ready for our questions. So Betsy, thank you for what you do. Thank you for being a leader to a great team. You have an amazing team that respects and supports you and everything. So thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge, and thanks to all of you. There's no place I'd rather be than here on my birthday, believe it or not. I just would like it a little more low-key, but
I don't think you had a choice, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
No, but thank you very much. This week was full, just amazing things. We had the unveiling of the Persian Gulf Memorial that was very, very beautiful, and we had the Healing Garden that was unbelievable, just the community that comes together. I tell everybody that it's hard to tell people from out of El Paso what we're all about, but when they see something like that came together, that my understanding is, and this is not a slant or anything, that everybody has different challenges, but the idea that most of the cities that have gone through a tragedy have not come up with such an incredible effort to be able to honor the victims. And I always say I'm never going to be, I'd be remiss if I don't say also the wounded, the 24 that we keep forgetting, and also that there were families from Juarez that that were wounded and had fatalities. So this is a beautiful community, and I thank you for that opportunity to show the world what we're made out in a very tangible way with the mural and all the things that come with it. So thank you very much for that. And the other one, I just, sometimes I'm reluctant on Commissioner's Court, but I was at the testimonial for the redistricting, and I can tell you how difficult it was to see the outcome, that it didn't matter. We will be paying for all the infrastructure, all the streets that lead into the airport, all the streets that lead into Fort Bliss, into the Army Medical Center. We continue to pay that, but it'll be an asset for San Antonio or District 23, which is very difficult for us to understand. We have an incredible advocate in Congresswoman Escobar, brought in $700 million for the veteran hospital, for the medical hospital. And now we have a representative that's 500 miles away that is part of the biggest, largest district in the country, is now adding more to that. And to our advocate, Congresswoman Escobar, we're taking away from her. So difficult times, but I think that, as I've always said, and everybody has always said, not me, it doesn't come from me, is that El Paso is Fort Bliss and Fort Bliss is El Paso. And that's an asset that belongs to us. As a matter of fact, 2 years before we established El Paso, Fort Bliss was established. So they were first, and then we became part of them. So anyway, stay tuned to how you as a community should react to such a situation. But more than anything, I thank you for being here. I wish all of you just an amazing day and a very blessed week. So thank you very much for being here. Jessica?
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4Z. We do have corrections to read in for 2 items. For item 4O, with a correction from the Grants Division, approve and authorize the county judge to accept the FEMA Public Assistance El Paso County Management Cost Application Number 1823 Award Further, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying grant closeout documents. The award is in the amount of $100,035.37 for FEMA COVID-19 projects of services provided from October 19, 2020 to December 31st, 2022. No county match required. Contract number 2025-0605. And item 4P, with a correction from the county operations, approve and authorize a renewal of the County of El Paso's burn ban order for an additional 90 days effective August 6, 2025. Opinion number 9087. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for discussion?
If not, I'll move to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Judge, if I may.
Yes.
I just want to point out just a couple things that were on the consent agenda. One of them was the authorization of our request from the Sheriff's Office for their ballistic vests. I just want to mention to everybody that, this budget year, we cut capital improvement and prevented a lot of our departments from being able to fill things, equipment, and part of those is vests for the Sheriff's Office, their vehicles for departments and everything. And so I know we're in a tough situation for a budget, but we want to do what's best for our public safety in our community. And the other one, on a great positive note, I want to congratulate Canutillo Fruits and Veggies for their grant that they just received for the Healthy Food Initiative. And so, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we will be postponing D, so if anybody is hearing and preparing for it, it's 14D will be postponed for 1 week. And so that we don't have anybody preparing for and thinking that we're going to be addressing 14D.
Before we postpone that item, could I ask you one question? There's other items on there besides the longevity pay. Could we go, some of those we would like to get direction on? We would be postponing the section on proposed attorney longevity program?
You're absolutely right. Good observation, Betsy. So it's just the item on the judicial and district attorney pay that would be postponed.
And the remaining items would be heard, just the proposed attorney longevity program would be
I just
brought
wanted
back in a
so
week.
they would know ahead of time. So, well, thank you, Betsy. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing August 3rd through 9th, 2025 as National Health Center Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. You want to, can I have Christina and whoever you wish to have here? Thank you. So this is very special because I think we always talk about how we introduce situations that the community doesn't fully understand. And I think you'll hear from Dr. Paz, some of the contributions and everything they've done, especially during the pandemic and some other times. So these have become very essential in our community. So I'll read it into the record. Whereas for nearly 60 years, community health centers have provided high-quality, affordable, comprehensive primary and preventive health care in our nation's medically underserved communities, delivering value to and having a significant impact on Americans' health care system. Whereas the county's largest primary care network, community health centers, are the health care home for over 32.5 million Americans in over 16,000 communities across the country. 1 in every 10 people in the United States gets their care at a community health care center. Whereas community health centers are a critical element of the nation's health system, serving rural, suburban, island, frontier, urban populations, often providing the only accessible and dependable sources of primary care in their communities. Nationwide, Community health care centers serve 1 in every 5 residents of rural areas, whereas community health care centers are responding to the chronic disease epidemic by expanding access to primary care, which keeps Americans healthy and out of expensive healthcare settings like hospital emergency rooms. Whereas community health centers develop new approaches to integrating a wide range of services beyond primary care, including oral health, behavioral health, and pharmacy services to provide comprehensive care, allowing each patient to thrive. Health centers have more than doubled their behavioral health workforce in the last decade to meet America's growing need for behavioral health services. Whereas community health centers are governed by patient majority boards, ensuring patients are engaged in their health care decisions. Whereas the community health care center model continues to prove an effective means of overcoming barriers to health care access, including geography, income, insurance status, improving health outcomes, and reducing healthcare systems cost. Whereas community health centers provide more than 3.6 million cancer screenings in 2023 and help 65% of patients control their hypertension and 71% of their patients control their diabetes. Whereas National Health Center Week offers the opportunity to celebrate America's nearly 1,500 community health center organizations with over 16,000 service delivery sites, including more than 4,100 school-based sites. We honor their dedicated staff, board members, patients, and all those responsible for the continued success and growth since the first healthcare systems opened their doors nearly 60 years ago. Whereas during National Healthcare Week, we celebrate the legacy of America's community health centers and their vital role in shaping the past, present, and future of America's healthcare system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognizes August 3rd through the 9th, 2025 as National Health Center Week. Signed this 4th day of August, 2025.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you. Dr. Paz. Dr. Paz is also a member of our Women's Commission, so thank you for that as well.
Well, thank
Besides
you.
everything else
thank
you do.
Judge. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. It's such an honor to be with every single one of you today. And thank you for helping us celebrate National Health Center Week. National Health Center Week is a celebration across the nation where we get to celebrate the fact that we saw over 32 million individuals across the nation, 2 million of those just in Texas, and thousands here in El Paso. Our goal is to provide primary health care services to every individual who walks through the door, regardless of their ability to pay. Regardless of their ability to pay. And that's the majority of our goal. We offer services from behavioral health to dental to primary care, pediatric care. We are the inventors of the wheel when it comes to primary care. And today I am blessed to be standing up here with La Fe, leaders from La Fe, leaders from Project Vida, Centro San Vicente, where we are the 3 entities in El Paso providing primary health care services to anyone who requests them. I am also honored to stand up here with leaders from Centro San Vicente, one of whom who took the time to write the resolution this morning. So thank you very much. And of course, our board chair, who is with us also here today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please know that your community healthcare centers in our community are your homes as well. We appreciate the time and the recognition that you're providing for us today.
Thank you, Dr. Paz. Would you introduce yourselves, or if there's any other comments you want to add, you're welcome to.
Just want to thank you, Lucy Rodarte from Centro de Salud Familiar La Fe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Lily Gutierrez Molina, COO of Project Vida Health Center, and thank you for having us this morning.
Thank you.
Wanted to say thank you as well. My name is Elena Carrillo, and I'm from Project Vida as well.
Thank you.
Say thank you as well. I'm Crystal Durant. I'm the CFO from Centro San Vicente.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Del Toro from Centro San Vicente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. David Porras, Chairman of the Board of Centro San Vicente. On behalf of the board, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for recognizing Centro San Vicente, Project Vida, and Project La Fe. We are honored to be here today, and we're honored to be able to serve our community, especially those that have the most need. So on behalf of the board, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. David is also on the Veterans Advisory Board, so very proud of. So really want to thank the board and everyone in your team, and I hope if they're hearing that we know what you have to go through. There was a time where rural, most vulnerable was almost like a second thought, and there they are, right? But we focused on mainstream. That was the focus. How you've reached out and how you've reached to the rural communities and those people that are so vulnerable is just incredible. So this is a new age where we realize that everybody should be treated the same and we should have accessibility and equality for everyone concerned. So thank you very much for what you do. Please let your team know that and your board members know that we truly appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing August 7, 2025 as Purple Heart Recognition Day in El Paso County, Texas.
I promise you, I have this beautiful, beautiful Purple Heart that says Purple Heart Advocates because of my brother being killed in Vietnam. And I put it there. I said I was going to use it, and I guess I was trying too hard because I apologize, but I didn't have the opportunity to put that special pin. So I'll read into the record, and then we'll hear from these distinguished gentlemen. Whereas the Purple Heart Medal is the oldest military decoration still presented to American service members, originally established by General George Washington in 1782 as a badge of military merit and later received in 1932 as a Purple Heart. Whereas the Purple Heart is awarded to members of the United States Armed Forces who have been wounded or killed in action against an enemy of the United States, serving as a solemn symbol of courage, sacrifice, and dedication. Whereas Purple Heart recipients represent the highest ideals of military service, having borne the physical and emotional scars of combat in defense of our nation and its freedom. And whereas the Military Order of the Purple Heart, and in particular Lone Star Chapter 393, located in El Paso, Texas, continues to advocate for the support, combat wounded veterans and their families through community outreach, veteran assistance, and patriotic service. Whereas August 7th is nationally recognized as Purple Heart Recognition Day, a time to honor and acknowledge the extraordinary sacrifices of those who have earned the Purple Heart Medal and to ensure their service is never forgotten. Whereas El Paso County is proud to be distinguished as a Purple Heart County and remains steadfast in its commitment to honoring and serving the combat wounded veterans who call this community home. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes August 7th, 2025 as Purple Heart Recognition Day in El Paso County and urges all citizens to honor and pay tribute to our Purple Heart recipients and their unwavering devotion to duty and country. Signed this 4th day of August, 2025.
We have a motion to approve from Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, veterans, and El Paso community. I'm Robert Garza. I am the chapter commander for Lone Star Chapter 393. And before I get started, I want to introduce you to some great heroes here in the community of El Paso.
Good morning. My name is James Denola. Served in Iraq and Afghanistan and was injured during an IED explosion on my convoy back in Iraq in 2003.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is George Elsesser. I was wounded in 2010 in Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Phil Herrera. I was wounded in August 2006, Korengal Valley, Afghanistan.
Thank you.
And representing our auxiliary today.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Denola. I'm here representing the Military Order of the Purple Heart Auxiliary, and I am spouse and caregiver to James Denola.
Thank you, Doctor, for your... Well, before, just want to thank you for your service, and as we always say, welcome home. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk to you today about a symbol we all recognize, a symbol of profound sacrifice and courage, the Purple Heart. This isn't just a medal, it's a testament, a story of an American who shed blood in defense of our nation. The Purple Heart is given to those wounded or killed in combat. It represents a wound sustained while facing an enemy, a wound that forever changes a life, a family, and a community. When we see a veteran with a Purple Heart, we aren't just seeing a soldier. We're seeing a patriot who was willing to give everything for the ideals we hold dear. Their sacrifice isn't just about the moment they were wounded, it's about the long road of recovery, the physical and emotional scars they carry for a lifetime. Their courage isn't just about facing danger on the battlefield, it's about the strength they show every single day, continuing to serve our country and their communities in countless other ways. Let's never forget the cost of our freedom. Let's honor the men and women who earn a Purple Heart by living lives worthy of their sacrifice. Let's support them, thank them, and remember that their courage is the foundation of our security. May we never forget the fallen and the families of the fallen. God bless the troops, El Paso County, and the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything that you do, Robert. I mean, it's just amazing. People don't realize that it brings comfort, you know, when someone, a family is recognized, when, you know, there's these wounds, right, that lead into spiritual, mental, I mean, it's really difficult. If you see these incredible men, you would never know, right, what they've gone through, what they've struggled with, and everything that they've been challenged with. So it's extremely, one of the things that, and when it's so, you know, those things that you really want to say and you don't say, is one of the things that was very painful for me was when somebody said to me, wasn't your brother KIA? And they abbreviated killed in action to KIA. Please don't ever do that to any service person. Please don't ever say KIA. Killed in action while fighting for the freedom of this country. So instead of abbreviating it, let's expand it and give it more of an opportunity for them to understand. Because the families do, it hurts in the families. Each one of your families deals with the wounds that you have, the family deals with them. And I'm sure, Doctor, you know how difficult that is. So I see Debo creeping up to the podium here, so I'm going to have her come up.
I do want to add one more thing. We know that El Paso is a Purple Heart County. That was established several years ago, before any of us probably were in the chapter. But as a Purple Heart County, and as we created other, you know, we made San Elizario a Purple Heart City, Socorro's a Purple Heart City, and we're trying to expand that, as we call it, Paint West Texas Purple, to bring awareness to the sacrifice of the Purple Heart recipients. One thing the county never received, Judge, was a proclamation from our organization that we're going to present to you today. And if I may I read this really quick?
Oh, absolutely. You're very welcome to.
Know all men and women by the presence that the Lone Star chapter of the Military of the Purple Heart USA in the city and county of El Paso, Texas, confers this proclamation. Whereas the county of El Paso, Texas, has demonstrated unwavering commitment to honoring and supporting our nation's veterans, particularly for those who have been wounded or killed in combat. And whereas the Purple Heart, being the oldest military decoration in present use and was initially created as a badge of military merit by General George Washington in 1782. And whereas the Purple Heart was the first American Service Award or decoration made available to the common soldier and is specifically awarded to members of United States Armed Forces who have been wounded or have paid the ultimate sacrifice in combat with a declared enemy of the United States of America. And whereas the County of El Paso, Texas, recognizes and seeks to express its gratitude for the service and sacrifices made by those who have devoted themselves to our nation, the great state of Texas, and the city and county of El Paso in times of peace and in times of war, particularly those who are recipients of the Purple Heart and their families. And whereas the Purple Heart designation serves as a powerful reminder of the sacrifices made by our brave men and women in uniform, our veterans, both who returned wounded from combat and those who fell in combat and those who have yet to return home. The offering of solace goes to their loved ones. And whereas on this day, August 7, 2025, has officially been designated the day reaffirming the County of El Paso, Texas, of its continued dedication to the veterans of armed forces of the United States and to those who are recipients of the Purple Heart Medal. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the County of El Paso in the state of Texas is officially designated as a Purple Heart County. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand on the 7th day of August, 2025. Roberto Garza, Chapter Commander, Military Order of the Purple Heart, Lone Star, Chapter 393.
Oh, my goodness. Let me just say that we've always believed here at Commissioners Court that we were always the Veterans Capital of the United States. We just sort of proclaimed something that already existed, and this is one of those things. There's so many pillars that come up to being able to say that, and so we thank you. We've never given a resolution, and they gave us one back. I mean, that's historical. So go ahead, Antoniette.
Good morning, Judge. Although the Purple Heart is the oldest military award, this is not an honor anybody seeks. It signifies extraordinary courage and commitment. It represents the resilience of those who endured injury in the line of duty and continue to press forward in service to their country. These recipients exemplify strength and sacrifice that defines the American warrior, and we thank them and honor them for having done so. And in that note, I had something made for them. I don't know if you all want to see it this way and then turn it, it's upside down. So I had this made, and then we can turn it so I notice it's purple. And that way you guys, but this is yours, and I hope you can proudly display it on Saturday.
I see you didn't practice coming up here.
Microphone.
Military Order of the Purple Heart, Chapter 393. Thank you. This is very special.
And I also want to add that becoming a Purple Heart County and creating the Purple Heart Trail that we have, the Purple Heart Trail in El Paso County is the largest part of the Purple Heart Trail in the entire nation. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Oh, my goodness. See, it never ends what we do for veterans and what they do for us. So, Debo, were you going to say a few words? No? Okay. So we have another unusual moment in our history of...
I've been
Thank
on
you.
vacation, Judge. I'm
Okay.
just trying to get back in the
Get back
swing.
in. See why I told you not to take vacation? Go ahead. Well, thank you very much. I hope you understand the depth and broadness of this organization and what they do for so many people. So once again, thank you, and we'll take pictures here. Thank you.
Item 5C. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing El Paso County Administrator Betsy C. Keller for her outstanding dedication and meaningful contributions to the community and the administration of El Paso County, Texas. Her commitment to public service has made a lasting impact and continues to inspire those around her.
Commissioner Butler?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I am very honored to read today's resolution for our county administrator, our wonderful county administrator, who is rightly getting recognized across the country among her peers. And so I'll go ahead and read the resolution. And this, if there was a way to co-sponsor resolutions, we would do that, but Commissioner Stout also helped with this resolution. Whereas Betsy Keller serves El Paso County with outstanding leadership and dedication, bringing over 2 decades of public service experience to her role as Chief Administrator. And whereas Ms. Keller has demonstrated exceptional administrative expertise and a deep commitment to transparency, accountability, and efficiency, earning the trust and respect of county officials, staff, and the El Paso community. And whereas, under her leadership, El Paso County has implemented initiatives to expand public services, improve infrastructure, and promote financial responsibility, making El Paso County a model of effective management. And whereas Ms. Keller has been named President of the National Association of County Administrators, a national organization that connects county leaders and promotes innovation in local government by supporting professional development, collaboration, and advocacy among county leaders across the United States. And whereas her election to this prestigious role reflects not only her professional expertise, but also the high regard in which her peers nationwide hold her. And whereas Ms. Keller's leadership at the national level will continue to uplift counties and support best practices in public administration that benefit communities in El Paso County and across the country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognize and congratulate Betsy Keller on her appointment to serve as President of the National Association of County Administrators and commend her for her continued dedication to public service and excellence in county leadership. Signed this 4th day of August, 2025.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Butler, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Betsy?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Thank you to all members of the court. I am incredibly honored to receive this recognition, as I believe it's a reflection of efforts and contributions of a much larger group of people than myself. Being selected as the president of the National Association of County Administrators, NACA as we call it, by my peers has been a career high for me. I have been part of this organization since 2016 and have served as regional vice president and as secretary treasurer, and of course as president-elect before being elected to president. The association is the premier organization for knowledge sharing among county administrators across the country. It was formed with the help of the National Association of Counties over 65 years ago. And in the history, I think I am the only 3rd female to serve as president, and the last president that was female was almost 20 years ago. I want to recognize how this is even possible given the demands of my work here at the county. First, Commissioners Court, you all have encouraged and supported professional development, collaboration, and leadership. You've illustrated this in your own activities. Each of you serves on various boards, you're in leadership roles, and you've really set the standard for all of us. And you also have it in your strategic plan under your objectives. Under Goal 5 is about being a leader and serving on different boards and committees. Our team at the county who keeps operations moving when I attend to NACA business. This includes all of my county admin team, our partners in other departments like legal, purchasing, and auditors, department heads, and especially Joel, Norma, and Melissa, who are the point of contact when I'm at these events. But they make it possible for me to attend these 3 meetings each year. And then our NACA staff, we have Casey Fullerton from ICMA, and Paula Fries from Northern Illinois University, who provide the heavy lifting to get things ready and to implement the policies and actions of our NACA board. I also want to recognize Chief Aide Lorena Rodriguez, who attends these meetings and helps me get ready and goes with all my crazy ideas to make our representation on NACA stand out. And all of my fellow NACA board members and the members across the nation, especially our executive board, Michael Colbert from Montgomery County, Ohio, Kenneth Wilson from Franklin County, Ohio, and Jonathan Lewis from Sarasota, Florida, who support and help guide the work of NACA in serving our members. And my family, who gives me the time to do this work because they know I am very passionate about growing others and myself for the better of good governance. And I do this service to NACA and this work in my role because I want to bring positive attention to El Paso, to you all, and I want to learn and bring back best practices to our community because that is what you expect and our community deserves. With the support of everyone I mentioned and ones I'm sure I missed, I'm proud to serve in this role, and I thank you for recognizing me as a reflection of all of us and what it takes. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. And you guys know I like to be behind the scenes. I love my role. I love to shed the light on you all and on our community. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Betsy. You know, it's hard to say someone's impeccable, but I've never, ever, in the community, all I hear is that we are so lucky to have Betsy as your chief administrator. When we go to conferences, her name always comes up. And so, I don't know, people don't realize how important it is when someone's an advocate. You can imagine the number of individuals that know El Paso the way it is instead of how they thought it was through Betsy. In every committee she's in every place anywhere she goes, she becomes a huge, huge advocate for us. And that's so important because, as I said, commonly they think of us in a certain way that has nothing to do with us. And she clarifies that by her own self, not always in telling them, but as a role model. And I'm sure the organizations are going to be very fortunate to have your insight, your creativity, your innovation, and your continued ambassadorship for our community. So thank you, Betsy.
Judge.
Appreciate
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So do I get my photo with the court finally?
Commissioner Stout, please.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't say a few words. I have the privilege to have served the longest with Betsy out of the members here on the court. When I first started, she was not our county administrator, but you know, soon after we created the position, she stepped up to the role. And you know, Betsy, I just am very thankful for all the work that you have done and the support that you've provided me and my office over the last 11 years that we've worked together. You know, it's hard to find a more dedicated public servant here in El Paso. You know, whether it's the work that you do in this you know, in this courtroom or inside this building, or the work that you do on behalf of the community. You know, whether it's with Rotary or you know, the many other organizations that you are a member of. You know, you know, I don't know anybody who has anything bad to say about Betsy, and I think you know, this. The fact that you are now at the head of the NACA is just a huge feather in your cap and in ours as well. We weren't members of NACO until 2016, when we were approached by a former NACO president who's from Texas, County Judge Glenn Whitley from Tarrant County, and he came to us and said, "Hey, why aren't y'all members of NACO?" And we said, "Well, what is NACO?" You know, and he explained it to us, and we came back and made a proposal for the county to become members of NACO again. And really, that has borne so many fruits, whether it's information that we've gleaned, policies that we've been able to learn about best practices that we've been able to bring back to El Paso, grants and funding that we brought back, and then, of course, just being able to showcase El Paso at a national level. It really is amazing. You know, I go to these NACO meetings, and people know Betsy more than they know me, and I'm pretty involved. And, so, I really appreciate your dedication to this court and to this community. She is a yes woman. She is the type of person that will make things happen no matter what it takes. And of course, she has to have the support of the court, like she said, but also your staff. You've done a great job of picking and choosing great members of staff that are part of your team and that are part of our county family, and really you help set the tone and the culture for this organization. I hope you stay around forever, or at least as long as I'm around. So we can continue to do great things and work so hard on behalf of this county, and just congratulations, and happy birthday to you as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stout has the front row seat of everything, because he's very, very involved at the county, national level. And so he has, what he says is even more accurate because of his actual interactions in the same organization. So thank you. Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. Betsy, congratulations on your election. But more than that, I want to thank you for your commitment to our community, your accessibility, your willingness to face challenges head on. I don't think I've ever heard you just say, no, that's not possible. You always come back with, let us look at it, let us try to find a solution. And if something really isn't possible, then you take great care to explain to the public why that is the case. And I think that is so, so incredibly important. I've been on this court now for a little over 4 years, and I want to thank you for always being available, always being willing to step in when necessary, when there are issues that have to be taken care of for our constituents, for our residents. So I want to thank you for your commitment to our community, to our county. And I think this is the only time I've seen your face be the color of your jacket twice now in one day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holguin. Commissioner Coronado?
Betsy, I'm no longer the junior member on the court. Commissioner Butler, thank you. But over the last several years that I've gotten to know you, I really appreciate the service that you do, and not just to the court, to the county administration, but to the community. And, I just want to say one thing, that really everybody, the community of El Paso, the county government is better in this day and age because of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Butler?
Thank you. Just a couple more remarks, and on a personal level, even though I am the junior member of the court, Betsy has been a mentor to me for many years, and I credit you with a lot of what I know about county government, and for even having the courage to run for this office. So thank you on a personal level for your mentorship and for your support. I know you're used to sitting in the background, but when I went to NACO, I saw that you're at the forefront, right? Everybody on the national level recognizes you as the best county administrator in the country. So I want to make sure that you're recognized as such here at home. But more than anything, thank you for your service to El Paso. So
thank you.
And happy birthday.
Thank you. There is no other community I would rather be ever. I will finish my career in El Paso County. I love this community. I love this court. I love our team. And I love El Pasoans. So thank you for this incredible honor.
It's on the record, right, what you just said?
I'm not afraid of it being
Is
on
that
the
what you're
record.
saying? Okay.
Item 5D, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing August 2025 as Black Business Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout?
Right. Very, very honored to be able to read this resolution into the record. I know many of us here are familiar with many of the Black-owned businesses that we have here in El Paso, but we may not know the bigger picture or the history. So I'm going to briefly go over some facts and then read the resolution, and then we can hear from our guests. The share of employer businesses or businesses with at least one employee that are Black-owned in El Paso increased from 2.2% in 2017 to 3.3% in 2022, which is really good news. However, this representation is still far below Black Americans' 14.4% share of the U.S. population. And I think we're still healing from our history. While Black-owned businesses is as original as any component of non-Indigenous colonization and transformation of the Americas, our history of slavery and discrimination prevented equal economic participation. But it did not prevent entrepreneurs from doing their thing and thriving. Following the Civil War, after emancipation, segregation was the rule, and Black businesses and Black business districts emerged in places like Haiti District of Durham, North Carolina, Bronzeville in Chicago, Sweet Auburn of Atlanta, the Ville in St. Louis, Black Bottom in Detroit, Black Downtown in Columbia, South Carolina, and the Greenwood District in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and here in El Paso as well. 1900 to 1930 became known as the golden era of Black business. In 1900, the Black Business League was founded, but things took a turn. And in Tulsa, white racist mobs destroyed Greenwood in 1921, but Greenwood rebuilt with more than 400 Black-owned businesses, and then was destroyed a second time, even more completely, in the 1960s when Interstate 244 was taken through. El Paso was relatively tolerant, but the highway still did its work. Community members have documented 55 businesses, but there were more, and I-10 scattered our Black community and businesses. Despite the historic obstacles, racist mobs, and urban removal, and obstacles that remain, like lack of access to capital, Black businesses continued to grow and still does. In the 1980s, Reginald Lewis is credited with the first Black-owned billion-dollar business. In 2004, engineering entrepreneur Frederick E. Jordan partnered with the publisher John William Templeton to create Black Business Month to highlight and empower Black businesses and their owners, in part because of his own experience struggling to gain financial backing and funding when he began his own firm in San Francisco in 1969. And so now we're here today, making sure that we have these conversations, and more importantly, to support progress towards great opportunity for everyone. So I'm going to read the resolution, and then we'll hear from our guests. The resolution states, whereas National Black Business Month, founded in 2004, invites us to recognize Black-owned businesses across the country and highlight their importance to communities and the national economy. And whereas the County of El Paso recognizes the valuable contributions made by Black entrepreneurs and business owners to our local community and economy in promoting economic development and community empowerment, encouraging economic self-sufficiency, and inspiring future generations of entrepreneurs. And whereas throughout history, despite being systemically isolated from investment capital, development resources, and digital visibility, Black businesses have persevered and thrived despite facing systemic racism, redlining, and even extreme violence, such as the Tulsa Massacre of 1921. And whereas the County of El Paso recognizes and honors those who have paved the way for the current increase of entrepreneurs in El Paso County, such as John and Mary Woods, who were born into slavery and after the Civil War, married and became El Paso's first Black entrepreneurs, building a network of flourishing businesses. And whereas Black-owned businesses thrived in South Central El Paso along vibrant commercial main streets like Alameda, Copia, and Piedras. And while the freeway construction and passage of time erased many businesses, Black-owned businesses continue to thrive in El Paso, as with the Black History Living Business Museum, the Black Business Network, the Black Business Directory, and Black El Paso Voice, which produces the annual Business and Community Awards, which recognizes businesses and champions of diversity, such as the El Paso Museum of History and the City and County of El Paso. And whereas Black entrepreneurs and business owners bring unique perspectives, talents, and innovative ideas that enrich the fabric of our city, such as the 2025 Black Business Award recipients, Different Breed Performance Training, Jenzel Nash and Alexis Thornton, Dukes Comics, Ryan and Elvira Dukes, Beauty Marks, active duty service member Tia Marks, and veteran-owned business of the year Total Eclipse Tinting, Army veteran Michael Marks, and several others who are progressing in our business community. And whereas members of the Black community are recognized for their contributions to the city and county of El Paso, deservingly earning a few community awards from Black El Paso Voice, being Nicole Gomez from KVIA, recognized as Media Professional of the Year, Dan Webb, recognized as Veteran of the Year, and Mrs. Steen Davis, recognized as Legacy Community Leader of the Year. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declares August 2025 as Black Business Month in El Paso County, Texas, and we urge all residents and businesses to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Black entrepreneurs. Signed this 4th day of August 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Welcome.
Monica, thank you.
Resolution, especially Commissioner Stout, who is everywhere, everywhere, and supports the Black community greatly. My name is Monica Tucker. I am the founder of Black El Paso Voice. I've been in El Paso since '96. Came here as a military spouse, and my husband retired now, and I loved it so much we stayed here. So during that time, I started a business here in El Paso and saw the need to help others as well. So that's where all of this started, and I wanted to recognize those in the community, in business and community, which is why we have the now the award ceremony. But more importantly, The support for Black-owned businesses is here. It's just sometimes it's a matter of getting the information out to the community and to business owners, to Black business owners, to be proud to be Black business owners. And that's kind of where we're stuck right now, because many Black business owners, unfortunately, are afraid to say that they're Black-owned businesses. And that's because of the culture across the nation. And even more so, it's important for us to recognize Black businesses here because of the current, without saying names, current administration that's, kind of trying to banish our culture, whether it's in the community or business. So we want to make sure that it's known that we're here in El Paso and businesses are opening every day. We're proud to say that many are sole proprietors, some are LLCs, some are corporations, but they're proud to start businesses here in El Paso because of the support from the community. So we do have a few people here today who I'd like to introduce you to. And we do have an event where we will honor those in business and community on August 16th. So we invite you all to attend. And we'll also honor our Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, Chief Killings with the Fire Department, and definitely Miss Estine Davis, who is probably has the longest big Black-owned business here in El Paso, and we're honored to honor her as well as many others, and we'll have more information for that. But I would like to say also that I serve as a member of the community, as a business owner and entrepreneur, but also as a mentor and supporter to others. We have several different types of businesses here and business owners. But what we're wanting to see, I guess, is more involvement from the county and the city to, we know that there's resources here and we share the resources, but we would like to sit down with the county and with the city so that we can do more so that you can understand where we come from as Black entrepreneurs and business owners. Some people say that it's all the same, but sometimes it's not because of some of the intricacies, I guess you can say, in the community when we're sharing information. There's still racism, and unfortunately there's still racism in El Paso, and sometimes when it's shared, it affects some business owners and some don't like to come forth. So that's what we're here for too. We're here to be a voice, to show them that we're still here and we can do it and so can they. So we would like for your support on that, as well. So I would like to first have some of those who do have a business here to say a few words.
Thank you, Monica. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Yolanda Hill. I'm transitioning out of the military and I'm setting roots here in El Paso. And so my business I just launched is called GH Glam Vending Machines, and it's beauty vending machines. And I'm excited to set roots here and grow my business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Taffany Hopper, and I've been in El Paso for about 30 years. And I just started my pop-up bookstore called Colorful Chapters Bookstore, and we pop up where all throughout the community. I am a woman, veteran-owned, locally owned, and Black-owned business. Wow. And our code for the Colorful Chapters Bookstore is to share the joy of reading in the El Paso community, because we know that our kids' comprehension levels are really, really low. And I just want people to enjoy reading books. It's so important that we enjoy that. And just find us on Facebook or Instagram, sharing the joy of reading, Colorful Chapters Bookstore.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chriselle Waldo, and I have a business where it turned from a hobby to a business. I crochet items and also sell cosmetics, handmade by me. I've been here 10 years, and I'm proud to be here. Monica is my mentor, and I appreciate her, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, judges, commissioners, and everyone in attendance. My name is Reverend Tyrone Durant McDuffie Jr. I will do my best to be obedient to my assignment and be brief. It is an honor here to speak to you briefly this morning. August being Black Business Month and being the Black business owner and founder and veteran of Counseling Care Centers, PLLC, which takes care of all your counseling, consulting, and training needs. It is my honor to be here with Monica Tucker this morning. A lot of times Black businesses don't get the recognition that they deserve for the services and what they provide to the community. And Monica has created a platform that gives Black businesses that opportunity to be recognized. And I thank her for that. And it was my honor and privilege to be her very first keynote speaker when she hosted her first Community Service Awards. And I really take pleasure in that. But this year is even a bigger honor for me because this year my son, Tyrone Durant McDuffie III, is being recognized for his community service while being a full-time student at the University of Texas at El Paso and playing on the football team at the same time. So I just will say it is my honor to be here this morning. It is my privilege to thank everybody who has poured into the life of my son, from educators to religious leaders to community leaders to everybody that has something to do with his upbringing and him growing up. It truly takes a village to raise a child. And I thank everybody for that. And I just want to say, once again, thank you to the court, thank you to the judge, thank you to the commissioners, thank you to everyone here for giving us this opportunity to recognize Black and African American businesses. And I just want to say, thank God from whom all blessings flow.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I was looking for Mr. Webb, Mr. Webb, Mr. Dan Webb is our veteran of the year.
If I was considered running for office, and I should have took him up there, because I look like I live up here now. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. It is an honor for me to be here. It is an honor because I was, I understand I was selected as Veteran of the Year on behalf of the Black El Paso Voice, and that is an honor for me. That is truly an honor for me to be the recipient of that award, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't want to linger with a lot of speak, but I do want to say this when we talk about Black business. For a project boy out of Selma, Alabama, who grew up on government cheese, who have achieved the things that accomplished the things that I feel that I've accomplished in the city of El Paso, I am very, very pleased with the acceptance of the people that I'm surrounded with. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank you all for this resolution, and I look forward to continuing to serve our community. I call El Paso a kaleidoscope of cultures. That's just how much I love it here. And my children grew up here. My daughter just graduated from UTEP, and she too is starting a business. And she decided to stay here in the community to encourage other young people to stay here in the community to try to give back as well. So again, we wanted to thank you for allowing us to come here and hear us. And also, again, thank you for the resolution.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you. Commissioner Stout has always been a great advocate, and we have so much to do, and we will take the challenge. Thank you for that challenge of helping and being more focused on what's available. And you said the city, you've got a great advocate in Mayor Johnson, being a business person himself, and gone through the struggles, and I think he's going to be a huge advocate as well. So we thank you for that. And I grew up in that area, the Alameda, went to Jefferson, Paisan, all that area, the Copia, Piedras, all that area was where we lived, and we didn't see differences. And I wish we were like that, our football players, we didn't see these kinds of differences that we see now in the world. And when you say that there's still, this discrimination against Black businesses, that's not El Paso. And I think if you made a great comment that if once people are aware, just for example, we've really improved individuals people going to veteran-owned. And here you've got already 2 of them, veteran-owned and then Black-owned. My goodness. I think our community, once they understand something, they tend to rally very powerfully. And I think you're absolutely right. We just need to get that information out there, and I know they'll be very supportive. So thank you very much, Monica, your leadership, and everyone else. Thank you, and congratulations on everything that you do. Commissioner Stout?
Thank you once again for allowing me to have the honor of presenting this resolution and working with y'all. Let's keep building. Let's keep building. Thank you.
Item 5E, approve and adopt a resolution to recognize and honor Emma Acosta for being named the 2025 LULAC Texas Woman of the Year in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. So it is my honor to be able to present this resolution to really a giant in our community, and I say that as a joke because of your stat. A short giant, yes, that's a good way to say it. So I have had the pleasure of being able to work with Emma for over 20 years, whether it be through the Democratic Party, through your time on City Council. And it's an honor, really, to be able to recognize you for this tremendous achievement. So let me go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'd love to hear from you. I know we have some more of our LULAC leadership in the audience, so if any of them want to come up as well. Whereas Emma Acosta, a distinguished civic leader and lifelong advocate for equity, education, and public service, has been named the 2025 LULAC Texas Woman of the Year, a recognition of her remarkable contributions to El Paso and the broader Latino community. And whereas Emma Acosta served the city of El Paso with honor and distinction as a city representative, mayor pro tempore, and alternate mayor pro tempore, during which she championed environmental sustainability, infrastructure reform, transparency in city finances, and affordable housing as a board member of the Housing Finance Corporation. And whereas Ms. Acosta has been a passionate advocate for inclusion and educational access, leading the charge to expand LULAC's scholarship matching funds to include students with disabilities seeking vocational training, a bold initiative that began in El Paso and is now garnering national attention and support. And whereas, as president of LULAC Council 22269, Emma has mobilized efforts to bring the 2027 LULAC National Convention to El Paso, an initiative that promises to bring national visibility, economic benefit, and civic pride to our community. And whereas Emma Acosta organized the largest welcome home celebration for Vietnam veterans in El Paso's history, a full 7 days of events honoring over 2,000 veterans made entirely free through partnerships with generous local businesses, ensuring that those who served were finally welcomed home with the dignity and gratitude they deserved. And whereas her compassion and commitment to the most vulnerable are evident in her annual blanket drive for seniors under Adult Protective Services care, ensuring that each elder receives a blanket and a personal holiday card during Christmas, a reminder that they are not forgotten and always valued. And whereas through her role as Executive Director of Books Are Gems, Emma Acosta has nurtured literacy across generations by providing free books to children, free classroom resources to over 800 teachers annually, and launching a new initiative inviting elected officials to read books to children on the importance of laws, justice, and civic responsibility, both in person and via Facebook Live. And whereas her impact continues daily through her leadership, her advocacy, and her unwavering dedication to serving those who need it most, be they students, seniors, veterans, or working families. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court in recognition of her outstanding service, tireless advocacy, and lifelong dedication to empowering our community, and in honor of her selection as the 2025 LULAC Texas Woman of the Year, that August 4th, 2025 be hereby declared as Emma Acosta Day. In official recognition thereof, the Commissioners Court hereby affixes their signatures this 4th day of August 2025.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Olguin, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Emma.
Thank you.
Welcome, Emma.
Thank you. My name is Emma Acosta. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners, all the esteemed members of the court. It is with deep humility and heartfelt gratitude that I stand before you today, being named the 2025 Texas LULAC Women of the Year. It's one of the greatest honors of my life. And to have this court proclaim today as Emma Acosta Day is something I will always treasure. The recognition is not mine alone. It belongs to every member of our community and to our local LULAC councils and to the many dedicated individuals who work behind the scenes. I especially want to thank our local LULAC members, who are here with me today, and the broader Texas LULAC membership who supported and believed in the work we've undertaken here in El Paso. I especially want to thank our past LULAC director, Ignacita Ramirez, who was diligent in making me in applying for this application. From expanding access to scholarships for students with disabilities to launching new literacy programs and civic engagement initiatives, our work is a reflection of shared values, equity, inclusion, and service. And our new legal literacy for children is an initiative to teach children not just learning how to read, but to learn about laws, voting, and social justice. And I want to acknowledge the members of the county. Our first reader will be County Attorney Cristina Sanchez in August. In September, we have County Commissioner Jackie Butler. In October, we have Commissioner Ileana Holguin, who will be taking this initiative into San Elizario. And in November, we have Commissioner David Stout. Thank you for standing up to this and teaching children about the importance of laws, of voting, and social justice in our community. I also have with me our Books Are Gems bookstore manager, Susan Patterson, who does the daily, day-to-day operations, but who actually selects the books that all of you will be reading. So I want to thank all of you. This is an initiative from expanding access to scholarships for students with disabilities, it's something that's very important to me. I believe that our disabled population deserves an opportunity to actually receive vocational training that they may not otherwise have. And so this is a new initiative that if it's successful in El Paso, will go national. And so I'm very proud of that. We want to make sure that these individuals have the training that they need to get off of government assistance. I'm also proud to share that thanks to the support of members of Commissioners Court and the many local and state leaders, that El Paso is now one of the top 3 contenders to host the 2027 LULAC National Convention here in El Paso. This will be a historic opportunity for our city to shine on the national stage. And I thank everyone who helped us get this far. And I thank each and every one of you who gave us a letter of support that was sent to the National Committee. A special thank you, Judge Samaniego, for generously providing tote bags that we will be handing out at the National Convention this week in Long Beach, California, to encourage people to vote for El Paso to be selected as the 2027 host of the National Convention. And thank you to Commissioner Holguin for placing this recognition on the agenda. And thank you to the entire court for this incredible recognition. I accept it with humility and renewed commitment to continue serving our community with purpose and pride. And last, I want to thank my husband, Ismael Enriquez, who's sitting over there, who always supports all my community initiatives. And the only thing he says is, what are we doing next? And so, I want to thank the entire community, because I could not do this by myself. It takes effort. It takes all of the LULAC members. It takes all of you to make sure that we get El Paso recognized as it should be. And so with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. We're going to hear from your peers. So, Alicia,
I don't know if
you wanna start
Ignacita wants to say something.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having us here today. Judge, Commissioners Court, it is with, on behalf of District 4 and our immediate district director who was here earlier but had to leave, we just want to thank Emma for giving so much of herself to her community. With the backing of the district, but she herself wholeheartedly took on the challenge of getting scholarships for the students with disabilities. And if it works out, it's going to go nationwide, but El Paso was the trial this year, and we were fortunate enough to be able to give 10 scholarships to students with disabilities, thanks to her hard work. Also, through her hard work, we are working on bringing the National Convention to El Paso. We'll be heading out to Long Beach, California, some on Wednesday, some on Thursday, pounding the pavement, meeting with everybody there to see if we can get those votes to bring it to El Paso in either 2027 or 2028. We're hoping it's 2027, but thank you all for your always supporting LULAC, and we appreciate it. And Emma, thank you for your hard work and your giving heart.
And thank you also for everything that you do. We appreciate that.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court. My name is Javier Bañales. I'm a member of the LULAC organization, have been for about 50 years. Over the last 3 to 4 years, Emma Acosta has been diligently working on those two projects to bring the National Convention to El Paso. In 2029, it'll be the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the LULAC organization. And so it is fitting that right before that occurs, that the national organization recognizes the work in El Paso by bringing the National Convention here. Another project that Emma has been working on for about 3 to 4 years was mentioned, and that is to expand services to persons with disabilities, primarily to students with disabilities. The LULAC organization gives us scholarships every year. This year, the 10 LULAC councils awarded about 80 scholarships, totaling in excess of $180,000. So each council, some of them will award $10,000, some of $15,000, but when you put them all together, this year we exceeded. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity to select and to recognize. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity to select and to recognize.
Thank you,
Emma
Javier,
Acosta
for
as well. Thank you.
recognizing Emma.
Good morning, Oscar Ramirez. Thank you, court, judge. And I have just a couple of words to say about Emma. She's the Energizer bunny. She does not stop. And I think that her husband can affirm that. Congratulations, Emma.
Thank you, Oscar. Alicia. Alicia.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Josh, commissioners, friends. It is a privilege to be here today as we honor our friend Emma Acosta, the 2025 LULAC Texas Women of the Year, and join in this proclamation Monday, August the 4th, as Emma Acosta Day in El Paso County. Congratulations. On behalf of the Texas Secretary of State, I'm proud to share that Emma has been commissioned as Texas Silver Hair Legislator, representing our community with dedication and heart. I'm equally honored to say that we have just been sworn in for the 21st Texas Silver Hair Legislature session, where our mission is simply to protect older Texans and make sure that they are heard, respected, and protected. Our El Paso delegations includes myself, Alicia Dijon Davis. I'm serving my 5th term. Our new member, Davy Johnson, did you know her? And serving their 2nd term, we have Dora Aguirre, Mary Yanez, and our honoree today, Emma Costa. We proudly serving Silver Legislature District 8 Area Agency on Aging, Rio Grande. Congratulations, Emma. Your leadership inspires us all, and this is for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much to everyone for this great honor. I do want to remind all of you, my initiative, Students with Disabilities Scholarships, is something that I advocate for, having a grandson who is disabled. And I remind all of you that not all disabilities are visible. We have individuals that may be deaf, that may be blind, that maybe have some kind of neurological disability. But what I've learned from my grandson, and when he says, Grandma, I don't have a disability, I have a challenge. And challenges can be overcome. And so that is what prompted me to say, they just need a little bit more. And maybe the vocational training or the training, maybe they won't be a 4.0 GPA student, but they have the willingness and they have the initiative and they want to learn and they want to work. And so with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for this honor that I have, and remind you to please, honor all the students with disabilities and all the people in our community that may be disabled. Thank you so much.
Emma, thank you so much. Well, I love when you don't have to say the full name. In El Paso, you say Emma, and they know who we're talking about. And she's involved in so many things. And, I see some incredible people that are facing out. You're getting older. They're going into another phase in their life, like Fierro, Belen Robles. And I see you, Emma, as coming in and taking some of that burden that that they've always shouldered everything in our community. They've been exceptional women, and I think you're stepping into that role, and I think we all feel very comfortable. When you're saying about getting things done, she's the person. All she has to do is look at you, and you go, oh, okay, what am I getting involved in here? But we're very thankful because it's individuals like that in the community, whether you were in politics but I think you get it. I think you get it more than most people about what El Paso needs, when they need it, the timing of that. And I think you're going to do just an incredible job. And LULAC has always been part of your life, whether it's the law school that we're trying to get in, everything. There's going to be, her footprint's going to be there. And then you feel good. There's going to be a lot of energy going into that direction. She's not going to allow slacking. Because I don't think you know what that means. It's like you'll pick up the slack so often, and I hope that we don't have to do that too much, that we're able to support you as a community. Our Commissioner's Court is very supportive of you and anything the county could do, but congratulations on all that. I know you're going to get that convention coming to El Paso, and once again, you'll put us on the map. So thank you, Emma, for everything that you do.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, congratulations again, Emma. It is truly an honor to be able to recognize you and all of your accomplishments. Thank you for your commitment to our community. And of course, anything that we can do to help bring the convention, please let us know.
Thank you. Thank you
If
so
we
much.
can have everyone come up for a photo.
Judge taking a break. Nature break.
Item 5F, postpone July 28, 2025. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Pepe's Restaurant for their exceptional achievements and positive impact in the Canutillo community.
I think we're going to take a break for judges, or did he want us to go forward?
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess at this time for 5 minutes.
Yes.
It is 11:14 a.m.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. It is 11:23 a.m. Item 5F, postpone July 28, 2025. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Pepe's Restaurant for their exceptional achievements and positive impact in the Canutillo community.
Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to present this resolution to the court. You know, it's very reassuring, very enthusiastically a privilege to do this, because a lot of times our culture and the culture of this community, and not just the culture, but the entrepreneurship is embedded into our food service industry. And in this particular case, to our restaurant that is home, it has its home in Canutillo, Pepe's Restaurant. And I'm very, very honored to present this resolution to the court. I'll go ahead and read the resolution and let our guests identify themselves for the record, and then give them a few minutes to give us their perspective on their business. Whereas Pepe's Restaurant, located in Canutillo, Texas, has long been a cherished local institution known for preserving and sharing the iconic flavors of borderland cuisine, and whereas Pepe's has served as more than a restaurant, it has been a gathering place, a cultural landmark, and a symbol of local pride in the Canutillo community and beyond. And whereas Pepe's Restaurant as a small business has demonstrated extraordinary resilience and innovation, most recently being awarded the Spectrum Reach Pay It Forward Grant, a national recognition that celebrates and uplifts outstanding small businesses for their community involvement, customer loyalty, and entrepreneurial excellence. And whereas the commitment of Pepe's Restaurants to maintaining culinary heritage, supporting the local economy, and enriching the cultural fabric of El Paso County is truly commendable. Now therefore be it resolved that the Office of Commissioner Coronado and this honorable court proudly recognizes Pepe's Restaurant for its historic and cultural contributions, congratulates the restaurant on receiving the Spectrum Reach Grant, and extends its deepest appreciation for the ongoing service and spirit that they bring to the Canutillo community and to El Paso County.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Coronado, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all for your support. I want to thank you for this. You can ask me how many tacos I have at home, and I can tell you, but standing here in front of you, we appreciate you, Judge Samaniego, and all of you that have supported us and given us the opportunity to be here. I would not be able to do this without my wife and my daughter. They are the whole support and the heart of that business, and I want to thank them also for this.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, senores.
Thank you.
My name is Lorena Morales. I want to say thank you to everybody. And thank you, Mr. Sergio Coronado, because it's one of the supporters on Canutillo. And thank you all for giving us the opportunity to be here. It's an honor to be here. And we'd like to invite it to everybody there. And you have your house there. Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Morales, and thank you for your support, and thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. We know that Commissioner Coronado is not biased at all about Canutillo or the businesses there, and he's got a great eye for things. And I think, just to be able to establish a business for so long, but one of the comments that I always, that I don't see too often, is a small business contributing to the community and being recognized for contributing. You might take it for granted, because I know you're very involved in the community, and you might take it for granted, but we go throughout the community telling small businesses, you don't have to become a millionaire, okay, to contribute back. You could contribute back at any given point. And we need the small businesses. When we talk about the difference in the who covers the burden of quality of life, it's a taxpayer. And that's when the private industry helps out, it takes a lot of burden off the county. So we thank you for what you do. And like I said, I know Commissioner Coronel has a good way of recognizing great individuals and great businesses. So thank you, Commissioner Coronel.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate y'all. I just want to say a few words. This family has carried on the tradition ever since they was serving, as cooks or, employees in Greg's restaurant that a lot of people will probably remember and have taken that culture and given it their own flair in the community of Canutillo. We thank you for that. I remember my brother and my neighbor, my neighbors and his mother used to work as a cook there at Greg's restaurant, and I know you remember her, La Güera. And so I appreciate y'all continuing, that tradition, keeping that culture, keeping that spirit and that entrepreneurial dedication alive in our community. We thank you for all that you do for our community, and thank you for your services, contributing to our economy as a small business. So thank y'all very much. We appreciate you. If we can take a picture. Yes, treat y'all over. Treat y'all over.
We need microphone.
La verdad. Oh, okay. This is my first time in public. First time. I never did this before. But I'd like to say, estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David. Hoy por ser su cumpleaños se las cantamos aquí. Despierta, mi bien, despierta, mira que ya amaneció. Ya los pajarillos cantan, la luna ya se metió. Thank you so much.
That was as wonderful. Thank you. That was as wonderful as your salsa and your margaritas.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got great food. Did you ever go to the Griggs?
Thank you. As you could see that so many, every time there's something beautiful and she says, I'm not prepared. I go, man, my goodness, that's not being prepared. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jessica?
Item 5G, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Mr. Vernon Randy Carruthers for his contributions and dedication to El Paso, Texas Flags Across America.
Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you. This is truly an honor for me to present this resolution to the court. What can I say about Randy? That other than his involvement, his service to our country, continued as a civilian to just, light and shine in El Paso. We really thank him for everything that he does, for his service, and after his service to our community and to our country, that he's gone on at Flags Across America, which is just a great, great institution that we really need to uplift. And it was great for us to, the county, be able to donate a purple robe locust tree in honor of the purple memorial that was done there at Flags Across America. And I will at this time read the resolution into the court. Whereas El Paso, Texas Flags Across America is a nonprofit organization established in 2003 with the mission to honor the American flag and promote patriotism, remembrance, and unity within the community. And whereas Mr. Vernon Randy Carruthers has been a dedicated and steadfast volunteer with El Paso, Texas Flags Across America since 2007 and served as the organization's president from November 2017 through January 2020, continuing to actively volunteer in support of its mission. And whereas Mr. Carruthers was instrumental in organizing and creating a tracking system for memorial bricks purchased by members of the community, ensuring that tributes to fallen and honored service members were preserved with accuracy and care. And whereas since 2018, Mr. Carruthers has led the fundraising and development efforts for the construction of the Persian Gulf Memorial, a monument that will honor both military and civilian personnel who served in the Persian Gulf region between 1990 and 2021. And whereas the Persian Gulf Memorial will be founded at the El Paso Flags Across America site as a permanent and powerful tribute to the courage, sacrifice, and legacy of all who served in that historic theater of service. And whereas Mr. Carruthers served honorably in the United States Army for 23 years, including 2 deployments to the Persian Gulf region and assignments both stateside and overseas, retiring from Fort Bliss, Texas in 2010 at the rank of First Sergeant. And whereas Mr. Carruthers has continued his service to the United States Army and its mission through key civilian roles, including as a defense contractor logistics warehouse supervisor, an operations supervisor for NASA, and currently as a Department of the Army civilian with Army Field Support Battalion at Bliss, where he has served as the Battalion S3 training for the past 4 years. And whereas Mr. Carruthers is also a devoted family man, married to the former Denise, head of Bowden, Georgia, and together they are the proud parents of 2 daughters, Caitlin and Carrington, and have been blessed with 3 beautiful grandchildren. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court hereby honors and commends Mr. Vernon Randy Carruthers for his extraordinary military service, continued public service as a civilian, and his enduring leadership in advancing the mission of El Paso, Texas, Flags Across America, signed this 4th day of August, 2025, by the Honorable Commissioners and the Honorable Judge Samaniego.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Coronado, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Randy,
All right, it's all mine. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, BGM team, and the community of El Paso. I just want to say thank you for this honor to be here. We started this project 7 years ago with a friend of mine Dave Elliott, who had passed now in 2021. He wasn't able to see it, but as the judge was there and other folks was there was an empty chair beside me, and one of our members of Flags Across America came up and told me that Dave was there. He was sitting right next to me during this, so that was great. Like I said, we've worked 7 years for this. This is to honor all veterans who is deployed to operations Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, Afghanistan, and the War on Terror. A lot of times, folks get left out because they're non-combative when they go over there, but they still play a role, a key role in obtaining and securing the area like we all did while we was over there. So this is for non-combat and combative personnel for everyone. But I could not have done it without the support of my wife, Denise, and my team here, Phil Herrera, Oscar Gutierrez. Sorry.
Gutierrez.
Yeah.
Gutierrez.
For the record, we have Gloria Nicholson, my friend DeBoe Wakefield, she's awesome, and Miss Perla, she's everyone knows Miss Perla, she's everywhere. So, but I could not have done it without these folks here, and there's other folks behind the scenes that are not here. But I just want to thank everyone. And thank you very much, Judge, for allowing me to come up in here and receive this award.
Well,
Thank
Randy,
you.
and thank you, Commissioner Coronado. It's just things that we don't think about. For example, Vietnam happened, and we've been so welcoming, but then we had other wars and very young people that we didn't recognize that you're sort of bringing everybody into the fold, kind of. We're not leaving anybody out. And I think this is, thank you for your passion and your compassion about everything that you do. And people don't realize that it's sort of the same as a healing garden. You want to talk about it, you want to explain, but you can't. It's very difficult to explain what it meant. Same thing with Flags Across America. And, same thing that we deal with a healing garden that very few people know about, something that is so incredible. And then Flags Across America, you can't find that anywhere in the world. You can't find that. And it's all hard work, it's all dedication, it's all donations, and people don't realize what it takes to do something like that. And so thank you for that, because when you bring people there, they automatically say, no wonder we're the Veterans Capital of the USA, because it shows the coming together of every organization to be able to do that. And DeBoe and everyone else, Perla, I think I tell her, if she's not there, I feel uncomfortable, because she's got to be part of it. Like going there and the flag's not there, right? Like Perla's not there. But I thank you all and each and every one of you for what you do. But I just encourage the community, stop by, go look at it. Get your, right when you get your Starbucks, just make a little turn and go have it over there. And of course, Randy always encourages Wednesday night. Everybody goes there. There's food trucks. There's music. There's all kinds of activities, and I'm going to make it a point as well. Every time I forget to do that, but I just thank you, Randy, for everything. I said at the on Saturday that himself and Cliff, they wear their heart on their sleeve. I mean, it pours with love for our veterans and for Flags Across America. So thank you, Randy, and thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, thank you. Randy, what can I say but that, we really, this community appreciates you, not just for your service, and to your team as well, not just for your service, but your continued mission at Flags Across America to make it a solemn but a joyful place for us to remember and rejoice in those sacrifices that everybody that has been part of this, of the military and service has expressed their dedication to our community and our country. And we thank you on behalf of the court again. Thank you so much for everything you do for us.
Thank you.
Are we breaking at 12 or after?
We're going to see the cat.
Huh?
The cat?
The cat, and then after
we'll
that?
go.
Item 6, Commissioners Court. 6A, approve and adopt a resolution urging the Texas Legislature to ensure that Fort Bliss and the El Paso International Airport remain in Congressional District 16.
My resolution?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was going to ask, can we take that resolution after we do the ledge update?
Yes.
Can we do that?
After lunch? Would that
Yes,
be
after
okay?
lunch. Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Item number 7, public comment. We do have one speaker signed up for public comment. Correction, we do not have any speakers signed up for public comment at this. We do? Oh.
We
they're
do,
not
but they're not ready. Did you hear that, Jess?
Yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to item 8, presentation. 8A, receive a presentation from the El Paso Central Appraisal District on the County of El Paso 2025 Certified Appraisal Roll.
Executive Director, Chief Appraiser, El Paso Central Appraisal District, and David Stone, Deputy
David.
Director of the Appraisal District. We're going to tag team again, kind of get started and give you some numbers as you get started into your budget process. Hopefully you have the presentation so you can see a little bit better than what's on the screen. Wanted to start out with the parcel count that we're showing. After we certified, we did certify the roll, the appraisal roll on July 24th, and it went to all of the taxing entities. So y'all's departments, your financial departments, and Ms. Keller, happy birthday, has had that for a little while to be able to look at that. As you can see, we had a little bit of an increase in residential properties, a small increase in multifamily, and the number of parcel counts. Your commercial is still rather low compared to your residential, and then all of your other. The one I really wanted to show you, which you really can't see on the screen, hopefully you've got it in front of you, is your single-family residence did go up after we certified at 7.2% of an increase. Your commercial real property went up about 4.95 of an increase, and your industrial went up 8.94. We have waivers on the refinery and the electric company, so those are your biggest increase, and with the waivers signed, there will be no suits filed on those, so that's always a good thing to hear. One of the things I did want to point out to you to be cautious is your L1 category. That is your commercial personal property. That is the one that's being up before the voters in November. We've got a slide a little bit towards the end that'll show you what kind of a hit that might be on the county.
Before
David,
you move
I'm
on,
gonna turn
I'm
it over to
sorry,
David.
before you move on from this slide, can I just ask you one question?
Yes, ma'am.
The multifamily residence, I know it was a very small increase, but I'm wondering if you know why the actual taxable value went down.
Yes, ma'am. That is because you've got about, hold on, let me flip this over so I can give you the numbers. You have El Paso County Housing Financial Corporation.
Okay, that was my question, if
Yes,
that
ma'am,
was part
that's
of
it.
that. Okay.
Those, we put them as exempt, but we are still working with the folks to get the information before we officially exempt those properties. There's about 43 properties that will be off the roll, but we're wanting a little bit more clarification. But when we sent the numbers, we sent that as that way, so it would be, wouldn't be such a big hit.
Okay, so these numbers may change, I guess, after you get that additional
After we
information?
get if we get the additional information that confirms that they are exempt, then it'll stay that way. If we get the additional information that shows that they're not, because they've only filed for the land and not the improvements, then it could go up.
Okay, thank you.
Slide, Judge. On the industrial and manufacturing real property that went up 8.9%, it shows a negative count. So we lost 3 properties in that category, but yet the valuation went up quite substantially.
Correct. You can have businesses, real estate businesses, shops or grocery stores, that type of thing that will close, but the other businesses are increasing. So just because you lose count doesn't mean you lose value.
Okay, this is industrial and manufacturing. Are there other data sets?
Which one are
that-
you looking at?
The,
Oh, the F2 category?
958 F2.
Okay. Yeah, 241 down to 238. One of the reasons could be that we had some of the smaller manufacturers. I can't tell you which one's left, but I can tell you that ones that are there, the values were increased.
right. I'm just wondering if it's driven by a substantial increase in manufacturing capacity?
Well, it
for-
could be due to increase in manufacturing. It could be where they've expanded their manufacturing. It could be that they've replaced their equipment, newer equipment. One of the ones that we saw was Amazon. The real estate is still very strong, but the personal property went down a little bit because they don't have as much there with the tariffs coming in. So we're watching that one to see. Also on your, I was trying to think what else is on your F2. Warehouses, yes. So even though we have a lot of new warehouses, so we have an increase in value in that on the warehouses, on the real estate, and we may have lost some of the older ones that they've remodeled into something else. Some of the warehouses turned into retail, they turned into churches, so that type of thing.
Okay.
Okay, without having the actual roll in front of me, I couldn't tell you specifics. That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so talking about the values, the residential values increased from 41.8 billion to 45.8 billion, almost a $4 billion increase in residential values. The multifamily had a decrease of about 275 million. And as Dinah pointed out, that was due to the finance corporation activity. The commercial properties increased about 700 million. The business personal property increased about 23 million, and all the other properties increased about 300 million. This shows historically the change in values from preliminary values, which we issue on April 30th, to the certified values that get issued on or about July 25th. As you can see, the 5-year average was about 4.77, and this year we had a decrease of 4.72, so we held a little bit more value than we have historically. This shows a 10-year history of the County of El Paso's taxable value. As you can see, overall, we increased from 67.3 billion to 71.9 billion. We're still in a very, for us, high increase. We're not like East Texas, but we have been increasing above what's typical for El Paso County. If you look at the first half of the chart before 2021, the slope is a lot shallower than it has been since 2021. So I guess that's good that our property values are increasing, but it's a kind of sticker shock for the taxpayers. On the next slide, we're showing the historical market value in the county, comparing residential to commercial. The top line is residential, the bottom line is commercial. Both are increasing, but the rate of increase on the residential is much greater than the increase in commercial property value.
Mr. Stone, I know we've talked about this before, but can you talk about why it is that commercial property values are not rising at the same rate as residential property values?
I think it's
Well, I'll jump in.
Okay.
There's a couple of reasons. Number one, there's more homes being built than there are commercial properties. If you noticed on the first page, I showed you the number of residential properties is over, 200 plus, and commercial is 12,000, commercial real estate. So we have a lot less commercial real estate than we do residential when you look at the percentages. So we have less that are protesting. The market right now is very strong still in residential. We're having about 4.2 months worth of new inventory, so that's an increase. So that's where we're seeing the growth here. As to overall values, the market values in El Paso County is stabilizing, but it's still not going down. Commercial properties, again, they come in and protest every single year. They file lawsuits. Majority of our lawsuits that are filed, I want to say 99%, is filed by commercial properties. We have about 1,400 lawsuits that are filed that add to every year, parcel count. So the commercial properties will file lawsuits, they'll end up being a settlement. So that's why you see that it's pretty much the same every year. Till legislation comes in and changes that, I think you'll continue to see that. Or until we start seeing more growth in commercial properties to offset the growth of residential, I think you'll continue to see that. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Stout?
Thank you.
Is that the same trend in other communities, the number of lawsuits?
Yes, sir.
Is that
Oh,
pretty
yes, sir.
consistent?
We're low compared to some of the others.
Oh, wow.
Here's an example, kind of shows you parcel count. We're real similar to Austin. We're lower than Williamson. We have probably 100, 150,000 more parcels. We had 47,000 protests. They had 170,000 protests in Williamson. Williamson has a couple of Fortune 500 companies, but it's mostly residential there. But you're still seeing a large number. So it's throughout the state, we're still seeing that.
Do you think it's something, I mean, I don't know how fair or, what are all the innuendos of that, but is there something, we could support legislation to, because it seems more like a strategy just to delay the pain. And so I don't know if there's something.
Well, in commercial real estate, in commercial properties, because property owners normally hire a lawyer or an agent to represent their property. They make more money if they take a board order and then file a lawsuit. They get a bigger percentage, very possibly, from their client. There is statutes in the property tax code that say, well, yes, you're supposed to set an equity. You're supposed to use standard appraisal practices, but that equity is that, I call it going down the drain funnel. Once that equity gets adjusted by somebody, then everything follows suit and gets a value lowered based on that. Also, think of somebody like El Paso County, Williamson County, even Harris County. In going to court on 1,800 lawsuits, you just can't do that. The numbers are astronomical. So business owners know this, and it's a game plan, and I mean, they're entitled to it according to the statutes. So the statutes, I believe, are what needs to be looked at, is to taking those loopholes and closing those loopholes, making it a little bit tighter. We have a company that is fairly new company, just to give you an example. In Williamson, 170,000 protests, 35,000 were set by one agent, protests by one agent, trying to keep the roll from being certified. In El Paso County, out of our 47,000 protests, over 8,000 protests were filed by one company. And their game plan is, well, just give us a certain percentage across the board on all of our clients and we'll withdraw, trying to hold up the certification process. So it is a business that people can do. It's legitimate. As to whether it's walking the line of ethical or unethical, that's not up to me to say. But those are the issues that we have that I think legislation needs to fix a little bit.
Thank you for.
I also think, having gone through the process numerous times myself, and having spoken to a number of constituents of mine that have gone through the process, people seem to feel that the cards are really stacked against residential, because most residents aren't going to be able to pay for an attorney to sit in and with the appraisal review board, and you have a professional appraiser that's presenting evidence. And even though you come in and present, you can present evidence of properties that are comparable, that you found that, or you show pictures, or you even, I've even brought an appraisal myself that I've had privately appraised just to go through this process. It doesn't matter a lot of times. You may get some reduction, but I saw this year. I brought in the same comparable as the appraisal review board brought in, or the appraiser brought in front of the appraisal review board, and showed that this year the same property that they were using was from last year. It was higher, and I showed them this year's, it's just, I feel like it's very difficult unless you have an attorney, and you have the means, the resources to be able to go in and fight it. It's an uphill battle for any resident, and I don't think it's the same for commercial properties. So, I think we should talk with our attorneys and look at some type of bill that may be able to be filed in the next legislative session that really evens the playing field for residential property owners. I think it's our duty to be able to do that, because again, having gone through the process and having heard stories from other of my constituents going through the process, it really is so much more difficult.
The Appraisal Review Board was set up by state legislature to hear the protests between property owners and themselves. In other states, they have state board of equalizations. So if you can't settle in an informal, you go to a state board of equalization, and that's basically it. It stops right there. In Texas, they set up a jury somewhat format where you have panels that don't have to have any training or expertise, that listen and are supposed to listen between the evidence from one to the other and go with whoever has the preponderance of evidence. And unfortunately, so much of the time they come up with a third option that is something that they have based on what they've been hearing in their hearings. So I think appraiser review board members get 2 days of training from the comptroller's office, and then they bring in their own training to their own attorneys to have additional training. That recently changed where they're appointed by the board of directors, and we'll go back to the board of directors to be reappointed based on the taxpayer liaison's report, that type of thing. One of the things with residential, we tend to have more information on residential properties as an appraisal district than we do on commercial properties. It's very difficult to get income on commercial property. What is the income? What are your expenses? Texas, non-disclosure. Other states have disclosure. So the price that you paid for a home is disclosed. So you have a lot less protests because that's it. Here's what you paid for it. Here's what's on. Texas is a non-disclosure. So getting the information is really difficult. So yes, there's quite a bit that through legislation would really be beneficial to homeowners. One of the things that we're seeing that helped the non-homesteaded property owners was the pilot program, what we called the circuit breaker, which gave a 20% cap. Legislation did not act on that, so it will expire at the end of 2026. So that cap will go away. So there are some things that definitely legislatures, I think could look at, Commissioner Stout, and I agree with you on that. Okay. All right.
Judge, I have a couple of comments on this slide specifically, because it's jarring to see this. And we hear from the voters and the taxpayers and the constituents about the cost of living increases and how unsustainable it is for taxes to keep going up, even though local government is keeping the tax rate as steady as possible. People are still paying more in taxes, and you look at this slide and you see exactly why. The problem is wages aren't increasing at that same rate. Our commercial base isn't growing, obviously. And so people are stuck with the same jobs, the same wages, but paying substantially more year over year in taxes.
Correct. Commissioner Butler, that's because of the market. In Texas, appraisal districts must appraise property values at market value. If we do not appraise at market value, then school districts can lose funding because the state comes in and does an audit of our values. We do not have market information given to us. We don't have access to MLS, so we do a lot of research at the market value. We're still seeing the market value going up in residential properties. You're exactly right. You know, wages have basically stayed the same. We've seen some big businesses coming in for employment, but the market value is we watch it constantly to see where it's going. If the market value were to drop, we would definitely drop values. But state of Texas, we have to appraise at 100% of market value. An example would be the state of New Mexico that appraises at 33% of market value. State of New Mexico, though, has a state income tax. Your residential carries, what did we say, 63%, I think it was?
63 to
63% of the overall value on our appraisal roll is residential. So yes, that's where we'll see the majority of the increases because the market is still healthy. As long as we have to appraise at 100% of market value, that's what we have to look at. There are caps, though, and this is one of the things, and I'm kind of glad, Commissioner Butler, you brought this up. Even though we may have left the value the same or even gone down a little bit, the value will still, if it's your homesteaded property, it will still go up 10% every year until it hits the market. So if you bought a home that was quite a bit below the market, it's your home, it's your homestead, you have that cap on there, and it will continue to go up 10% every year until it hits what the market is. So having a stable market is good. It means it'll hit that cap or that top sooner. Legislation looked at lowering that to 5% from 10%. So it wouldn't be as much of a hit. Well, but that makes it go longer. Because at 5% increments, it's a long time to get to that market, especially if you bought it at a really good deal or you bought it before that cap hit. So that cap, it will go up every year. Even if we leave the values totally alone, their tax part of it will go up 10% every year. So that's a lot of times property owners get a little confused on, hey, wait a minute, it went up and I didn't do anything. Well, no, your value, your market value stayed the same. It was your appraised value or your assessed value that went up because of that 10% cap. Caps are great, but they extend how much. It's either pay for it now or pay for it later, and this is one of those things where, yeah, you're going to be paying for it for several years. Of course, we all know the schools have passed, the legislature passed for larger exemptions on the schools, on your homesteaded or your over 65 properties, and that's the biggest part of the tax bill. So that will be a benefit. But even saying that, for your city or your county, it's still going to go up 10%.
And just thank you, Ms. Kilgore. And Mr. Stone, you presented at a community meeting that I hosted in the spring, and you spent 2 hours talking to us about the process and why it is the way it is. And as a lot of it doesn't make any sense, especially when you see the market is strong in El Paso, but there's not growing businesses or wages. And so it's almost contradictory to a lot of people. And the taxpayers are the ones that are hurting and feel the burden of it. You could see this in the slide, right? I understand, after hearing from Mr. Stone for 2 hours, a lot of it is driven by the comptroller's office and because of the way that our school districts are funded, that you really don't have a choice in how you appraise properties. And then when it comes down to local governments, we don't really have a choice of accepting these property valuations. And so it's kind of like there's not a lot of wiggle room for anybody here. That doesn't mean, though, that our constituents aren't hurting because of this.
Right.
I wanted to point out on the other slide again, that single-family residence, you say, grew by 4,726 properties. And that means that's how many new single-family homes were built?
No, your new construction, your actual.
Not the count, just the value.
Well, let me get that slide back. The new construction for single-family homes was almost 2%. So 1.9063. If you look at the slide that, let me go back to that. If you look at that slide right there.
Yep.
If you look at your very first line is your single-family residence, go all the way to the end, you see your percent of new construction.
Right.
Change, it's 1.9%.
But how many properties is that? Because it
I
says
don't
change
know how
count
many.
4,726.
Well, you can look at, let's see,
There's 4,726
new properties.
Yeah, that was the
Right.
original question.
That's what I was trying to point to say, even though we're not getting a lot of new commercial businesses or higher wages, new homes are still being built, which means the demands on local government are growing. Meanwhile, we're trying to keep our tax rate low and steady, and the state is reducing the amount that we could, the amount of revenue that we can get, while the biggest percent of change is in single-family residents.
Our biggest employers here in El Paso County are government. If you look at the biggest employers, you've got UTEP, you've got Fort Bliss, you have the city, you have the county, you have the school districts. Our biggest employers are government-based. So where we don't see a lot of commercial companies coming in or big companies coming in, we did see Amazon. We do see an increase in the electric company due to the solar farms that are going out. And we saw an increase in the refinery due to their production. So we are seeing that, but when that's all we have is high dollar, that does. But we're very much I always say we're a family-based community. So much of what we have, county hospital employs, quite a large number of employees. The other hospitals, of course, do employ, but we don't. But we do have a very healthy market in residential. For the longest time, we had less than 2% of new home inventory. It's now at 4.2, and we're seeing that increase. So the builders are starting to build again because homes are selling. The existing homes are where we saw a big jump in value this year, was for existing homes, because since there wasn't a lot of new homes on, we saw a market increase in existing homes, people buying existing homes because they could finance it better. That has a lot to do with it. But we are still seeing growth. It has slowed down quite a bit. We were seeing double-digit growth there for 21, 22, 23. So we're now down to, I think, overall growth for you guys was just over 5%. So it's a little bit healthier. But again, residential, when it's 63% of the appraisal roll, that's where you're going to see it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I know that was more statements than questions, but one comment, Betsy and Judge, maybe in the future when we get briefed on the property values, maybe we can also have Workforce Solutions come in and present on workforce data, so that there's a lot of lines and connections to be drawn here, and I think could inform our economic development strategies moving forward.
And I think, just to dovetail a little bit, Judge, to me, to summarize, it's, the process is designed by the state legislature. The process which makes it easier for commercial property owners to protest, which makes it harder for residential property owners to protest. The process by which the appraisal district is governed and must do appraisals is by design through the state legislature. 70% of our county budget is mandated by the state legislature. So when you hear state legislators telling you that you El Paso residential taxpayers, that they are providing you with tax relief, it's smoke and mirrors. Do not believe it. We're here talking about this today, and you can see it in the numbers how, and in these graphs, how the design that has been set forth by the state legislature is that which is causing the problems that we are seeing here. The design that is put forth by the state legislature is causing the problems that we have with our own, with our budget and the increasing unfunded mandates that we see every legislative session. And so again, we need to work as hard as we can, I think, to educate the public and inform the public that this is by design done by the state legislature.
We'll take it.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Okay. The next slide is a comparison of the historical new construction value. As you can see, we had a sharp increase in new construction starting in 2021. We had a slight dip last year, but now we're back up over what we were in 2023. We had about $1.5 billion in new construction in the county.
If you'd like to see the breakdown of the protests, we included that so that you can see overall, we were at 46,630 protests. We were at 45,878 last year, so we're staying right around that every year. You can see the number of residential protests versus the number of commercial protests. The residential will fluctuate, but commercial normally stays pretty close to the same. And then your BPP. Commissioner Stout, this is a slide that I wanted to show you that reflects legislation on trying to help. It is going to go before the voters in November, but it's $1.159 billion in value that will very potentially could be removed from your appraisal roll in 2026 because of the exemption on personal property. The exemption right now before the voters is 150,000. I'm sorry, 125? Yes, that's right, 125,000. We had it at 2,500 for many years was the exempted amount. And that was set into place to catch the smaller businesses like the guy who's a carpenter or a plumber, works from his home and has his truck to help him get a benefit to be able to build his business. In legislation, they were looking at 250. They settled for 125,000 on all properties in the county. We were thinking it would be like, say, an example of McDonald's. It would be one McDonald's in a school district. It'll be all of them. So we're going to be getting more clarification on this and trying to figure out how, and this will be for all properties, even your high dollar properties will get 125,000 knocked off. So a lot of your smaller businesses, that's great for them. They won't pay any property taxes because that'll be under the 125,000. You're gonna have a lot of fast foods that will fall. This is on the personal property only. This is not on the real estate. So there'll be a lot of businesses that will qualify. So we did a worst case scenario, just to give you an idea, because this will go into effect January 1 of 2026. And we came up with $1.159 billion.
And again, I mean, it's great to see support for small businesses, but that just means that that burden that will be spread mostly amongst the residential taxpayers of in El Paso County. The burden that is being we still have to spend what the state government says we have to spend. And if we want to continue to provide services at the same level that we're providing them now, that burden that is being lifted off of the shoulders of the small businesses and larger businesses too, right? Because as you said, the McDonald's and other businesses are going to be able to capitalize on this. That imbalance is going to grow. That 63% is probably going to go up.
We
The
were
no new
hoping to put
revenue-
a cap on the businesses, but all businesses will get this. So even your larger businesses that could absorb that, everybody will get this. One of the things that we have been reading and researching is once that the rendition comes in 2026, they will not have to render again, which means more work on the appraisal district to ensure that a business grows so that we may have to add value over that 125 that exempted them. So our work, Commissioner Stout, just like you said, the county commissioner's work doesn't stop. Ours won't either, because we will have to review those every year to ensure that they are not generating more or don't have more personal property than the 125. So it's going to be a long process. And we'll have to see how and if it's voted in by the voters, which it's on the November ballot along with the school homesteads, once it gets voted in by the voters, it's very difficult to remove. Any questions for us?
I do. I have
Yes,
one
Commissioner
final
Enrique.
question for you, Ms. Kilgore. I guess going back to the point that Commissioner Butler was making about just how complicated and difficult sometimes it is for residents to understand all of these moving pieces and tax calculations and why their taxes are going up. I know inevitably every year while we're having these budget discussions, at times taxing entities seem to want to shift the blame onto the CAD for increasing their taxes. For the benefit of the public, can you just explain
The
exactly
separation?
how that works? Yes.
Okay, so appraisal districts, by statute, by state code, appraisal districts are mandated to appraise all property in a county at market value as of January 1. There are some other things in there, some different dates, but January 1. We must maintain maps of the county. We must maintain exemptions for those who apply for exemptions and qualify for exemptions, all the way from homestead to schools to veterans. All of that is maintained. We have a protest season. Notices must go out to all property owners as to what their values are, giving them an opportunity to file a protest. We have those hearings. Once the roll is certified, at 95%, we still have about 2% of our protests to be heard, but 98% was already heard and we finished. So we will continue with that. Those appraisal rolls go to all of the taxing entities, and then they take those values and they look at what does the public want? What kind of services do we need? What kind of debt does an entity have? What do the citizens want? Do they want streets fixed, lights, swimming pools, splash pads? What do they want? And then, unfortunately, like county commissioners and school boards and city councils then must set that tax rate and apply it to the certified totals. There is about $11 billion in value that is exempt from the roll. So the number you're getting is after all those exemptions are removed. So right off the bat, there's a big amount that's taken off. And that's all exemptions. That's charitable, that's nonprofits, then of course your homestead exemptions. So that's a large amount that comes off. I think it's great when a public entity wants to buy a property to then set it up for the public to use, but then it comes off the tax roll if you're buying a commercial property and then now it's become exempt. Like we're looking at on those land purchases for the housing. So that will come off of the roll. But it is the entity's responsibility based on your statutes and your charters as to what are the citizens, what do we want? I mean, I want to know that when I have a police officer in my building that we pay for, that police officer is available to help us. We've had some incidences where it's been very helpful to have that. I want to know when we pick up the phone and call an ambulance, when I have a property owner that's in my building that passes out or is feeling bad, that I know that ambulance is going to show up. I want to know personally that when my husband was ill and I called an ambulance, they were going to show up. So unfortunately, or fortunately, we're in a society that we do want those, we do have to pay for those. I hope that answered Ms. Holguin.
Yeah,
I kind of went a little personal there, sorry, but yeah.
No, that's okay. No, I think it's important for the public to understand that if their property taxes go up, it's not the CAD raising their property taxes.
It's not
for
always the
example.
CAD, and it's not always the entities. They may lower their rate to the no new revenue, but because the cap value goes up 10% every year, you're going to end up paying 10% more than you did the year before, very potentially, even if the rate stays the same or even goes down a little bit. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you.
Y'all have a hard job. I know you wouldn't want my job, and I don't want your job, so, you know. so good luck.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Both of you. Great work.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Judge, we do have somebody from public comment, so we'll go back to item 7, public comment. We have one speaker signed up for public comment, Miss Elizabeth Crawford. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank
Elizabeth.
you.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Last week, thank you.
Okay.
Last week, I was actually right over by the Cielo Vista Walmart when the news came through. It was a publicized report of the Patrick Crusius interrogation. It felt almost surreal being right there by the spot where 6 years ago so many lives were brutally taken in a matter of minutes. I read more of it later online, the sickening account of the additional details of the August 3rd, 2019 massacre. This year, the Jewish holiday Tisha B'Av was remembered starting sundown August 2nd till nightfall August 3rd, so basically the bulk of Tisha B'Av falling on August 3rd. It is a day for remembering disasters through Israel's painful history, regarded by many as the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. One of the components of remembering Tisha B'Av involves the public reading of the Book of Lamentations, the Bible Book of Lamentations, looking at the devastation at Jerusalem, the destruction of the temple, horrific death all around, as God was using the Babylonian invasion by King Nebuchadnezzar to judge his people for their sins of idolatry. The writer, probably the prophet Jeremiah, often called the weeping prophet, he wrote this book of mourning. In the middle of the book is a beautiful passage of comfort that speaks of hope shining brightly, even in the face of horrible massacre. In light of the events commemorated here in El Paso on August 3rd, and in light of the August 3rd commemoration of Tisha B'Av by the Jewish community, it's so fitting to look at what the writer penned while writing and wrestling in the anguish of his soul. Though the circumstances were different, the truth of hope that may be found in the Lord shines brightly. Lamentations chapter 3. So I say, my strength has perished, and so has my hope from the Lord. Remember my affliction and my wandering, the wormwood and bitterness. Surely my soul remembers and is bowed down within me. This I recall to my mind, therefore I have hope. The Lord's loving kindnesses indeed never cease, for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore I have hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the person who seeks him. It is good that he waits silently for the salvation of the Lord. Almost anyone who grew up in a Christian church years back knows the beloved hymn, Great is thy faithfulness, based on this very passage in Lamentations. The final verse of that hymn is as follows. Pardon for sin and a peace that endureth. Thine own dear presence to cheer and to guide. Strength for today and bright hope for tomorrow. Blessings all mine with 10,000 beside. Great is thy faithfulness, great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. Those new mercies every morning are found in Christ and available to all who by his grace repent and believe the gospel. They are even available to those who have acted as wickedly as Patrick Crusius. and those who have engaged in other raw acts of intentional, senseless hatred and violence. Eternal pardon is available to all who, by God's mercy and grace, repent and believe in Christ through the gospel. Thank you so much, and hope you have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Betsy, for the order, I mean, we got, it's been a long session. We're going to be 12.
Can we do 9A before we break?
Yeah, we're thinking of that, but you were thinking of one more?
I was also wanting to know, the tax office is here to present what the rate calculations are. I didn't know if you all wanted to hear that before you broke.
That'd be,
It's usually a pretty straightforward item.
well, it's up to the court if you want to.
It's a calculation.
Finish
It's
those two, or, I mean, I want to finish the one proposed by the commissioner, but the other one, are you okay with that? The tax rate? Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and
We'll
take
go ahead
item.
and do those two.
Item 9, board appointments. 9A, discuss and acknowledge the appointment of the members to the county's Pilot Arts Advisory Committee for a 2-year term beginning August 4th, 2025 through August 3rd, 2027. Appointees are as follows: Cecilia Levine, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego; Javier Aguilar, Precinct 1, Commissioner Jackie Butler; Edward Reyes, Precinct 2, Commissioner David Stout; Albert Alvidrez, Precinct 3, Commissioner Ileana Holguin; and Sidney Gaglio, Precinct 4, Commissioner Sergio Coronado.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with County Administration. We did have a couple of here, but they had to leave due to some work commitments that they had. We thought it'd be taken a little bit earlier, or I'd let them know if we came back later this afternoon. We might have Javier online. I'm not sure. He's not online.
There's still
And we have one in the
back there,
audience.
yeah.
Yes, awesome. You want to come up? All of the appointees, have met the requirements to be appointed. So I'll let Mr. Edward introduce himself.
Thank you, Michelle.
Hello there, guys. My name is Edward Reyes. I'm just grateful for this opportunity. I'm a full-blood El Pasoan. I love the idea of influencing this committee. I'm not exactly sure. I think we're still working on the master plan and everything about it, right? I'm always going to have El Paso's best interests, especially the county. We're representing a lot of people, like from the Tigua Nation to the people in Fort Bliss, to the people in Central, to all the new military family in the Far East. I think art should be for everyone, and I think it should represent everyone. Very broad scope that we have here, too, with what's going on in Juarez. They have 2 million people, a beautiful art community, too, and a lot of them travel over here. I think that El Paso's kind of been stereotyped in a little bit of a Chicano bubble that I think that we've kind of outgrown. We're still Chicanos. If we're making art, it's still Chicano art. But I think that there's just the way that they envision it, that we could kind of guide out of that stereotypical bubble. But I'm thoroughly excited. I can't wait for these 2 years. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Thank you, Stout, for letting me represent you. Thank you, Judge. I've never met you, Miss Holguin, but it's a pleasure. And I've never met you, Miss Butler, but it's a pleasure. I've met you before, Mr. Coronado. It's going to be a pleasure working with you guys. There's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, I think, also for all of us, just because it's so new, I think, for the county, too. And I'm strapped up for it. So thank you guys for the opportunity.
You're going to be an amazing asset. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, everyone.
And then we have Sydney. Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Welcome.
Sydney, I let them know you were with us and had to head back, but this is Sydney Gaglio. She is Commissioner Coronado's appointee. Sydney, if you'd like to address the court.
Thank you.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Am I off of mute? Is it working?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. Hi. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much to Commissioner Coronado's office for appointing me. I'm really excited. I missed Eddie speaking, But I know him personally, and I'm really excited to I just learned this morning that he was also going to be a part of the committee, and so I'm really excited to get to collaborate with him and to be a part of this. I think advocating for the arts is something that is really important to me, and so getting to have a voice and get to talk to other artists in the city and then bring it to you all is something that I'm really excited to do. So thank you.
Well, thank you. We're very pleased to have you. It's going to be a great commission.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
just one last check. Did Javier jump on, Miguel? Okay. Well, we're very excited for this committee. As Eddie mentioned, they will advise you all on all things arts, including and not limited to the Arts Master Plan, which will be presented to them as well.
Thank you.
So with your
Well,
approval.
I'd like to just really quickly.
Sure, Judge.
It's one of those, my appointee was one of those that I thought, no, there's no way she's got time to do this. But Cecilia Levine has been so involved and has this sort of broad national connection. I'm hoping that she also brings some benefit from knowing where the grants are and knowing where some of the money's at. And I'm very pleased that she accepted my appointment. So thank you. And thank you for
Judge.
everything, trying to coordinate everything. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I truly enjoy it, and I look forward to the work that this committee is going to be doing. With that, if we could have a motion to acknowledge and appoint the inaugural, Arts Committee for the County of El Paso.
Mine's blank, so I'll make a motion to approve. Yeah, we
I
don't
have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second
Motion to
by
acknowledge.
Commissioner Stout. I'm sorry. A motion to
And then
acknowledge.
I on that as well. I'm not on the.
The voting is open.
My voting window didn't pop up, but I vote aye.
You.
Yes,
Judge,
aye.
your vote? Yes, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Great job.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate Michelle.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take item 13 from Tax Assessor Collector. 13A, accept the 2025 no new revenue and voter approval tax rate calculations for El Paso County. No new revenue rate, 0.409349 per $100. Voter approval rate, 0.487797 per $100.
I don't know if we had a little PowerPoint or just to show the rates on there.
Miguel?
I have them here. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking us before you break. My name is Yvette Sanchez. This is Claudia Rosales. We're here on behalf of Mr. Ruben P. Gonzalez, County Tax Assessor Collector. We'll be formally presenting the tax rates to you guys, the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate for El Paso County. The no new revenue rate for 2025, no new revenue rate is 0.409349 per $100 of property value. The 2025 voter approval tax rate is set at 0.487797 per $100 of property value. Last year, the 2024 adopted tax rate was 0.426323. So with that being said, we are just requesting that you please accept the no new revenue rate and voter approval rate for El Paso County for 2025.
Judge, I do have one question. What I did not understand, and I'm not asking it of you ladies, I'm asking, I don't know whether it's a legal question or a Barbara question. So if that election passes, because that would change the no new revenue rate calculation. So I don't know if we're going to be given another opportunity, or would that just absolutely not impact anything? Because I understood that was to go into effect in January.
But is that for the following year, or would it affect this year?
Right, that's my question, is because if that exemption goes into effect, it changes your no new revenue rate. Do you know, Commissioner Coronado?
I believe it's going to be the same thing as what happened the previous election when we had the voters vote on the exemption for the school district reduction. It got backtracked for the same year. I believe it's going to be the same.
Okay.
Commissioners, this is Barbara Parker, County Auditor. It depends on what the effective date of the bill is. If it's marked as effective of September 1st of this year or October 1st of this year, then it would affect the rates that are being charged.
Well, it wouldn't be that case because it has to, it's going to be on the ballot. It's a constitutional amendment. And so
Right.
Wouldn't
but
be negative.
I don't
It
know what
wouldn't
the
go back.
effective date is.
So it would go for next year.
Effective January 1st, 2026 is what?
Right,
Yeah,
so
that would
the
count.
calculations would already be done, so it would not,
That would be for next year.
so the exemptions would not really go into effect in January, even though it says effective January 1,
Yeah, so it would be for the following fiscal year, the following tax.
the following tax
27,
year.
right?
Okay.
I don't know.
Does this no new revenue rate include the homestead exemption increase for the veterans that was passed? Or is that also something that's going to be on the ballot? You know?
I have to check with the CAD and see what's in the certified revenues.
I
We
believe
just-
in the agenda item, I read the agenda item and it says, the full calculations are available, of course, at the tax office, but that this includes, just a second.
Dinah just told us that they would come off.
That's my
Maybe we need
understanding.
to ask her to clarify, but she
So
said,
that means what we would see is we would have a mid-year negative budget impact. If it goes into effect and we did not take it into account in these rates, which we can't do today because we don't
Because
know
it's
the
not-
amount,
right.
we will end up with a budget deficit in revenue.
But we'll get that clarification. We'll work on getting that definitive
We'll work on getting
answer.
that clarification. My estimate, based on her worst-case scenario, and I'm not, but on her worst-case scenario number she showed today, at our current tax rate, that would be a $4.9 million deficit.
That's regarding the
That's
the
just on the
veterans?
personal property for business.
Oh, the business one, okay.
For my benefit, and again, for the benefit of our constituents who are concerned about their taxes, can you just briefly go over the process for developing these rates?
The process,
Yes.
we get our numbers from the certified roll from the CAD. So any numbers are included there is what we put in the calculations.
So it's just a straight calculation, there's no verification process on your end?
Oh, we do have a verification process. We verify with the city and as well with the county.
And so the process, it is complex. There is a specific process from the comptroller of what you're allowed to include and not include. So the no new revenue is the base, and that is calculated to generate the exact same amount of revenue based on the certified values from your central appraisal district. There are certain things that you're allowed to exempt from your from the cap, and that is your indigent defense cost, a portion of your indigent defense cost. The county spent $19.6 million from July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025 for indigent defense expenses. And we received $15 million minus any state approved grants towards that expense. So, and then the prior year, we spent $15.2 million in indigent defense expenditures. So the amount of increase above last year's indigent defense expenditures increases the voter approval rate. You're allowed to increase your voter approval rate by what that transitions to as far as property tax valuation. So that gave us a little bit higher voter approval rate by 0.001080 per $100 to recoup 5% more than the preceding year's recuperations. Then there's also the state criminal justice mandate. So we spent $4.9 million in the previous 12 months for the M&O cost of keeping inmates sentenced to the TDCJ. And El Paso County Sheriff has provided the information on these costs minus the state revenues received for reimbursement of state such cost. That increased the voter approval tax rate by 0.002987. You also are allowed, the voter approval tax rate takes into consideration, and it's a more complex calculation, but if you didn't use all of the 3.5% increase last year, you're allowed to carry some of that over to this year. And so that also makes the adjustment to the voter approval tax rate. So there's multiple things that go into those numbers. And so it's not simply taking the no new revenue rate and multiplying it by 3.5% to get to the 0.487797. Those other things are factors as well.
And I'm just trying to clarify and understand the tax assessor collector's role in that process. Is most of that information gathered from the county and then given to the tax assessor collector to verify? Or how does that process work? The information that Betsy just talked about, all of the exemptions.
Provided
through the county. Through the auditors?
That information, Barbara Parker, County Auditor, most of that information is provided to the tax office by my department, by the County Auditor's Department.
And then, so the tax assessor, the tax office, your, part of your statutory obligations is to present those numbers to the taxing entities? Or just to the county?
To the county.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We do have a public comment for this item. I'll go ahead and read in that public comment. Dearest Commissioners, I write to you as a Commissioner on the County's Women's Commission to express my concerns over the 2025 no new revenue and voter approval rate. Nationwide, we are seeing prices increase due to President Trump's tariffs. As a border community, those increases can be particularly devastating, especially for many residents who are at or below the poverty line, including women in El Paso County. Wages have not kept up with the cost of living. Child care is expensive and at times inaccessible. National social programs that assist families are seeing significant funding cuts. Texas is aiming to copy the federal government in reducing services as well. I know it is a hard decision at this time. However, I urge you not to approve any tax increases. Increasing financial burdens right now can possibly lead to significant economic harm to El Paso community. And that was from Melissa Hartgrove. End of public comment.
And I'd like to, not in response to the public comment, but in specifically on this item, Commissioners Court, for the media and for the court, you are accepting the calculations under this agenda item. You are not setting your tax rate. You will not set your tax rate until August 18th. That is when you formally adopt a tax rate. So today you are accepting the rate calculations from the tax assessor. You are not setting the rate. You will propose and advertise a rate under a different agenda item later today, and that is still not setting the tax rate. That is the notice that we give to the public, and then on August 18th, you will be able to adopt any rate up to that amount that you propose today.
Just one more question, Judge. And where is our tax assessor today?
He's out today. He had a family emergency.
Okay, I wish he was here to answer questions from the media because this is his role, correct? Okay, thank you.
So we would ask for a motion on this item to accept the no new revenue and voter approval tax rate calculations for the county. A no new revenue rate of yes, thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Judge?
Aye, it's not on. I'm not
Thank you,
on.
Judge.
Mine.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Judge, at this time, would you like to go ahead and recess?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:48 PM.
My window wasn't coming up, so I refreshed.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. They try to put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pull before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta trout it, and it's kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There you go.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I eat the fish, and I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
We're just zooming around this place. We took him out to Escalante Park. We poked his brain a little bit, and this is what he had to say.
We are standing roughly, probably right off of turns 1 and 2 for Evans Oval. It was the first really modern racetrack built here in El Paso back in 1939. Walter Gold decided that he had enough of the city. He's racing over at the rodeo field, which is now the County Coliseum. Everybody was complaining, it's too loud, it's too dusty. He said, you know what, forget you guys, I'm gonna go out and build a new speedway, and this is where he built it. If we're standing where I think we're standing, we're right about turn number 1. So turn 1 and turn 2 would come around here. The back stretch is probably right about where that palm tree is. And then what would be the pits would be right about where our golf carts are. And then the rest of the grandstands and everything will be right here. And big scoreboard over here on the north side where people would poke their heads through and watch the race. the center of racing. We had people come from all over to come here. It's something to be proud of. We have a rich racing history, whether it's quarter-mile dragsters, drag boats, Grand Prix. There were so many weekends, so many people out here, not just the drivers, but the families and everybody that came out. It was a very vital part of the city. Every single time you have a speedway that develops on the outskirts of a city, eventually the city's going to catch up with it. And that's what happened. They came out here. Another good 20 years, and then the city caught up with them, and they had to move again. I think it was a very, very vital part because it brought people together, and they saw this space that could be used for more than just, paving it over. They made a park. As sad as I am to see the speedway go, it's a beautiful golf course now, but it is part of the history, and you need to have people reminded about that, sometimes you see that golf course and you see that empty lot, and it was something completely different. It's stuff like that, just take a step back and look at it, and you'll say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
Park, you'll notice that there is a little community garden right here. This is what it is. It's a teaching and demonstration garden. We're actually about to meet someone who is kind of in charge of this place, and he's going to walk us through on how you can actually participate. Come on, let's go meet him. Hi, Eduardo Rascon is here with us today. Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us. Talk to us a little bit about this garden. What is this?
So this is basically to teach the community how they can actually have their own backyard garden and how they can grow their own produce.
So Eduardo, these are Brussels sprouts. Wow, these are so tiny, so beautiful. Now, you were telling me that this garden is non-profit, correct?
As a non-profit, we're not making any money out of this as association or fundraising. Most of the money that we do for fundraising or sales is to actually have funds and budget to replace things that are happening at the garden.
All right, Eduardo, so this is really unique. Part of your garden, you're telling me that this is spinach. I can actually eat this.
Yes, it should be very buttery.
It is actually, it's really good.
Perfect for like omelets or for like salads, smoothies.
You don't put any pesticides on this or anything like that?
No, spraying we usually try to tell the community that it should be used as a last resort because there's other practices that you can apply in your garden to prevent pests from coming in. I would like to encourage everybody to start getting familiar with the plants that they can grow here in the community. El Paso can offer you a lot of opportunity in terms of growing conditions.
Hello everyone, it's Sam Guzman here. We are live at Escalante Park for another episode of Small Town Spotlight. Escalante Park is home to many things. One of those things is its golf course, whether you are a seasoned pro or someone who just wants to appreciate what the outdoors has to offer here at Escalante Park. The Escalante Golf Course might be the place to be today.
Escalante Golf Course is special for many reasons. I think the number one thing that makes the security special, lots of families tell me, oh yeah, my grandpa used to play here. That's how I got introduced to golf. It's just been around for so long and generational, and they're loyal to the golf course.
Gentlemen, how are we playing today? Good? You going the wrong way, hold that way.
One of the best things that has got a date that we have to offer is the Delta 9. That's a shorter golf course, executive type golf course, 9 holes. The par 4 is a little shorter, but it has a par 3 and a par 5. That's a great thing to learn on. And the wonderful thing about that is, let's say, we're booked on tee time. We hate to tell somebody lost in the door, we don't want them to go home without playing. We want to find them a spot, and we're a very accommodating golf course in that respect. That's a no-no in my book. I do not want that guy drive down here and then be told, oh, we don't have a spot for you. So we can accommodate, that gives us 27 holes. So when we have a tournament going on in the main, we can send them over to the Delta 9 and start them off, and then they can jump over here on the main when the tournament's done. We got delighted driving. We stay open till 9 o'clock in the summer and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday night. We did add some black tees 10, 12 years ago on this golf course. That made a huge difference. The golf course before was a little bit shorter for championship type players, and once we did that, we lengthened it up, and with the technology, that was great. When I get to talk to people, man, that's right up my alley. I love that. I get to talk about golf, I get to sit down, and you learn so many things. You get to know the people on a personable level.
Beautiful. I hope to come out here one day and get a round. It won't be a good round, but it'll definitely be an experience. Now, another sport Escalante Park is home to is a sport that is quickly becoming one of the most popular sports in the entire world. We're talking about pickleball. Escalante Park is one of the most popular places to play here in the Sun City. It's got 4 hard outdoor courts, and again, it's a sport that is quickly gaining much attention, and Escalante Park is the place to be if you're looking to play pickleball.
Started out as a casual way to get exercise, and then he just kind of spiraled into an addiction.
Over the last 2 years, John Wooten has become quite the pickleball athlete, all thanks to these courts here at Escalante Park.
3-0. My next door neighbor and I met somebody else that played here on a regular basis, and then we went one day, and there was 2, and there was 4, and then it turned into like 5 or 6 times a week. Cheers.
John calls these courts the hub for pickleball in the Sun City.
Yeah, it's only a couple miles from my house, so it makes the addiction worse because I know I can get here quick, and so this part of town is pretty central.
Pickleball's success does come with a downside. According to John, the relatively new courts at Escalante already show some wear and tear.
Over time, it's caused the surface to crack, even though it's fairly new. And so now they're going to redo it because it's such a popular thing right now.
And John says the best part of pickleball? Anyone can play.
002. There are plenty of places to play. It's free once you buy all the equipment, and there's plenty of people who will teach you how to do it. 431. It usually starts out recreationally for most people, and then it turns into an addiction.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
had a hard time believing that cars were just zooming around this place. We took him out to Escalante Park. We poked his brain a little bit, and this is what he had to say. Check it out.
We are standing roughly, probably right off of turns 1 and 2 for Evans Oval. It was the first really modern racetrack built here in El Paso back in 1939. Walter Gold decided that he'd had enough of the city. He's racing over at the rodeo field, which is now the County Coliseum. Everybody was complaining, it's too loud, it's too dusty. He says, you know what, forget you guys, I'm gonna go out and build a new speedway, and this is where he built it. If we're standing where I think we're standing, we're right about turn number 1. So turn 1 and turn 2 would come around here. The back stretch is probably right about where that palm tree is. And then what would be the pits would be right about where our golf carts are. And then the rest of the grandstands and everything will be right here. And big scoreboard over here on the north side where people would poke their heads through and watch the race. we were the center of racing. We had people come from all over to come here. It's something to be proud of. We have a rich racing history, whether it's quarter-mile dragsters, drag boats, Grand Prix. There were so many weekends, so many people out here, not just the drivers, but the families and everybody that came out. It was a very vital part of the city. Every single time you have a speedway that develops on the outskirts of a city, eventually the city's going to catch up with it, and that's what happened. They came out here another good 20 years, and then the city caught up with them, and they had to move again. I think it was a very, very vital part because it brought people together, and they saw this space that could be used for more than just, paving it over. They made a park. As sad as I am to see the speedway go, it's a beautiful golf course now, but it is part of the history, and you need to have people reminded about that, sometimes you see that golf course or you see that empty lot and it was something completely different. It's stuff like that, just take a step back and look at it and you'll say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
Well, once you're in Escárate Park, you'll notice that there is a little community garden right here. This is what it is. It's a teaching and demonstration garden. We're actually about to meet someone who is kind of in charge of this place and is going to walk us through on how you can actually participate. Come on, let's go meet him. Hi,
Hello.
Eduardo Rascon is here with us today. Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course.
Talk to us a little bit about this garden. What is this?
So this is basically to teach the community how they can actually have their own backyard garden and how they can grow their own produce.
So Eduardo, these are Brussels sprouts. Wow, these are so tiny, so beautiful. Now, you're telling me that this community garden is nonprofit, correct?
Yes. As a nonprofit, since we're not making any money out of this association or fundraising, most of the money that we do through fundraising or sales is to actually have funds and budget to replace things that are happening at the garden.
All right, Eduardo, so this is really unique. Part of your garden, you're telling me that this is spinach.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually eat this.
Yes, it should be very buttery.
It is actually, it's really good.
Perfect for like omelets or for like salads, smoothies.
You don't put any pesticides on this or anything like that?
No, spraying we usually try to tell the community that should be used as a last resort, because there's other practices that you can apply in your garden to prevent pests from coming in. I would like to encourage everybody to start getting familiar with the plants that they can grow here in the community. El Paso can offer you a lot of opportunity in terms of growing conditions.
Hello everyone, it's Sam Guzman here. We are live at Escárate Park for another episode of Small Town Spotlight. Escárate Park is home to many things. One of those things is its golf course, whether you are a seasoned pro or someone who just wants to appreciate what the outdoors has to offer here at Escárate Park. The Escárate Golf Course might be the place to be. Check it out.
Escárate Golf Course is special for many reasons.
I think the number one thing that makes Ascarity special, lots of families tell me, oh yeah, my grandpa used to play here. That's how I got introduced to golf. It's just been around for so long and generational, and they're loyal to the golf course.
Gentlemen, how we playing today? Good? You're going the wrong way. Holes that way.
One of the best things at Ascarity that we have to offer is the Delta 9. That's a shorter golf course, executive type golf course, 9 holes. The par 4 is a little shorter, but it has a par 3 and a par 5. That's a great thing to learn on. And the wonderful thing about that is, let's say, we're booked on tee times. We hate to tell somebody that walks in the door, we don't want them to go home without playing. We want to find them a spot, and we're a very accommodating golf course in that respect. That's a no-no in my book. I do not want that guy drive down here and then be told, oh, we don't have a spot for you. So we can accommodate that. That gives us 27 holes. So when we have a tournament going on the main, we can send them over to the Delta 9, start them off, and then they can jump over here on the main when the tournament's done. We got a lighted driving range, and we stay open till 9 o'clock in the summer and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. We did add some black tees 10, 12 years ago on this golf course. That made a huge difference. The golf course before was a little bit shorter for championship type players. And once we did that, we lengthened it up, and with the technology, that was great. When I get to talk to people, that's right up my alley. I love that. I get to talk about golf, I get to sit down, and you learn so many things. You get to know the people on a personable level.
Beautiful. I hope to come out here one day and get a round. It won't be a good round, but it'll definitely be an experience. Now, another sport Ascarity Park is home to is a sport that is quickly becoming one of the most popular sports in the entire world. We're talking about pickleball. Ascarity Park is one of the most popular places to play here in the Sun City. It's got 4 hard outdoor courts, and again, it's a sport that is quickly gaining much attention, and Ascarity Park is the place to be if you're looking to play pickleball.
Started out as a casual way to get exercise, and then it just kind of spiraled into an addiction.
Over the last 2 years, John Wooten has become quite the pickleball athlete, all thanks to these courts here at Ascarity Park.
3-0. My next door neighbor and I met somebody else that played here on a regular basis, and then we went one day, and then it was 2, and then it was 4, and then it turned into like 5 or 6 times a week. Here's just.
John calls these courts the hub for pickleball in the Sun City.
Yeah, it's only a couple miles from my house, so it makes the addiction worse because I know I can get here quick. And so this part of town is pretty central.
Pickleball's success does come with a downside. According to John, the relatively new courts at Ascarity already show some wear and tear.
Good shot. Over time, it's caused the surface to crack, even though it's fairly new. And so now they're going to redo it because it's such a popular thing right now.
And John says the best part of pickleball? Anyone can play.
002. There are plenty of places to play. It's free once you buy all the equipment, and there's plenty of people who will teach you how to do it. 431. It usually starts out recreationally for most people, and then it turns into an addiction.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Well, there he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
had a hard time believing that cars were just zooming around this place. We took him out to Escalante Park. We poked his brain a little bit, and this is what he had to say. Check it out.
We are standing roughly, probably right off of turns 1 and 2 for Evans Oval. It was the first really modern racetrack built here in El Paso back in 1939. Walter Gold decided that he'd had enough of the city. He's racing over at the rodeo field, which is now the County Coliseum. Everybody was complaining, it's too loud, it's too dusty. He says, you know what, forget you guys, I'm gonna go out and build a new speedway, and this is where he built it. If we're standing where I think we're standing, we're right about turn number 1. So turn 1 and turn 2 would come around here. The back stretch is probably right about where that palm tree is. And then what would be the pits would be right about where our golf carts are. And then the rest of the grandstands and everything will be right here. And big scoreboard over here on the north side where people would poke their heads through and watch the race. we were the center of racing. We had people come from all over to come here. It's something to be proud of. We have a rich racing history, whether it's quarter-mile dragsters, drag boats, Grand Prix. There were so many weekends, so many people out here, not just the drivers, but the families and everybody that came out. It was a very vital part of the city. Every single time you have a speedway that develops on the outskirts of a city, eventually the city's going to catch up with it. And that's what happened. They came out here another good 20 years, and then the city caught up with them and they had to move again. I think it was a very, very vital part because it brought people together and they saw this space that could be used for more than just, paving it over. They made a park. As sad as I am to see the speedway go, it's a beautiful golf course now, but it is part of the history, and you need to have people reminded about that, sometimes you see that golf course or you see that empty lot and it was something completely different. It's stuff like that, just take a step back and look at it and you'll say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
Well, once you're in Azcárate Park, you'll notice that there's a little community garden right here. This is what it is. It's a teaching and demonstration garden. We're actually about to meet someone who is kind of in charge of this place and is going to walk us through on how you can actually participate. Come on, let's go meet him. Hi,
Hello.
Eduardo Rascon is here with us today. Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course.
Talk to us a little bit about this garden. What is this?
So this is basically to teach the community how they can actually have their own backyard garden and how they can grow their own produce.
So Eduardo, these are Brussels sprouts. Wow, these are so tiny, so beautiful. Now, you're telling me that this community garden is nonprofit, correct?
Yes. As a nonprofit, since we're not making any money out of this association or fundraising, most of the money that we do through fundraising or sales is to actually have funds and budget to replace things that are happening at the garden.
All right, Eduardo, so this is really unique. Part of your garden, you're telling me that this is spinach.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually eat this.
Yes, it should be very buttery.
It is actually, it's really good.
Perfect for like omelets or for like salads, smoothies.
You don't put any pesticides on this or anything like that?
No, spraying we usually try to tell the community that should be used as a last resort, because there's other practices that you can apply in your garden to prevent pests from coming in. I would like to encourage everybody to start getting familiar with the plants that they can grow here in the community. El Paso can offer you a lot of opportunity in terms of growing conditions.
Hello everyone, Sam Guzman here. We are live at Azcárate Park for another episode of Small Town Spotlight. Azcárate Park is home to many things. One of those things is its golf course, whether you're a seasoned pro or someone who just wants to appreciate what the outdoors has to offer here at Azcárate Park. The Azcárate Golf Course might be the place to be. Check it out.
Azcárate Golf Course is special for many reasons.
I think the number one thing that makes Ascarity special, lots of families tell me, oh yeah, my grandpa used to play here. That's how I got introduced to golf. It's just been around for so long and generational, and they're loyal to the golf course.
Gentlemen, how are we playing today? Good? You're going the wrong way. Hole's that way.
One of the best things at Escarate that we have to offer is the Delta 9. That's a shorter golf course, executive type golf course, 9 holes. The par 4 is a little shorter, but it has a par 3 and a par 5. That's a great thing to learn on. And the wonderful thing about that is, let's say, we're booked on tee times. We hate to tell somebody that walks in the door, we don't want them to go home without playing. We want to find them a spot, and we're a very accommodating golf course in that respect. That's a no-no in my book. I do not want that guy drive down here and then be told, oh, we don't have a spot for you. So we can accommodate that. That gives us 27 holes. So when we have a tournament going on the main, we can send them over to the Delta 9, start them off, and then they can jump over here on the main when the tournament's done. We got a lighted driving range, and we stay open till 9 o'clock in the summer and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. We did add some black tees 10, 12 years ago on this golf course. That made a huge difference. The golf course before was a little bit shorter for championship type players. And once we did that, we lengthened it up, and with the technology, that was great. When I get to talk to people, that's right up my alley. I love that. I get to talk about golf, I get to sit down, and you learn so many things. You get to know the people on a personable level.
Beautiful. I hope to come out here one day and get a round. It won't be a good round, but it'll definitely be an experience. Now, another sport Escarate Park is home to is a sport that is quickly becoming one of the most popular sports in the entire world. We're talking about pickleball. Escarate Park is one of the most popular places to play here in the Sun City. It's got 4 hard outdoor courts, and again, it's a sport that is quickly gaining much attention, and Escarate Park is the place to be if you're looking to play pickleball.
Started out as a casual way to get exercise, and then it just kind of spiraled into an addiction.
Over the last 2 years, John Wooten has become quite the pickleball athlete, all thanks to these courts here at Escarate Park.
3-0. My next door neighbor and I met somebody else that played here on a regular basis, and then we went one day, and then it was 2, and then it was 4, and then it turned into like 5 or 6 times a week. Here's.
John calls these courts the hub for pickleball in the Sun City.
Yeah, it's only a couple miles from my house, so it makes the addiction worse because I know I can get here quick. And so this part of town is pretty central.
Pickleball's success does come with a downside. According to John, the relatively new courts at Escarate already show some wear and tear.
Good shot. Over time, it's caused the surface to crack, even though it's fairly new. And so now they're going to redo it because it's such a popular thing right now.
And John says the best part of pickleball? Anyone can play.
002. There are plenty of places to play. It's free once you buy all the equipment, and there's plenty of people who will teach you how to do it. 431. It usually starts out recreationally for most people, and then it turns into an addiction.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to go to item 14D, budget hearing. Receive a presentation and approve budget updates for fiscal year 2026 on staffing, auto allowances, supplements, judicial and district attorney pay, and the proposed attorney longevity program.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioner Sam Trujillo from the Human Resources Department. As you know, the Human Resources Department plays a critical and strategic role in the preparation and development of the county's annual budget. Our team is responsible for obtaining and analyzing data in a wide range of HR-related expenses and providing that information to the county administration and to the court as difficult decisions are made to align expenses with operational needs and to the court for long-term goals. Today, we will be presenting several key items for the court's consideration as part of the fiscal year 26 budget planning process, which will include staffing, auto allowances and supplements, judicial salaries, district attorney pay, local administrative judge supplement, and we do also have proposed attorney longevity program, which we are looking at holding off until next week, depending on the court, if they want to consider that now or later. We did receive some feedback and gives an opportunity to look at that. Two members of our compensation and classification team are here today, Val Fernandez and Priscilla Dominguez, and they will start off the presentation right now.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Priscilla Dominguez with the Human Resource Department. The following slides, we will be covering compensation and classification items, including auto allowances, supplements, and staffing requests. Next slide, please. This information on supplements and auto allowances was previously presented to the courts in the June special meeting. There has been no changes since the date. The savings of $20,329 has been included in the FY26 budget projections. Next slide, please. In December 2024, the court authorized the position transfers from ARPA funding to general funds for 2 positions for the remainder of FY25. These 2 positions were not included in the original agenda item that transferred ARPA positions to the general funds effective January 2025. At the request of Commissioners Court, these 2 positions had been rejustified to remain on the general fund staffing table for FY26. There is continued need for these positions, and the cost of the positions is $216,904, which has already been budgeted in the general fund for FY26. I will now be turning the presentation over to Ms. Valeria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Valeria Fernandez with the Human Resources Department.
Welcome.
In the upcoming slides, we will review judicial salaries, and display options as a result of statutory changes from the recent Texas legislative session. As previously presented to the court in the June Special Commissioners Court meeting, this slide presents initial options provided to the court in response to the partially funded state-mandated increases to the district court judges' base salaries as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 293. Following discussion and direction from the court in that meeting, we are bringing back for the court's review and consideration some additional options for FY26. Option 1, which is no change from the current supplement, will have an impact of $1.15 million. Option 2, which is a maximum supplement, will have an impact of over $1.5 million. Should the court choose option 1, there are a few ways that the maximum supplement may be reached in subsequent fiscal years, as shown on the right side of the slide for options 1A and 1B. Option 1A is an increase to the supplement by the same rate employees' pay is increased. For example, if the court were to approve a 1.5% COLA, the supplement would be increased by the same amount until the maximum amount is reached. Option 1B is an incremental increase to the district court judges and Court of Appeals justices' supplements to the maximum supplement over the course of 3 fiscal years. The funding of the incremental increases would be dependent upon Commissioners' Court approval of the budget for future years. Next slide, please. With the approved increase in the base rate for judicial salaries this year, the corresponding state-funded salary tiers for district attorneys was also increased. Additionally, the minimum supplement allowable by counties is that which the county pays to district court judges. With the statutory increases, this is also an opportunity for the court to review the county supplement for this position. If the court were to maintain the current supplement, there would be no impact to the budget, and the DA's overall salary from both county and state funds would increase. Also shown on this slide are options, including the minimum supplement, assuming no change to district court judges' supplement, matching the tiers for Tier 1 and Tier 2, and maintaining the total current salary amount. Even with a decrease in county paid supplement, the district attorney may see an increase. If the court chooses to pay more than the highest supplement that may be paid to a district court judge, which currently is $25,000, the state will reduce its service credit contribution by an amount equal to the excess county supplements. And this would only apply once they're at tiers 2 through 4. Next slide, please. This is another item that was previously presented to the court. SB 293 included an increase to the state-funded supplement for a district court judge serving as a local administrative district judge in counties with more than 10 district courts. The bill also created a state-funded supplement in the same amount for a district court judge who serves as a presiding judge. However, when the local administrative judge or presiding judge is a county court-at-law judge, no state-funded supplement applies since the salaries are fully funded by the county for which they serve. Historically, the county has taken steps to maintain pay parity between district court judges and county court judges. The Council of Judges endorsed a request to include the supplement mid-year in FY25 and continue at the new higher rate for FY26. The Council of Judges has indicated that the funding has been identified for the mid-year request and would be paid out of salary savings. The impact for approving the supplement for FY26 at the new statutory rate is $15,564. Next slide, please. As a summary, this slide displays action items we would like for the court to consider and approve to be included in the FY26 budget and as presented during our presentation, but we welcome any questions that you may have.
Val, I do believe that we'll need motions on each one, so it may be easier for the court to go back to the slides and do them individually. So the first action that we need is a motion to include the supplements and auto allowance as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Butler, second by Commissioner Olguin. Give us just 1 second. Okay, the voting is open.
That's just on auto allowances and supplements.
Commissioner Stout. Motion carries.
Okay, next slide.
The next item is the inclusion of 2 ARPA-funded positions that had moved over to general fund effective January, and this is just a continuation for FY26.
We need a motion to authorize these positions to continue in the general fund for a full year.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Positions. We have a motion by Commissioner Olguin, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item are the judicial salaries and supplements. I believe Judge Curita is here.
Thank you, Judge Curita. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Judge Curita, and I'm the local administrative judge for the judges in El Paso County. And I'm here to address the court regarding the stipend. They call it the district court stipend, but that bootstraps every other judicial position in the county. So, but we'll call it that for clarification purposes. When it favors us, I always call it a recommendation, and when it's kind of wishy-washy or no direction, it's an option. But I will look at the slide that has been presented by HR after all their work, and that the attempt is to get to the maximum amount of $25,000 for the supplement. Both the option 1, which is no change, however, the option 1A and option 1B are looking to get the judges to the maximum supplement of $25,000. Of course, I'm hoping that we don't have to go through those steps, and that the Commissioner's Court and the Honorable Judge will consider giving the maximum at this time. Just for a little bit of history, that since we got the last raise 13 years ago, the judges have not come to Commissioner's Court to ask for anything, not raising the supplement any time in those 13 years. And in the interim, the county employees have received a cost of living, which judges are exempt from receiving by policy of this court, has been 33%. So in 13 years, the county employees have received a 33% cost of living. If you add all the years, some years it was nothing. Other years it was as large as 8%. And yet the judges have been left out every single time. So it is for your consideration to do that. The big push this year in the legislature was to get the judicial raises, and we did. But I will tell you that usually government, we don't agree on anything. But for this particular issue, the chief judge of the Texas Supreme Court pushed very hard to get the raise up to 30, and then the legislature obviously agreed, not to the amount, the raise went up, but not to the degree, not to the 30% that was being requested. And then obviously the governor agreed as well because he signed the legislation to increase judicial pay. So there is this push and understanding that we don't want to be 48th in the state as far as judicial pay. Because what happens, and you may not remember this, but I do, and I'm older than most of you, is that in the old days, if you wanted to serve, if you wanted to be a county commissioner, if you wanted to be the county judge, you had to be independently wealthy or retired and had to be your second income, because the pay was around $30,000. Even in those days, it was difficult to to answer the call. And I maintain that service for public service is a calling, like a vocation. But to do that and to answer the call, you had to sacrifice or be independently wealthy or have a second income. And that happened for years. Wisely, things have changed. And now, instead of it being sort of a hobby, to be a commissioner, to be the county judge, to be the mayor of El Paso, to be a city representative, it is a full-time job. And the salaries now accordingly will allow us to answer the call of public service and to be able to meet our responsibilities, our financial responsibilities to ourselves and to our families. And so, I'm asking that you consider that $25,000. Another thing is to anticipate what is going to happen in the future. And that is that there's going to be several judicial vacancies because of retirements and et cetera. And we want to attract people that are good, that are competent, that are rock stars. And to do that, many of them have to take a pay cut. Judge Selena Saenz, who was elected to the 65th Judicial District, had she stayed with a county attorney, she would have been making $20,000 more. She took a pay cut. Why? Because she answered the call to serve and is now the judge of the 65th. Judge Melissa Baeza, she was a partner at one of the biggest law firms in town. She took a pay cut. Why? Because she answered the call and she wanted to serve. Same thing with Judge Linda Perez, who you all looked at and appointed last year. She was at the public defender's office. Had she stayed there, she would be making more money than she's making now. Again, why? Because she answered the call to serve. Judge Ivey, who was recently appointed by the governor of Texas, he has a very lucrative, or had a very lucrative criminal defense position in business. And what did he do? He put his name in to be considered, and knowing full well that he was going to take a pay cut. Why? Because he answered that huge, huge call to serve, to be a public servant. So what happens when you bring in people that are experienced and competent and of that caliber is that when they come in, that learning curve is less. Judge Melissa Baeza, when she came in, she was disposing at 100% within, I believe, 6 months of her appointment. So it matters who we attract and who we get to serve in these positions. And as a side benefit for the county is that, we do collect fines. We are revenue producing. And so, the less time you have learning it and the faster you get to actually hit the pavement running, the better it is for the county as well financially. So for those reasons, that one, we want to make up for the shortages that there have been in the past. And then number two is to keep and to attract good and qualified people that answer the call for public service, as you all have. I know some of you would be making a lot more money if you weren't sitting here on Monday and Monday afternoons and what it looks like probably Monday evenings as well today, and to keep these people and do that, and not go back to the way that we get people that aren't as qualified, that aren't as the caliber as the people that we have serving now, and the caliber of judges that we have. Bobby Anchondo's here all the time because he's getting national, state recognition for what he does. We just have that caliber of individuals, and I just want to make sure that we keep them. Honestly, Alex Gonzalez is retiring, and there's already a California firm that is talking about taking him. I've had offers too, but I want to stay in my community and serve. So this is why I want you to consider and just giving us the $25,000 maximum on that. And if you have to go to an option, then I would ask you to go to option where there is a set amount, so that we know, and maybe option 1B with the first increment. And Commissioner Butler, I think this was kind of your idea, sort of to, $3,000 for fiscal 27, $2,000 for 28, and $2,000 for 29, to get us to that $25,000, which HR recognizes and is trying to push us to. I'm not going to step back. I'm going to hope that you do consider giving the full $25,000. Then on page 8, I don't know who's doing the PowerPoint, but page 8 is the stipend for the local administrative judge, and that's myself. I was told that you don't back pay, because I took this position. I was elected by my peers on March to begin my term on April 1st, and I haven't been paid. I think in the Army, and I have to be very, very careful with this. In the Army, it's called I think it's frocked. It's spelled FROCK. It's not to be confused with another word that kind of sounds the same. And I'm working for free as the LAJ, and I don't mind it. But so I would just ask that I will give up on that. I don't want to go through any of the waivers or coming out of anything. If your policy is not to back pay, then I can live with that, because my emphasis, my focus, my priority is to get my colleagues to $25,000. I do hope that you do approve from September 1st forward the stipend for the local administrative judge, so that there is the parity, and I get the same for the work that I do, and I just happen to be a county court law judge. And with that, I just again will urge you to go to the maximum right away, and I have opened myself up for any questions. I'm very grateful you gave me this time. I'm very grateful that you didn't do a reduction, but I'm here if you have any questions or comments for me.
Thank you, Judge Curita. Any questions or any?
Just a couple of comments. Thank you, Judge Curita, for your comments and sharing that information. It's very compelling, and I don't think anybody here disagrees with anything that you said. I think we all recognize how fortunate we are to have such dedicated and skilled judges here in El Paso County. I personally, because of the financial situation that not just the county is in, but every local taxing entity is in, think that the option 1B is probably more realistic for us to be able to do, and also acknowledges that we're not giving raises to anybody countywide, but would make sure that we're planning for that increase in future budgets, similar to what we've done with the sheriff's office, and making sure that as we start working on the next year's budget, that's already built into it, would be my personal preference. And unless anybody has any other thoughts, I would make a motion to approve option 1B.
Any discussion before we get the motion?
Betsy, based on the new certified values that we have, what is our anticipated revenue in light of all the commitments that we have, including trying to raise our capital budget for all the departments?
So it would depend on the tax rate the court sets. Basically, we're in multiple phases of budget versions right now. We provided you all a book based on what we call the recommended budget, which is what departments have asked for. We've worked back and forth, and we're recommending that. In that particular book, I believe the revenue, Commissioner Olguin, you just had, I think it was 253 million in property tax?
256.
256 million. To do that, it would require a tax rate, Barbara and I have been working on this. It would require a M&O tax rate, and again, that's our first version, of about 36 cents. And so a little less than 36, like 0.356 or something like that, plus your 0.065 INS. So it would be pretty close to our current tax rate, which is higher than no new revenue. But that doesn't include all the other things you're talking about that we're going to go over, like the what we've been discussed last week, the $3 million for capital, some of the other expenses.
Yeah. So that depends on what rate we're really going to adopt.
Right. This is the basic rule for everything we do. Your growth in property tax values is going to generate probably enough money to cover our contractual increases for things like utilities, contracts where we have a built-in escalator, like a CPI escalator, like your lobbying contract, et cetera. Anything that we add above and beyond those, we have to have a revenue source, or else we're eating into our fund balance. You can't add expenses without new revenue. So that we have to take into account when we set our tax rate. If we continue to adopt no new revenue, you can't add new expense. But we can adopt no new revenue if we don't adopt new expenses.
Betsy, just to make it official, I know I'm not saying it's not truthful, but have they not gotten an increase in how many years?
They have not gotten an increase since 2013 or 2014. So what the state does, and I appreciate that they brought their wages up, the base wage again, but they do this and then they do not set an escalator. So then they stay stagnant for a long period of time before the state reviews wages again.
I think, we've been so fair about everybody else, and so that's sort of contradictory. I mean, everything we make sure that we're, even ourselves, 3 years ago, that we were in that 80% of the rest of the county commissioners court, and so it just seems, that they've taken it's been a long time before anybody addressed this, and so I feel like it's more our fault that they're in that situation, and I don't want it to sound like if they're the ones wanting the increase, but we sort of, for whatever reason, we allowed that to happen. So,
well, we didn't have control, Judge, because we didn't control it. You could not have increased them. The maximum supplement was $18,000.
So what makes it different now that we're able to?
The state changed the law, and they just changed the maximum supplement you're allowed to give. I did hear from a couple counties. I'm sorry? It just went into effect. We don't know what all counties are doing right now, but we did hear from some that they're not increasing their supplement. Some are. So but you just now got the ability to consider that.
So is there any chance, like there's a little window of opportunity for us to do what should have been done and it didn't get done? Is there a chance that could be reversed and we don't have that opportunity to get them to this level, or this is a permanent?
No, you generally, so when they increased the supplement to $18,000 and it stayed there for a long period of time. Now it's $25,000. I project it'll stay there for a long period of time. As a matter of fact, Judge, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time they increased the base wage, I don't think they increased the supplement last time.
I don't believe they did.
Commissioner Coronel?
No, actually they did. I think they went
and
15 to 18.
These supplements apply to both the elected and the associate judges?
So that's not what the law requires, but Roletta, do you want to explain how it's applied?
Yes, so the supplement plus the base rate the base rate for the district court judges was $140,000 a year. It increased to $175,000, and then the county can add the supplement on top of that.
Right.
So if we maintain it at the $18,000, then that total amount, the $175 plus the $18,000, that then sets the rate for all of the other judges on the pay scale. So county court judges have to make within $1,000 of the district court judges, so their pay would also be raised. The associate judges are paid at 90% of the rate of the county court judges. So they're all kind of tied together.
But do they have to be is the question.
They don't have to be, no. The associate judges, that is set by policy.
That's set by our policy for
Correct.
the associate judges.
Yes.
And of course, all the county court judges, 1,000 below.
That's the county court judges, that is set by statute.
Right, it's 1,000 below
The district court.
the district court.
With the equal
But the big
years of
cost-
service.
The cost for the county court law judges, 60% of it is paid by the state. So really, whatever the expense is to pay the county court law judges, the county's only out the 40% because the state reimburses the 60. And then the district judges, everything except the supplement is paid by the state. And the 100% of the associates, magistrates pay, is paid by the county.
Okay.
And I have Ms. Patsy Lopez, she put out a legal opinion last Friday saying that it is set by your policy. The percentage is set by your policy and not by statute. And it's all of them, because we thought that the family magistrates might be different than the criminal magistrates, but it is, all of them are in the same category, and that percentage is set by yourselves. Is that correct, Ms. Lopez? right?
Betsy, you want to tell us a little bit about that?
So just for clarification, so the district court judge salaries, the $175,000 a year that the district court judges are now going to make comes from the state? The state gives us money for that?
So they pay directly.
They do reimburse us. No, they don't pay you all directly.
No, for the
They
district,
pay.
I think, you said district, I believe, Commissioner.
Yeah, the district court, because I just heard her
Okay,
say
so the
that.
district judges, they pay the base salary directly to the district judge.
Okay.
We only pay the supplement out of our payroll.
Right.
But then what we do pay the county court judges out of our payroll, we get reimbursed 60%.
60% of, right,
So we pay 40 plus the supplement
for county court.
for county court.
And we pay supplement for district court judges.
We pay the supplement for the district court judges,
And we
correct.
pay the associate judges the full 90% that we, as per
That
our
we
own
pay,
policy.
whatever we pay, it's 100% paid by us.
So whether or not this is in the budget to do, in light of all the other impending budget items we have to consider, is there time for us to wait till we see what our resources are from, or revenue is from the tax, depending what tax rate we're going to adopt?
The only thing is that the raise, the initial raise, is to take effect on September the 1st. And so I think we're kind of cutting it close if you don't take action this week, or I guess next week. would
Right,
be-
because we also have to enter this into our Munis system in advance.
Right.
And we can't wait until pay period, the pay period starts till September 1st. So the sooner we could get some direction, the better. What we would have to do is we'll have to adjust to tell you, like, what does it cost to cover? So the difference between whether you take option 1 to option 2, that approximately $300,000, $390,000, that we would have to tell you what the impact that is to our fund balance.
But option 1B would get us by FY '29 to maximum.
FY '29, if you took option 1B, by FY '29, you would be at the $25,000 supplement.
I just like what Commissioner Coronado was saying, is that without knowing some of the changes, and, I mean, like right now, we would think that because of the situation, you know, even option 1A seems more reasonable, right? But then we're saying, okay, we're gonna go into 1B, thinking because we don't understand the impact it's gonna have. So is there any way that, I mean, I'd hate to wait at least 1 week, but I think we'd be in a better position to be able to justify whatever we do decide, that we do justify. Judge, did you want to say anything?
If you want, we have the numbers, but I mean, we would be just spewing them for you. I don't know if you want us to capture the numbers, if you decrease that tie-in, and wait a week. I mean, whatever you all want to do. If that's not even in the realm of possibilities, and I guess that we would ask you to let us know as soon as possible so that we can budget our own personal lives for that. But if you are considering something else, then we can be ready in a week. If you want to postpone it or table
I
that
guess,
particular
like with me,
section.
I'm very open for the max, but not under the conditions of not knowing, you know, what that would mean, or if we are able to, or.
So right now, we provided the court a proposed or a recommended budget book that would put us at about less than 5% fund balance. And I would not recommend we adopt a budget like that. I would recommend we either need to identify other revenue. We are working on some other one-time transfers of expenses that will help, but those are one-time. They will only help this year. We are just prolonging an expense to our budget. We're just borrowing or
Pushing
taking
it
some money from
forward.
some one-time sources, so that it's not sustainable. So
The other thing we have is that we have a pending bill in the legislature that's not going to allow us to increase our revenues next year if they pass it without going to the voters. I mean, we wouldn't even have any kind of, like the voter approval rate.
And a bill that the percentage of voter approval would be like 60%.
Right.
Yeah, 60%.
And I also want to say something about if the court this year were to adopt a tax rate that generated an increase, I would also encourage you, you may be able to do some of these things this year, like small things, but do not see that as an opportunity, like breathing room. Because everything we did last year, the $21 million we cut last year, and what we're doing this year are one-time things. And the stuff that we did last year, not only is it only a one-time thing, it's not sustainable. You're hearing already, like you mentioned the vest today, that we have to get that money back. We have to build that money back into our budget. So we've foregone some expenses, our vehicle replacement expense, our tasers, radios, all, even repair money for the jail, some of the big repair money. There's several things in there that we have to bring back. We cannot keep going without, or else you'll end up having to pay interest on things that we shouldn't pay interest on.
Plus,
that's the whole reason why we built those operating capital.
Plus our fund balance we have to get back.
Absolutely,
because,
absolutely.
Our
So
policy is 10%. If we do this, it's going to be at 5%.
Correct.
Or below 5%.
And so we cannot sustain this way of operating. So if you increase the tax rate to generate more revenue, it is not that you get additional funding to do additional things. I just wanted to make that very clear.
It's to replace the cuts we've already
It's
done.
replacing what we're already borrowing from ourselves.
And I will add this, that, you know, judges, we just want to do what we do in the courtroom, but because of the situation with the county, I know that judges have started to look for money. I know that Judge Gamboa, I think today, got some money on filing fees from the hospitals on his mental health cases. So he's doing that. And we've also, the family law courts, they are challenging all the pro bono filings. And I think they've captured a good, bless you, Judge.
Bless you. Bless you.
They've captured a good amount of money. The district clerk has captured because of the directive for them. So now all of a sudden, we're not just doing our stuff in the courtroom, you know, we're helping out too. I mean, we're good citizens in this courthouse, and we want to help wherever we can. We're being a lot careful about individuals that file, you know, pro se things and or pro bono things and don't want to pay the cost. So yes, judges are going outside of the courtroom and trying to help however we can. When you all asked for a cut, when court administration, I mean, we did it first thing. I think the next day you had your 5% from all the courts. So we are good partners and good citizens, and we're just here to ask for you all to consider that situation. And then on this, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Judge, and I just wanted to add, I mean, we shouldn't, as a court, be relying on fees to balance our budget.
No, we're just helping.
Yeah, no,
I know it's a
I
draw
no,
from
I
the
appreciate,
budget, you know.
I'm very appreciative of that work, but I mean, we've had conversations and continue to, I think, hopefully we'll continue to have conversations because a lot of times those fees are coming from people that are indigent and can't many times afford them, so.
Yeah.
What is do we have to make a decision today because of the September 1, or can we wait a week? Or, because I'd like to see the revenue rate depending on what tax rate we're going to adopt. And if not, I'd be okay to doing option 1B for the meantime. And if we can, does that mean that next year we have to go with the 2, or can we do the maximum if next year we're okay?
You absolutely are not locked in. Even if you all made a motion for 1B this year, or either option, 1A, 1B, or just one, you are not locked in. You cannot lock a future court into a next decision.
All right, we can do.
So next year, the court could say, we're not even going to do 3 phases. We're going to put it all in.
But we won't know what tax rate we're going to set next week. We're not setting our tax rate
You
until
won't set your tax
18th.
rate until August 18th.
So even if we waited a week, we're not going to know what.
We're not going to be able to, that's what I'm saying, we're not going to be able to meet the deadline?
You would be pushing, I'd have to look at the pay periods, but we want to bring you a proposed tax rate to meet your budget. And so we're asking, what do you want in your budget? Do you want option 1B, 1A, or option 2?
You know, based on what our things now, I think we should go with option 1B, and since we're not tied to it later on, we can always add the full maximum balance right after that.
That means I'd have to come back next year. So instead of a 13-year gap, I'd have to come back next year. I don't know. I love seeing you in the elevator, Commissioner Stout, but I don't know. I don't think you all like me very much here. So
we do, Judge.
We do.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Of course.
So we just came to ask, and we're just letting you know. I mean, we don't get to tell you. Look at us. We really, really are good partners and members of this family, of this county court, or this courthouse family, and we're doing our little. I know that bringing in 90,000 is like nothing compared to what the shortages are and what happened with oil. But I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
All I can do is.
But we do thank you for that. I know Judge Gambot addressed Betsy and myself about that money. I think he goes back almost a year and a half fighting for that, and finally got the check today. And then the other part, he's got some ideas about mental health and not having people, one in particular, 50 days,
Right.
that there's a lot that could have been done and
Right.
not have that person in the, so
That bad.
we really appreciate that effort. I mean, it's just unbelievable, but.
Well, then I'll go to the other one, which is the
I think we have to vote on that separately.
stipend for the local administrative judge, and see if you would approve that. That would be the stipend for this position that is not paid by the state, and maybe leave it in the budget so that if there is another county court at law judge that steps up in the future, that we don't have to come. And if there is a district judge and gets paid by the state, that it's there and we'd give you back the money. So I'm asking that you do approve that one, effective September 1st.
So,
Could you wanna-
Judge,
yeah,
Commissioners?
Judge Morales, any comments or anything?
He wanted me to ask you if he could be excused. Go ahead.
The only thing,
Microphone a little bit closer to the microphone.
with respect to what you were saying about, can you wait? I think you can wait till 1 or 2 more meetings if you think that might get you more information. And I don't see anything wrong with waiting for more information if it may be helpful. If it turns out that there is no additional information that's helpful, you've already heard everything and you can vote on it, so I don't see where it hurts you to wait. But Ms. Keller didn't say that you can't wait. She was saying it would be cutting it tight. But from what I'm calculating and from what I'm seeing and talking to Aubrey Cowder from the County Court Administration, I think you can still wait at least 1 week, probably 2 weeks, to get whatever information that you think might be helpful to you. Again, if it turns out that you don't have that information yet because it's not available yet, or if it turns out
We go back to the,
you can still continue with this, but there's nothing lost by waiting 1 or 2 weeks, is my understanding. Because I know they said, well, we prefer to do it sooner than later, but prefer to do it sooner than later doesn't mean it has to be done sooner than later. And I just feel like that rush is not quite there, and you had asked about that, so I just wanted to make that clear.
thank you, Judge Morales.
Judge, we did have a motion by Commissioner Butler for option 1B and a second by Commissioner Stout.
And to your point, Judge Morales, we can make this decision today and do the same thing, and if we get more information later on and we want to change, then we can also bring it back. So I would prefer we have a motion and a second on the floor to vote on the item for now and set this for now, and then if we have more information, we can come back and
We do have that
revisit.
flexibility.
And I really appreciate you coming, Judge. We love seeing you here in the courtroom, and thank you for your presentation, for your respectful presentation, even keeled, and for really just the work that you all do. I think it's we do have a great group of judges, and this decision is not based upon whether or not it's merited, but just the budgetary constraints that we're finding ourselves in the position we find ourselves in right now. I think you all deserve more, to be honest.
Do you know what, sometimes it's not financial, but sometimes a recognition from you all letting us know that we're doing a good job, that helps. That goes a long way as well too, because as you never get the praise, and so coming from you all and your position and recognition of what we do is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
And I'm not sure if we had this on our legislative agenda this year to support this. I think we did, and so I think we probably at least dropped cards. But in future legislative sessions, I am 100% there to testify. If you all need me to go testify on your behalf, and asking for the state to increase the salaries for you all as well, because I do think that we need to pay our judges on par with what other states are doing as well.
Judge?
Yes,
Yeah, and I did advocate with some of the, and our delegation for sure, for the increase in the judges' pay. I'm very familiar with it. I'm very familiar with the pay that other judges receive. I've practiced and worked in other administrations throughout the state. And I can tell you that it's not just the judges that get paid less. Everybody else seems to get paid less than what we do and produce more. I know that when I used to be, at the prosecutor assistance division and the attorney general's, and then the county attorney's office over there, we had more resource over there and produced, or rather put out less cases than when I came to El Paso back in 1986. In Austin, we had 3 prosecutors per court. We had 1 here. We had only a few judges handling the misdemeanor docket. Over there, we had 5. I understand, where we're at, and I want to make sure that y'all, that the judges and everybody here gets paid. It should be comparable to what the rest of the state is paying their judges. They're paying their prosecutors, their attorneys. Unfortunately, right now, we've been impacted more because of a border community from some of the state decisions that were made, and we have to take that into account. But I'm with you. I know what it takes. But personally, I know all that y'all do, including the attorneys and the judges that move these cases, a lot more than other places with less resources. So,
And I appreciate the communication between your court and the judges, because, I mean, we all work together, we all want to make it a better community, and so, again, on behalf of the judges, thank you for all your work. And the biggest curse that El Paso has is the issue of brain drain, and I want to make sure that we keep these fabulous judges, that we keep a high caliber of judges, and, that we don't lose them to corporations or the private sector or to run for Congress or whatever's going, and that we keep them here, because we've got an outstanding group.
Great group of judges here, we do, absolutely.
Thank you, so I will.
Thank you, Judge Curita. Thank you, Judge Morales. Thank you, Crystal.
So the first motion is the option 1B.
And we had a motion by Commissioner Butler, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Judge, thank you. Motion carries.
The next item that we need a motion on is the local administrative judge pay supplement.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
And I'll second that.
Carries extra work and it should be paid, Judge.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Coronado, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
There was one more item, which is the district attorney salary.
And I wanted to add a little bit to what Valeria covered under this one. So right now, this is what we did under the current pay tiers. Under the current pay tiers, the DA was being paid an amount that exceeded what the DA would be legally allowed to be paid without the state reducing its portion under Tier 2. And so within the last couple years, the court fixed it to make that what our supplement is means that the DA will make the same amount in years 0 through 4 and 5 through 8. That way, if a DA gets elected to a second term, they would not have to get a pay decrease. So if you wanted to continue that exact same policy with the new base pay from the state, you would be picking the category that says match Tier 2 salary at the top. So your supplement would go from 58,105 down to 35,500. But that would keep the salary the same as it will be if the DA is to get reelected and serve a second term. Does that make sense?
Because that's when the reduction comes in.
That's when the state would reduce, is in the second term. So if you want to keep that policy that you have right now, where the DA does not get a pay decrease for the second term, you would select the option that says match Tier 2 salary, which would be a supplement of 35,500 for a total of 210,500. If you want to keep the current supplement, which is an option on here, you would be the very fourth column, but come Tier 2, the DA's wages would be reduced by the state to 175,000. They won't reduce it below 175. Is that still correct, Valeria?
Correct.
So they would reduce his wage to 175,000 in Tier 2, and you would be paying the difference that the state is still going to pay if you reduce the supplement to 35,500.
Commissioner.
Does that make sense?
Betsy, has the DA asked for a pay increase?
No, he has not.
This was discussed with the district attorney.
Correct.
Okay. So we could theoretically maintain his current pay, not cut his salary, and have some salary savings?
He's getting an increase because the state's giving him one.
Right.
So he's going from 140 to 175. We would decrease ours. He would still have an increase over where he was. Today, he's at 198, 105. If we did match tier 2 salary, he'd go to 210,500. Versus if we leave it as is, he'll be at 233,105. But if he gets reelected to a second term, his wages would be reduced to 210,500.
What I'm saying is since as long as we don't have to cut his salary.
Right.
But save some of our
Yes.
supplement that we
Correct.
give him and maintain his current salary the way it is.
The second column.
Yeah, which
The
is
second
maintain
column,
current pay.
If you wanted to if you maintained his current pay, you would be offsetting the increase from the state. That's the second column. The third column is reducing both of them reduce your supplement. But I do think he wants some of the increase that the state is giving him. I don't want to speak for him. I don't know if he's available. But I think he wants, right now he's at 198, 105. I think he wants to see some of the increase that the state is giving.
Oh, okay. So his preference is match tier 2 salary.
I don't want to speak for him. I did not speak to him directly.
The DA just indicated that he would prefer not to see a decrease in his salary.
Which is the minimum supplement, but I don't think anyone is suggesting the minimum. I mean, I don't think anyone wants to see a decrease in his salary, right?
No.
So that's the first column. That one's not, I think, realistically on the table, correct?
But again, we've been talking about not increasing salaries. We just talked to the judges about not increasing salaries because we're going across the board. So
So
the second maintain current pay, tier 104, that's keeps his salary at 198,105. That's
the difference
he's
between
he's still getting the $175,000 from the state, right?
Correct.
But our supplement would go down to the 23,000 instead of the 58,000.
Correct.
And he would keep the same salary, and we would be able to have that supplement savings, but
You would go away from your policy of paying him the same in tier 1 as he gets paid in tier 2. Which you can change your policy. Your policy when you adopted it last was to make his wages the same in tier 1 as it was in tier 2. And that is the third column, which is match tier 2 salary. So right now you're matching tier 2 salary, right now. But that's your policy right now.
right. Well, but the thing is, I don't have a problem with that, because if we keep that policy and it's the supplement's 18,000 in tier 1 and 18,000 in tier 2, that means he would have the decrease that we're talking about, right?
Okay, so right now your supplement is 58,105.
Right.
And that gets him to 198,105. And the reason why you did that is because he was paid above, the DA was being paid above tier 2.
Yes.
You lowered it, but you were just trying to decide how much to lower it. So you agreed to lower the supplement to the amount that would make him paid the same in tier 1 as he is in tier 2. So if you want to keep his salary the same, 198,105, you're going to deviate from your policy, because that is lower than what his salary will be in tier 2.
And his salary in tier 2 will be?
210,500.
500.
It'll actually go up if we increase the judges, correct, Valeria, by law?
Yes, correct. So the minimum county
Would be
supplement.
25,000. Yeah.
Correct. So it'd be whatever the amount the county pays to the district court judges that
But if
year.
you do it in increments, his would be in the increments as well.
Correct.
Well, I don't want to see him get a decrease at all.
I think we
should go with maintain current pay at 198. I know we're deviating from that policy, but things change with the legislature, and we need to revisit that policy.
Do we have to change the policy to?
Let me tell you why I think it's different than what you did with the district judges. And I don't want to cause alarm. I'm not proposing this. I am saying you did not lower the supplements to the judges. You don't have to pay the judges anything. You don't have to pay them $18,000. You don't have to pay them anything. But you're choosing to still pay them a supplement. And the DA is the same scenario. So the DA is at a wage of 198,105 because you all wanted that wage for the DA. So reducing the supplement to the DA seems counterintuitive to what you did with the judges. You didn't reduce their supplements.
Well, because the supplement is different. His pay was different, right?
His base pay was 140,
Right, no, but for the,
same as theirs.
no, but I'm talking about, I mean, we're trying to, I think we're talking about not increasing, for me at least.
Our expense.
What we've given direction to staff and what we've been talking about this whole budget cycle.
Right.
Is
Hold the
not,
line.
we're not giving increases to anybody. And that's part of the reason why, you know, we made at least for me, I made the decision when it came to the judges as well. We're gonna look at it next year.
Okay.
Because that's the direction that we've been talking about, that we've given staff to not do any increases in salaries, right? So, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and can we, I mean, I'm assuming that, yes, we can relook at increasing the supplement, just like we're going to do with the judges in 27.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to do any less than what we're doing for the judges. Supplement.
Well, it's not less, it'd be still $5,000 more than what we're doing for the judges, because the judges are getting $18,000 this year. But to make sure that we're not giving anybody a reduction in their salary, we have to keep it at the $23,105.
The judges, I guess, and I would rather the DA can make this argument for himself. I just want us to see the difference. The judges are getting a base pay increase that they're going to fill of 22%. The DA will not fill that 22% increase because we're going to eat it up by reducing our supplement.
I'm okay making the motion for maintaining the current pay. I think if the DA felt strongly about it, he would have been here. To maintain current pay.
Maintain current pay.
Can we ask the DA if he wants to present to us what his recommendation, what his proposal is?
I think we vote, and then if he wants to, if he wants to engage us, then he can, and then we can revisit it just like with the judges once we have more information.
We have a motion by Commissioner Butler, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Sure, go ahead.
No. Thank you so much for being so attentive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing on. Oh, we do, the court discussed this earlier, but do you want to make a motion to postpone the discussion about longevity pay for attorneys for 1 week?
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Postpone for a week, right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
it?
We'll bring the entire item back, so if there's anything the court wants to act on again, it's there, but we'll focus on the longevity pay.
We had a motion from Commissioner Olguin. I'm not sure if we had a second. Okay, by
Second was
Judge
Commissioner
Samaniego.
Coronado? Oh, Stout, sorry, I heard them both.
Okay, the voting is open. Motion carries. We can go ahead and move to item 10, County Administration. Item 10A, receive a presentation, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the 89th Texas Legislative First Called Special Session and the 119th U.S. Congress if needed.
Good afternoon, Alicia.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Welcome.
Elisa Tamayo, Governmental Affairs Manager. And this is just a quick update. I think, Judge, you mentioned this morning about your testimony on Friday, so I'm just going to give a couple of updates on the hearings that we have had that happened last week for the special session. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we had 2 hearings. It was a busy day on Friday. One was the Senate local government hearing where SB 9 was heard. This is a bill that was filed last week, and then it was given a hearing right after, so on Friday. I know I shared a template for written comments that our county auditor, Barbara, helped us put together. Commissioner Stout submitted an official letter, and there's opportunity if we want to send something to the entire delegation regarding SB 9 or to the House committee whenever this is referred to the House committee. This bill changes the cap on voter approval rate for municipalities and counties with populations greater than 30,000 from 3.5 to 2.5. A reduction to a 2.5 voter approval rate would severely restrict the county's ability to generate essential revenue. This limitation is particularly concerning given that more than 50% of El Paso County's operations and maintenance budget is dedicated to unfunded mandates. And I know you all spoke about it this morning a little bit, or earlier today. By limiting revenue, the proposed change would directly impact the county's ability to maintain vital services and address the needs of our population. Furthermore, this change fails to account for inflation and the rising cost of living, making it increasingly difficult for the county to meet its financial obligations. In addition to revenue limitations, the requirement for voter approval would increase election-related costs. Inflation coupled with additional costs and constrained budget may lead to potential budget costs, reduction in service levels, and compromised public safety. An imposition of state control over local ad valorem property taxes undermines the core principle of local governance. So these are just some notes that we have from an auditor on SB 9. As a reminder, since I know we had not had a chance to discuss this, it was filed on Wednesday of last week. But the hearing went well. I think a lot of local elected officials who were able to travel here to Austin agreed on some of these comments that we also submitted. And we will continue to track this bill as needed. And then on the Senate and House redistricting committees, the hearing, well, there were written comments submitted by Commissioners Olguin and Butler, and I don't know if any other members of the court did so in their individual capacities. And then the West Texas hearing on July 29th had over 60 witnesses, from a lot of them from El Paso, a lot of them from West Texas. Then the maps were posted last week on the 30th, and then Judge Samaniego came here to Austin to testify at the hearing with the maps. That was the first hearing with the actual maps where we could see what you mentioned this morning, Judge, removing some important assets from Congressional District 16 that are being now moved over to Congressional District 23. You did a great job, Judge, in your testimony and answering questions from Speaker Moody. And if the court wants to take further action to send official letters signed by the 5 members of the court, we can do so at this time, or we can wait until the second hearings on either SB 9 and HB 4, which is the maps for redistricting. Do we have questions at this point?
Just wanted to comment that my office always also submitted comments I just wanted to let you know.
And
Oh, okay, and on redistricting, Commissioner?
Yes, on redistricting.
Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, and then I think I only have another slide with the bills of interest. Again, since my last update last week, SB 9 was filed, which is what I explained earlier. With Barbara's help and her notes, we were able to submit a letter. And then HB 4, which was the maps that were posted less than 48 hours before the hearing on Friday. And then a quick update on Senate Bill 12. I know this one we have discussed. I think we discussed it last Monday during the legislative update. This is a restriction of taxpayer-funded lobbying or silencing of local elected officials. This one was passed out of the Senate last week as well, and it hasn't moved in the House. I do want to mention, as you all might have seen in the news, the House Democrats, Texas House Democrats have fled. A lot of them have fled the state in an attempt to break quorum. So there's not a lot of action. The House convened about an hour ago, I believe, but they couldn't take any action for lack of quorum. And there's been put a call on the House, which means that DPS can take action to try to bring back the members who are not on the floor and try to bring them to the Texas Capitol in an attempt to have quorum established. I will keep you updated as we hear more on that end, but this is in response to the maps that were posted on last week and then that were voted out of the House committee on Friday. Do we want to entertain a motion to send letters on SB 9 or HB 4 or both from the full court?
Yeah,
Get that motion, Commissioner?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Would it be letters? Do you want a letter for SB 9 and a letter for HB 4?
SB 9 is the tax cap, and then HB 4 is redistricting?
The maps, correct.
So I don't know if we want to send a copy of the resolution that we're about to vote on. If it's passed, I would expect it would be.
If it happens, we will.
So maybe we can use the resolution and send that as our on the HB 4 issue.
And I think we should also on the lobbying, anti-lobbying as well.
Yeah, the drown our voices bill.
I agree.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much, Judge and Commissioners. We'll get those letters going out this week.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we do the resolution now and vote on the resolution?
Yes, sir. Item 6 from Commissioners Court, 6A, approve and adopt a resolution urging the Texas Legislature to ensure that Fort Bliss and the El Paso International Airport remain in Congressional District 16.
Okay, so I think it's pretty evident why this matter is of local concern. And on the agenda, of course, the judge alluded to it earlier this morning, and we talked about it a little bit now, but we put this on the agenda together, myself and Commissioner Butler, because we just believe that the proposed map is not in the best interest of our constituents. In fact, the whole process of redistricting in the middle of the 10-year period, after we do the census, which is typically when we do redistricting, is not in our interests. It's pretty crazy to me that the Supreme Court ruled that one political party can gerrymander districts in order to maintain a political advantage. We don't conduct the census for partisan advantage. We don't provide the weather or job reports or other critical data sets for partisan advantage. To condone picking voters instead of voters picking representatives is a travesty, which is why we even set up our own independent redistricting commission here in El Paso County a couple of years ago. But that's where we are, which is why the president can openly say that he wants Texas to redistrict mid-decade to pick up 5 seats and cheat in winning the elections in 2026. And of course, Texas complies. So now, nationally, it potentially creates an opportunity for other states to do the same. The continued escalation is just not good for us. So this resolution addresses our community's assets and our community representation, and it also addresses some of the larger picture. So before I read the resolution, I don't know if Commissioner Butler would like to provide some comments, since she's the co-sponsor with me, and then we can hear from other members of the court. And then I don't know if anybody else in the public has signed up to speak, but we'll hear from them as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout, and thank you to our staffs for working on this resolution so quickly last week. And I think everybody across the state felt this crisis emerging last week, and trying as local leaders to understand how we can voice our positions on this and make sure that to the greatest extent possible we're being heard. And you know, I was at a community meeting this weekend, and I was explaining to members of my community, my constituents, that this isn't about whoever represents us currently. This isn't about our current congressional representatives in 23 or 16. For me, this is more about what representation means. And we know that asking somebody to fully and properly represent us from San Antonio to El Paso is just going to minimize and dilute the impact and resources we're able to bring to our community. With Fort Bliss and the airport and all of the assets that we have in Congressional District 16 now being moved over and shifted into 23, that's exactly what would happen, in my opinion. So those are the centers of those are our economic drivers. Those are the jobs, the job creators. Those are the resources that we're able to draw down from the federal government. And my worry is that by including that in a district that ranges from San Antonio to El Paso, we're going to get less. And you know, as community leaders in a dire financial situation all across our community, we need more, not less. And so there's a economic development and economic impact component to this that I think is really critical that we shine a light on, aside from the fact that this is just not representative government and it's not a democratic process. And you know, people wouldn't like it if it was happening to us at the local level, so we shouldn't be okay with it happening at the state or federal level either.
Thank you. Any other members of the court like to say anything at this point? And I want to reiterate that I think it would be really difficult, for example, for precinct 2 to be divided between 2 congressional districts, right? Because I also have part of Fort Bliss, and you know, I met with Congressman Tony Gonzalez back in March, and he gave me a cell phone. He said, "Hey, if you ever need anything, text me." Well, I texted him on Wednesday, July 2nd, regarding the I don't like to call the bill. We'll call it the BBB because I don't think there's anything beautiful about it. But texted him saying that I'd respectfully ask that he vote no on the legislation because it would be severely detrimental to so many of our constituents. And he left me on red. For all you Gen Zers, you know what that means. He did not respond. He read my text and did not respond. And I would not like to have that type of representation in my district. You know, Congresswoman Escobar has always been, you know, and it's not necessarily you know, against him, but you know, I would rather my district not be split between two congressional districts and you know, have to advocate with both. So the resolution states, whereas the proposed congressional map scheduled to be heard by Texas House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting on Friday, August 1st would remove Fort Bliss, which includes significant assets such as the under construction Veterans Affairs Health Center, the El Paso International Airport, EPIA, and the Foreign Trade Zone, FTZ number 68, from El Paso-based representation. And whereas these assets are economic anchors for El Paso's procurement economy, especially in defense contracts, and to transfer these from Congressional District 16 to Congressional District 23, which spans 27 other counties, and is anchored in San Antonio, would disadvantage our constituents who deserve a locally based representative with an undivided focus on advocating for our community and these complex operations. And whereas the El Paso Airport plays a critical role in El Paso community's quality of life and economic development needs, this includes the EPA FTZ 68, which is responsible for more than 2,000 jobs in El Paso and moves billions of dollars of goods annually. And whereas Fort Bliss, which from its inception has been part of El Paso and vice versa, directly employs more than 40,000 people and indirectly impacts 126,000 jobs, contributing $640 million in procurement economy to businesses in El Paso and producing $9 billion in disposable personal income, according to the Texas Comptroller. Fort Bliss also contains the under construction Veterans Affairs Health Care Center, for which Texas District 16 Congresswoman Veronica Escobar secured $700 million and which broke ground last year. And whereas El Paso, known as the Veterans Capital of the USA, is a proud military community, Fort Bliss and El Paso are linked by geography and history with tens of thousands of military veterans, including El Pasoans and those who choose to become El Pasoans when they leave the military. And whereas this redistricting does not follow any significant change to El Paso County nor any new information in the state of Texas, rather, the president publicly stated that he wanted Texas to take this action, which aims to avoid fair elections. The state of Texas is complying with this directive by clearly rushing into the process for which it was not prepared, addressing only congressional seats, and failing to hold hearings with sufficient notice around the state nor in impacted regions along the U.S.-Mexico border. And whereas the El Paso state legislators, including House and Senate members and former members, have expressed alarm and concern at the purpose, execution, and impact of these redistricting efforts, and now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court urges the Texas House and Senate Select Committees on Redistricting and the Texas Legislature to protect El Paso's right to fair, locally based representation and our voters' rights to choose their representatives by rejecting any proposal to transfer Fort Bliss and the El Paso International Airport and all their assets from the El Paso-based Congressional District 16. And be it further resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court urges the Texas Legislature to reject any attempt at mid-decade redistricting which will undermine democratic rule of law and weaken the voice of El Paso. And signed this 4th day of August 2025, County Commissioners Court.
Jessica, will you take mine off and put it on Butler? I think when there's a resolution, it should be the
Thank you, sir.
move and the second would be to them.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Just a quick couple of items that I think sometimes we're careful with Representative Gonzalez, and I can understand that. But I think there's, for example, one perfect, and I talked to several people that we need to be, every time we see something that impacted us adversely, we have to call it out. And actually, Representative Gonzalez voted against the $700 million for the Veterans Hospital. It's something that he is now going to be addressing. In my relationships with the general, I could see with general and the staff and garrison commanders, I can see how important it is how we interact with each other because he wants to maintain that relationship. Now he's got 2 communities that he's got to interact with. And when you've got 80% of the vote or more, maybe, I always want to be accurate, a large percentage of the vote that the representative is going to get is not going to be from this area. It's going to be from San Antonio and that area. And so it's very hard for them. And I've had conversations with them. For example, when they militarized the border, it was really, really hard on them. Not that they had to do this. It was important that they, follow orders. but they were so conflicted. I can't even begin to tell you how conflicted they were, that this is their community and that it was something that we weren't agreeable to. So now you're putting this disagreements of something we might want, something they might want, and we're putting the military right in the middle of that. And, you know, like I said over and over, they were established before even we were established here. And so I see a lot of reason to, and thank you for the resolution, but I think we're going to have to be very, you know, predictable about if we see something that has an adverse impact, we have to call it out every single time. Because I think too often, once things happen, we walk away from it, and then things go wrong, and we figure it already happened. So I hope in that resolution we also agree that we have to be very vigilant about the impact it's costing us. Even the cost of the infrastructure that, you know, as you mentioned, cars going into the airport, going into Fort Bliss, all of those things are very costly to us, but yet it's not our asset. And that could be very difficult for our community. So I'm glad for that resolution and whatever we could do to make sure that it's not something we walk away from after, when it does happen, which is the most likely scenario.
Yeah, and Judge, I think you know, our sentiment is not to cast aspersions upon anybody, but it's really important for us to have local representation. Congressman Gonzalez has done things for his district that have brought things to El Paso, but I think El Paso County needs to be represented by an El Pasoan. And even, you know, recently on the news, the Michael Aboud, the chairman of the El Paso Republican Party, criticized the current proposed maps, arguing that they benefit politicians rather than people. And I quote, saying, "You're supposed to draw them for the benefit of the people, not the benefit of the particular politician or particular party." So I think we're even in agreement with our local Republican Party as well, which is something that's very rare, but it's good. So that means we have a unified voice here in El Paso County.
Yeah, and I think we've seen some misalignment. I think I've been in 2 occasions on grand openings where the representative was there on things he had voted against, and that's okay. But what I'm saying, I've seen several misalignments of what he believes to be for El Paso, and I think it's from the basis of, as we've said, you know, our Congresswoman lives 4 miles away from Fort Bliss, and he's 500 miles away from Fort Bliss. So, you know, like you said, and not focused on him, but just, you know, giving him more when he already has more than any other district, one of the biggest districts in the country, and giving him more obviously seems like a very strategic plan and not an economic understanding of our community. So.
Well, yeah, and Judge, to your point, I think, you know, in my experience working with the Army in particular, there have been occasions in the past where you have to kind of validate the value of your installation and compete for resources across DOD and across the Department of the Army, and so. Texas 23 has military installations in San Antonio, very large ones, right? And so that would put us competing. We would ask our congressional representative then to have competing needs in his own district or his or her own district, whereas having our own congressional representative we would have that champion just for Fort Bliss, which I think is really important. And we do have split districts already, right? So precincts. So he represents, Representative Gonzalez represents part of Precinct 1 and part of Precinct 3. And I know that he does what he can to represent the areas that he does, but again, it's one of the largest congressional districts in the country, right? And so we're lucky to get any time with him, and it makes it harder for us to have that representation and those resources that we need.
And I even thought as a public servant, it was sort of disinjustice for him to be putting him, like if you're a public servant and you really want to do what's right, but you put him under those conditions,
It's really hard.
I think it's a disservice for him as well. So, but thank you for that support. Thank you.
Okay, going back to the regular order of the agenda, item number 11, auditor. 11A, pursuant to the Texas Government Code Title 10, Section 2256.023, received the attached presentation and investment report for FY25 third quarter ended June 30th, 2025.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Barbara Parker, your county
Barbara,
auditor.
welcome.
It seems like a light topic after the rest of today's discussions. Today, we'll be talking about the county's investments for the third quarter of fiscal year 25. The investments are directly linked to the county's strategic plan. There are two major goals for investing funds following statutory principles, which are, and return on investment. The statutory principles are safety, liquidity, and diversification in that order. We continue to maintain short-term investments in Treasury and agency securities. Short-term investments are defined as less than 1 year at the time that the county purchases the investment. Cash are funds that are left in the depository bank or safekeeping account for the county. And of course, the tax pools are overnight funds. During the quarter, the county completed 3 security purchases to continue diversifying the portfolio and ladder out investments in the short term. Additionally, more funds have been invested in tax pool prime and less in cash and tax pool compared to the prior year. Total investments decreased compared to last year by $86.6 million. The benchmark federal funds rate has also decreased by 100 basis points from 5.5 to 4.5. As a result, interest earned decreased by $2.3 million. Rates last year in the same quarter ranged from 5.31 to 5.32 and 5.45. to 5.48 for tax pool and tax pool prime. As you can see, the rates for both have held steady over the third quarter. The 3-month Treasury average yields for the third quarter are 4.42 in 2025 versus 5.47 in 2024. At the beginning of the year, the Treasury 3-month yields were at 4.34. As of June 2025, the county's earning 4.13 for short-term securities. In this slide, you can see the 90-day Treasury bill rates are the orange line, and the county's weighted average yield is the blue. The county is currently 16 basis points below the 90-day Treasury bill benchmark. Our portfolio yield is lower than the 90-day Treasury due to our holdings in cash, yielding a much lower rate, and our short-term investments being laddered out to 6 months or longer. The 6-month Treasury yields are at 4.26%, which is right on par with our portfolio yield. This slide shows the trend of investments over the last 12 months for all county funds. The type of funds invested are listed on the chart. The agency funds include unclaimed funds, bail bond funds, other elected officials funds, and these cannot be used to support the county's own programs. The internal service fund includes health and life and the workers' comp funds. This pie chart shows the investment balances at the end of the third quarter for each fund. General fund, capital projects, and special revenue, you can see, are the largest slices of the pie. The investable general funds reach their highest point in February and decrease after that as property tax collections decrease. You can see that in the trend. Investable capital project fund has slightly decreased for the second quarter as projects are progressing. And the special revenue grants investable funds continue their decreasing trend as we spend down the ARPA funds. The full investment report with all statutorily required information can be found on the internet as well as in the backup for this item. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Anything? No. Thank you.
Bank office is because we have a higher liquidity requirement for that.
It's not that we have a higher liquidity requirement for Vantage Bank. Their interest is tied to the Fed funds, but keep in mind, Vantage Bank is not just our general fund or consolidated funds. It also includes other funds from other offices, which we're not allowed to invest.
Okay.
About half of the balances at Vantage Bank are for those types of funds.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 12, grant applications. 12A, approve and authorize Constable Precinct 4 to apply for the FY26 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program in the amount of $68,663.70 from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. A county match in the amount of $17,182.14 is required. Funding is available in General Fund, Constable 4 Salary, Full-Time Regular, Contract Number 2025-0594.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Isela Hooper with the Budget and Finance Department. The Constable Precinct 4 office received the opportunity to apply for the TxDOT STEP grant. This grant provides funding for overtime traffic enforcement operations. It does require a 20% match, but it will be covered through regular salary hours. And the priorities for these enforcements are driving while intoxicated, speed enforcement, occupant protection, which is the safety belt and the child seats, intersection traffic control, and distracted driving. And Sergeant Juarez is online in case you have any questions.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olguin. Motion carries.
Thank you.
You notice she waited until your votes.
Sorry.
Item 14, Human Resources. 14A, approve and authorize the updates to the county's bereavement leave policy.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Natalia Chaparro with the Human Resources Office. We'll promise we'll be as quick as possible. I know we have quite a few items ahead. So the purpose of this agenda item is to approve the updates to the bereavement leave policy, currently titled Funeral Leave Policy. As part of the court's commitment of really focusing and valuing the El Paso County family, and as part of our review of ensuring our policies are relevant, are clear, but also aligned to best practices, we've updated a couple of items on the bereavement leave. The key is a title change. Bereavement leave has a wider scope. It includes for employees to attend funeral services, but it also allows for employees to grieve or to attend to any personal matters as a result of the loss. We've also expanded eligibility to include a +1 qualifying dependent, and this is an adult living financially interdependent who has resided with the employee for at least the past 12 consecutive months. Excuse me, and an immediate coworker. This portion, it is subject to the approval of the elected official or department head. And lastly, improved overall clarity, consistency, and ease of interpretation. So these are the main policies. If you have any questions.
Just have a comment, Judge, if that's okay. I just want to thank you, HR, Sam, for revisiting these policies, and Betsy. It was after we lost Carl that I realized that we don't have a flexible policy for immediate coworkers to grieve, and so I particularly appreciate you including that in this new policy.
We have a motion from Commissioner Olguin to approve, second by Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Motion carries. Item 14B, approve and authorize the updates to the county's paid parental leave policy.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Natalia Chaparro again with Human Resources. So if you all recall, in July of last year, our office presented our research and the findings related to paid parental leave, which led to the official adoption of the first ever paid parental leave policy in the county of El Paso. And truly, it goes back to the goal, right, of valuing of our El Paso County family, but also providing a supportive environment to our working parents, which comprise our family. And in FY25, we also had a similar goal, which it was to expand the current paid parental leave beyond the limit of the 20 days or 160 hours. Now, before we review the updates to the policy that we're proposing, we'd like to share the statistics on the program's utilization. And so here you have the utilization rate where it's showing at 57. This is the data we had back when we ran the reports, but we're happy to report that the latest data shows we're actually at 73% usage of this benefit. Because it's a relatively new benefit, we have enhanced our marketing efforts. We've done the HR email blast, we've done FAQs, we've done standalones, we've presented at the department head meetings just to remind our department heads about this policy and this program. But further, we've also reached out directly to those department heads and elected officials who have employees that are eligible but have not yet coded paid parental leave in their timesheets. And so that's a little bit about our efforts. Here we show the demographics of the usage. You can see the majority of the participants are female employees, which aligns with the gender composition of this eligible workforce. Then we have the type of how it's used, which coincides, if you all recall, this policy is aligned to FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act. And so the majority of the users are using it in a continuous basis. Now, updates to the policy, really what we're proposing, it's to expand from 160 hours to 240 hours, which would take us to the 6 weeks or 30 days. And so as part of, when we first started this program, we budgeted an estimated $150,000 for temporary personnel, and we don't anticipate the need to increase the budget based on the expansion of the program. Therefore, there's no change to the budget with this policy update. And that concludes our brief presentation. If you have any questions or comments.
Commissioner Stout?
I just want to thank administration and HR for pushing to increase the paid parental leave. Even though I don't plan on having any more babies, this has been kind of my baby. And so I'm glad to see that my baby is growing a little bit. So yes. Puns intended.
Yes.
But no, thank you very much. I think that this is a amazing benefit for our family, and and so that even our extended family, as our employees continue to grow their families, I think we need to support them at the most important time that parents have with their children are those first couple of months. So this is amazing. Thank you all very much for supporting it.
To your point, Commissioner Stout, I think 6 weeks, in my opinion, isn't enough.
Oh,
As
yeah.
somebody
It needs to be more.
who had to work when she had babies and had to go back to work at 4 and 6 weeks, even then, I think it's a lot to ask of any parent to return to full-time work when you have an infant at home that you're breastfeeding and everything else. And so I'm glad to see this progress, and thank you, Commissioner Stout, for carrying this for so long. But hopefully we can continue to build on it.
Yeah, step in the right direction. Let's shoot for 12.
Noted that. Thank you so much, Court.
My 9 kids.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado.
Keep plugging that in. There we go.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item 14C, approve and authorize the El Paso County Hiring Waiting Period Implementation Policy, implementing a 16-week delayed hiring schedule effective August 4th, 2025, and replace all previous hiring freeze policies, updates, and amendments. Further, authorize amending the county's financial policies to eliminate the section labeled hiring freeze policy under Section 3 Personnel, opinion number 8609.
Background on this item. So the reason why we looked at, this is part of our budget balancing measures. We know that, as you saw in the recommended book, we're at about a 5% fund balance. That does not include potential savings that we could achieve through a hiring freeze. Generally, again, you heard me say earlier, I would not recommend we adopt a 5% fund balance budget. I would recommend, though, that we consider doing cost-saving measures that we know will help us have a greater fund balance at the end of the fiscal year that versus if you had two options, we'll do whatever the court would like, but if you had an option of either making further reductions in budgets, which would generally, I mean, you know, we asked for a 5% reduction, and I appreciate that departments worked really hard to reduce their budgets by that 5%, and most were able to. There were some circumstances where either we had an increased cost for animals being impounded at the city or software cost continuing to rise as we bring on software. But most departments did that 5% cut. But that 5% cut, again, you remember the slides that we show you of how much of our budget is personnel. Those 5% cuts are barely a drop in the bucket. For some departments, a 5% budget cut was less than $200. And even across the board, I was looking to get the number of what that actual reduction was, but it wasn't significant. A hiring freeze can produce between $2 to $4 million worth of savings if we implement it. If the court does not think that this is a good policy to implement, our other option is to go back and try to make more hard cuts to the budget or increase our tax rate. And so we bring you this. We do not like having a hiring waiting period. This is not a hard hiring freeze. We've had hard hiring freezes in my history here at the county where there was no filling. It wasn't 16 weeks. You just were not allowed to fill a vacancy until we lifted the hiring freeze, which lasted well over like 2 years back in 2009. So this is a hiring waiting period. It is our effort to try to bolster that gap in our budget versus having to come back and recommend reductions in force, further reductions to our budget, or a complete hard hold the line on hiring, or even a greater tax rate increase. So we know that there are a lot of important operations. We also have a mechanism for departments to ask for waivers when there's a critical need, and we did that previously when we had our hiring freeze, and there were circumstances where it made sense to grant a waiver. But in general, this is a mechanism, if it's applied, it generally will help us produce somewhere between, I imagine, $2 to $4 million in vacancy savings in our budget, which would make a big impact, probably somewhere, the equivalent of probably somewhere between half a cent to a cent in a tax rate. So it's just something for the court's consideration. The Valeria was here when we did the previous hiring freeze, and she's going to present on what this policy would look like.
Judge, Commissioners, Valeria Fernandez with the Human Resources Department. Today we bring you a new hiring waiting period implementation policy for your approval. The county, responding to an anticipated budget shortfall, established a hiring freeze policy in April 2009. This policy was amended throughout the years before being incorporated into the county's financial policies in 2015. The current policy requires that for generally funded positions, departments must wait the length of time the separating employee is paid in accrued leaves before filling the position. There are specific positions which are exempted from the waiting period listed within the policy, and any request for waivers for the waiting period must be approved by the Chief Administrator. If approved, the new policy, titled Hiring Waiting Period Implementation Policy, would be effective today, August 4th, 2025, I'm sorry. The policy would require vacant, general funded, full, part, and temporary funded positions to be vacant for 16 weeks until they may be filled. The policy would be in effect until ordered by court action. The policy does include some automatic exemptions similar to our current policy, which are listed here on this slide.
Valeria, can I ask you about the last? Actually, no. I'm looking at the actual policy itself. The last bullet point is positions within an office led by a newly elected official, but I don't see this on this slide.
It'll be here on this next slide.
Okay, so I had a question about that.
Sure.
If no one else has a question on the other page.
Additionally, the court may consider an additional exemption to the list on the prior slide for positions within an office led by a newly elected official within 1 year of the start of their term. For example, if this exemption were included for newly elected officials who began their term in January 2025, the exemption would be in place until December 31st, 2025.
And that was my question. Why the 1 year period? I can see definitely newly elected officials needing to make hiring decisions, but 1 year, what is the rationale? Why not 6 months?
It's an option for the court, and absolutely we could amend that to a different time frame.
Could I add on to that, Val? The other thing too, Commissioner, especially in large operations, like I'll take like the DA's office, I think he is still forming. Like you get in there and you start structuring and you realize, oh my gosh, no, now I need to do this over here, because it's a large operation. Same with the sheriff's office. So they need up to a year period to kind of figure out before we don't want them to rush to fill a vacancy and then realize it's not what they really needed. To give them time to establish their operations. It is optional. That's specifically why we called it out. It wasn't in our first draft. But we did hear from a lot of elected officials that they were still new elected officials, that they were trying to still figure out their operation as far as what structure they wanted. So we offered this as something for the court to consider. But it's not, it's your policy if you'd like to have something in there or not.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Thank you.
And then after that, they would still be able to request an exemption, but they just have to follow the process like any other department.
And so, as Betsy mentioned, there will be a 5-member hiring waiting period committee, which will be comprised of 2 members of Commissioners Court and a staff member from each the County Attorney's Office, the Budget and Finance Department, and the Human Resources Department. Departments may submit requests for exemptions from the waiting period by providing information including the operational impact, justification, and cost implications. All exemption requests must be submitted to the HR department using a SAR form, a staffing adjustment request form, for specifically for hiring waiting period requests. We are requesting the court to approve the adoption of the hiring waiting implementation policy effective August 4th, 2025. The adoption of this policy will result in currently vacant positions not meeting the exemption request criteria, and where no offer of employment has been extended prior to today, will be required to be held vacant for 16 weeks prior to being filled. Should departments have any questions regarding the applicability of this policy, they may contact members from the HR talent management team.
So if an offer of employment has been made, then that hire can go forward?
Correct.
Even if we adopt the policy?
Correct, yes, ma'am. And so before you is a request from the court to approve the adoption of the hiring waiting period implementation policy effective today, August 4th. And we just request court action to determine which version of the policy to adopt. And to Betsy's point, the Budget and Finance Department did indicate that estimated savings could be up to $4 million.
And of course, I do believe there's departments here that want to comment on the proposed policy.
Norma, you want to start off?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Usually, HR is very good about sharing the drafts of any policies, policy changes, whether it was the bereavement, the paid, extra paid parental leave, and now this hiring. I'm actually flying blind here with you all. I had a chance to catch up with Valeria after the last agenda item. We're currently under a waiver to fill our positions and not wait 16 weeks. The district clerk's office, and I was so eager to come up and say hello. I'm Norma Favela Barcelo, the district clerk for El Paso County. We statutorily are required to support the courts. Currently, in the past 2 months, I've had an exodus of very well-trained employees leave the district clerk's office to go work for other county departments. Are you ready? Why? The other departments are paying them more money to do less than what they do for the district clerk, which is a whole separate topic of discussion. And regardless if they're not this budget, but next budget, I'm going to ask the county HR to do a salary analysis because I cannot keep up. I cannot retain people when other departments are offering more money. I would say it takes approximately 8 weeks to 10 weeks for us to go through all of the process, posting, waiting for HR to get all the applications. They do their review. They check to see if the applicants meet the minimum requirements, the typing tests, the background checks, the interviewing process. And it's a huge part of what my office does. Now, just in the last 2 months, I have 12 vacancies. Okay, that's a little over 10% of my manning table. And these are court clerks. I actually have 2 supervisory vacancies because there were promotion opportunities in my office. And so I understand the savings. I think that if you were to look at the savings that have occurred in my budget, there are savings because it takes us about 8 to 10 weeks, sometimes 12 if we find the applicant that we think is perfect for the position. We offer the job, and you don't know how many times they will turn around and say, I'm going to decline the offer, and then we have to start over again. So I'm simply asking that departments like the district clerk, who support the judiciary, who play a statutorily required role with the attorneys, with the courts, that you please make the district clerk or any other department that supports the judiciary an exemption to this hiring freeze. You will already see savings based on the 8, 10, maybe 12-week period. That 12 weeks is a lot, but 8 to 10 weeks, there's savings, there's cost savings in the salary account. But you all would cripple me. This policy would cripple me in having to come every time there's a vacancy and justify the position, why I need to fill it. I don't believe that the district clerk's office has ever given you all reason to be concerned or doubt that we are doing what needs to be done. We take tremendous pride in being those public servants that are there, not just for the customers that come to our office, but supporting the judiciary that plays such a huge role in the county. I don't know if you all have any questions of me.
You have anything? Thank you. Betsy, any comments, anything you'd like to add?
Judge, I think our district clerk does a phenomenal job managing budget, being very responsive. We have the same argument for every single person. I mean, you all know the county is not, we are a lean machine, is my point. I don't think any department is, I've never walked into a department here where staff was sitting around. I mean, everyone is working. There is no department that can take this hiring freeze easily. And so the options are either we do this type of measure to avoid other cuts, other measures. And of course, the more we exempt, the less the savings it produces. So it's really up to the court as a policy matter, whether we want to give exemptions, broad exemptions, add to the exemptions. But we just need to realize that each of these does reduce the savings, and we'll have to evaluate other options within our budget.
I want to add one more thing. If you all will stop and think about the already overworked, we are strapped as far as the current court clerks. Some of them are covering 2 to 3 courts. Exactly what needs to happen in both the criminal and civil cases, family cases, and I don't blame them. But to cripple me like this, it's just, it's not feasible for me to continue running a #1 operating department. So, thank you.
If we could hear, because I think that argument, it's similar from law enforcement. But I feel more comfortable when we say, well, it'll be on a case-by-case kind of appeal. And we'll hear them first, but if you could think about maybe expediting when that happens. Because I think I feel comfortable to say, well, if there's ever a situation like in Norma's case, for example, but if we're not expediting it quickly enough, then she's right into that same.
Absolutely. And Judge, I would tell you the way the practice, just for everyone's information, the way the practice has worked, and I think we even still have our spreadsheets on how many exemptions we had requested. But generally, we try to meet, if we have requests, we would try to meet every Monday after Commissioner's Court. So anytime we had exemption request, we'd compile, the group would meet right here on the 3rd floor after Commissioner's Court, go through what requests we had, ask for any additional information we needed from the department to make a decision, and then rule on them as quickly as possible. So the process was quick, and a lot of times departments would request as soon as a person submitted a resignation. So there wouldn't be like a long lag knowing, like, waiting
Betsy,
for the process.
And does right now it's coming to us if there's
No, it's a committee of 5. We would have 2 representatives. We'd ask the court to designate, and those individuals stay the same. Like, the committee hears all of the exemptions. We have 1 person from our HR. They've already designated who it would be, 1 person from legal, and 1 person from budget. And those individuals, combined with the 2 members of the court, would review the request, hear from the departments, and then make a determination. If the committee whatever the committee recommended, whether it was approve or deny the waiver, we could either have it come back to Commissioner's Court, or we could say whatever the committee decides is final.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it, that having to come back to court, because
So we could say the committee's
we're allowing
decision
these
is
great
final.
individuals. They're probably more knowledgeable and will be as far as being able to understand the whole process. So if you could avoid that step, I think it would help. But let me hear from
Yes.
our
Good
law
afternoon,
enforcement.
County Judge, Commissioners. I stand before you to respectfully request the El Paso County Sheriff's Office be exempt from that 16-week hiring waiting period. As you know, the Sheriff's Office is a 24/7 operation. So even though we have the contingencies in place, for example, if we lose an admin from the Patrol Bureau, from the Jail Bureau, there's no one we can plug in to fill in those gaps. So I'll give you an example. If an admin from the Montana station resigns tomorrow for whatever reason, normally we have to pull a deputy to hold those front offices. Now it takes away from those services. The jails as well. We have cashiers that work around the clock. So losing those positions are detrimental. I'll give you an example also, our motor pool. Our motor pool is backlogged with work. You know, it would be detrimental to lose a mechanic right now and then having to wait that 16-week period. And ultimately, these positions get covered with overtime. So I don't know if the cost savings for these 24/7 operations that we hold would be of value, because we have to staff them. We can't just give it to somebody else. We have to bring somebody in overtime. So it offsets that savings, or I think in the long run, we end up spending more only because we have to bring somebody on overtime to hold those positions. So at the request, we would ask that if the sheriff's office would be able to be exempt from this practice.
Thank you. I know, Betsy, this is a little bit of a stretch, but is there any way beforehand that we identified, not blanketly, but identify certain positions that would be critical? If they, for example, like you said, you know, there's some positions that you don't have the luxury, you have to fill them, whether it's by overtime, whatever it is. But is there any way to identify the positions that would be critical?
Judge, it would be difficult to do it anytime soon. It'd take quite a bit of time to, I mean, we have 3,000 positions to go through that we've already exempted. By these exemptions that we have proposed in the policy, we've probably exempted close to, just a second. We've already exempted all of the collective bargaining covered positions, which is a large, you take our workforce, that's a little over a third of our workforce. Positions required by statute, court order, or legal mandate, that's most of your courts. That's the bailiffs, the court reporters, those are already now all exempt. Of course, positions 100% funded by grants, special revenues, or other sources that don't reduce the general fund. Seasonal and temporary pooled positions, which is a couple hundred people on your staffing table. Newly elected or appointed positions filling unfrozen, that won't be very many right now. Positions that are filled internally, so when people recruit and fill with a person who's already a county employee, that's a portion of how we fill our positions. So, and if you do the positions within an office led by a newly elected official, that will already exempt the sheriff's office for the first year. So a large portion of them are already exempt. You're talking about maybe 1,600 positions that we would need to look through to give them a category. And the other thing is you don't want to just say it blanket. And I'm going to use like admin specialist. Not every admin specialist is going to be in the predicament of someone can't fill their job. Some cases you may have someone who can fill in, and that's why you have the process to hear on a case-by-case basis whether or not the department could wait 16 weeks to fill it.
You said those exemption decisions would be made by the committee relatively quickly, but what are we talking about, days? Are we talking about weeks?
I would say probably, sometimes in my experience when I was on the first committee, there were some times when a department would come in and say, this position is critical. Okay, what makes it critical? It's just critical. And it's like, okay, we need you to go back and gather information about what makes it critical. Or they'd say, they are the only ones that can process this. Okay, how often do you process that? They couldn't answer. So they'd go back and get information, we'd follow up, they'd send it in, or we'd follow up with them either that next Monday, or they'd send it into HR, we'd distribute it to the group, then we could make a decision. So I would say within a couple weeks, and already there is a waiting period. When a person leaves, every position is asked to wait until their vacation is paid out, or else we will overspend our budget because we don't budget for additional vacation leave payout. So within the time that we would normally fill, you could process these exemptions.
I have a question.
But to do an assessment and say these are the ones, it'd be challenging to get that many done.
Commissioner Butler?
I'm curious about cost savings, right? So for the sheriff's office specifically, those positions that are not in collective bargaining, let's say even like, which positions, like
A dispatcher?
a dispatcher, right? That if we're not able to fill those positions quickly, we'll have to use deputies or detention officers and pay them overtime anyway, because there's a lot of positions that just can't go unfilled for any amount of time. Have we done any analysis of what overtime might cost for those specific positions?
So generally, the positions that are eligible for overtime, the majority of them are the collective bargaining. There are, and we can run a salary savings analysis on the sheriff's office for the non-collective bargaining to tell you all how much we save there per year now.
Okay.
So there is some vacancy period now. Let me pull up, just give me 1 second.
I know, like the cashiers at the jail, for example, if there's a vacancy, you're bringing in another cashier now on overtime for that period of time, right? In those instances, a detention officer wouldn't be able to, because
Oh, I see.
Right. But you're still bringing in somebody, so it's not like it's left vacant, and we're doing this cost savings, I guess, in one side, but at the end of the day, somebody's gonna come in on overtime because they do work shift work. They can't go unmanned, so that's where we're at with those positions.
Yeah, that's a good example. The other question I had is on the exemption for newly elected officials, and my guess is at this time that's primarily the sheriff and the DA. And I know it says in the written policy within 1 year of the start of their term, which would basically give through the end of the year. And I worry about, within 4 months trying to fill positions and do all of the strategy to do that. And I know the sheriff and the DA are still working on their staffing plans that are of no fault of their own, they're trying to correct. So I know a year seems like a long time, but we're talking about this with 4 months left in the year. So is there a way to say a year from the adoption of the policy, or to extend that, or would that have a really, Betsy, a really negative impact?
Let me look, Commissioner, like what their non-collective bargaining vacancy rates are for those offices.
Judge, I believe DA Montoya would like to make a comment as well.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. This item is real critical to me, and Commissioner Holguin, why not 6 months we're already past that, right? And so, and to Commissioner Butler's point, this is really only for 4 more months. It would be, for at least my department, a tremendous boon. We still have attorney vacancies that have been vacant literally for years. For 2 years, 3-year periods that have just not been able to fill. And so, to the extent that we have been complying with the spirit of the hiring weight, to the extent that we have not been able to fill these positions, and I think the last time I saw the numbers, the vacancies in the DA's office saved the county hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in salary savings over the last 4 years. We were planning to submit waivers as we need them for every position. But if there was this exemption that lasted a few more months, that would be tremendously helpful. We have been in the process. I know we just submitted, I hesitate to say what might be our last set of reclassifications of some vacant secretarial positions that we have, to convert them to functional analysts to help with our discovery obligations. I'm anticipating a few retirements in the next few months, investigators and potentially some other staff. it would put us in a bind to have to wait until January to fill these positions, particularly the investigators. They're the ones going out there to serve witnesses, to locate witnesses for trial. I'm confident that we could justify that, for, on a case-by-case basis with the waivers. But, if you gave us another 4 months as an exemption from the hiring wait, that would be a tremendous boon for my department.
So Betsy, if you already, let's say, that's what our DA was saying, they already, let's say, 2 months, they haven't been able to fill the vacancy, you're still having to put on the 16, or you're going
No.
to take into consideration that they
You
haven't
take into
hired?
consideration how long it's been vacant.
Yeah,
It's 16 weeks from the day it went vacant.
okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't where you would start that again.
Appreciate it all.
Thank you. You want to, get on the,
Not being privy to the policy before Commissioners Court, and I'm hearing, and thank you, Betsy, you're going down the list of those that you have already been exempt. You've exempted the courts and the court staff. I'm the court of the clerk. I'm the clerk of the court. I am the custodian of record. I am the one that has to notate every single action event that takes place in the court. Why would the district clerk not be part of that exemption that the courts are exempt? Because we are the clerks of the court. We're officers of the court. So I ask you to take that into consideration, please. Plus the JMAG operation, that's a 24/7 operation that I must staff. So I'm asking for you all to be reasonable with respect to the department that has statutory obligations. Thank you. But if I lose and I get nowhere and I have to submit waivers and request waivers, then waivers you'll get. But I can't imagine any of you, as busy as you are, having one more committee meeting to sit through and any more paperwork to go through to see if you all will grant an exemption to the 16-week hiring waiting period. I think you all have so much on your plate, and let's just set up another committee. But anyway, thank you.
thank you, Norm.
So if we give exemptions to the district clerk's office, the DA's office, the sheriff's office, where does that leave us when it comes to the actual policy or the actual cost savings that we're trying to, because those are 3 huge departments.
So, and I need to update the numbers when I remove some of the other departments. But as of one of our recent staffing tables, not the most current, we had 173 non-temp pool, this includes all vacancies, 173 vacancies. And give me just a second. And every pay period, those vacancies, the 170 plus vacancies are vacant. It's a savings of about $402,000. So every pay period, you're saving a little over $400,000. As we start chipping away at what's included in those,
About 10 million, 10.5 million a year.
yes, yes. But that, again, that includes everybody. But if I start chipping away and I remove departments, And this is not including the county clerk. This is the district clerk and the sheriff and the DA. This is an example this is a snapshot of a pay period. That would remove 72 of the vacancies of the 170, and it would remove a little less than half of the savings.
Less than half?
4.4 out of a $10 million annual savings. So out of 10 million annual, you'd be down to about 5.6 million annual savings. If all of those were, that's assuming they stayed vacant the whole year. We're
So if we
talking
had-
16 weeks.
And to make up that close to $5 million, what else could we do?
We could
What are the
increase the
alternatives?
tax rate. The only way you all can cut, the 1.5%, I'm sorry, the 5% on operations alone, I believe cut about 1.5 million. So 5% on operations saved about 1.5 million. We would have to go back and cut operations by 20%.
So that means reduction in force probably.
Most departments can't cut operations by 20% more. We would either have to reduce our personnel or increase taxes.
Judge, Commissioners, if I could add a couple of things to this conversation. Sam Trujillo from the Human Resources Department. So cutting expenses is difficult. Whether we're doing it through operations or like this hiring waiting period, it is difficult. Since we first posted this policy back in June, we've been hearing from departments about the difficulties, and you've heard some of that right now. And there's no reason for me to doubt anything anybody said. There's going to be some difficulties with this waiting period. We also have departments that right now takes longer than that. We've got, I think our sheriff's deputies is 22 weeks right now to fill those positions. So we've had that as well. And of course, as long as it's open, there's still some savings to the county. We have, in anticipation of this, we've already developed an electronic system. So a lot more advanced than what we had done in years past. So we can use a SARS program where departments will be able to jump online and list the reasons why they should be exempted from this policy. We set up some internal procedures on how this is going to flow to the committee. Our original intention by the policy was the committee was going to make a recommendation to the Commissioners Court, but I think I heard, Judge, you said something about maybe finalizing it right from that committee so we can make some adjustments to that policy. But we have, what you've heard today, we've been hearing for some time now from departments. So yes, it's going to be painful in some situations if we're going to use this policy to help reduce the expenses that we're having. We're ready to move forward on it. We recognize that there's going to be some significant areas that may require exemptions and set up the process to go through it and to get it to you quickly. And along with one of the reasons we put that item there to give a little bit more time to those departments that are trying to restructure. So we're prepared, but we do know that it is going to be, you're going to hear from departments that would be having to make those cuts. And just want to let you know.
The other thing I wanted to add on I'm just using an average salary. I haven't checked in the last little bit, but I used an average salary of $65,000 for county positions. And if you're trying to reduce 4.4 million, you'd have to cut 68 positions.
And what would the process What would that process look like? How would we prioritize who loses
The
their
way
job?
we've done a reduction in force in the past is each department had to make a reduction. Like, we set the reduction and applied it, and departments had to come forward. Like, we didn't say which positions, but departments then had to go forward. The reduction in force policy at that point required the employees with the lowest performance evaluation to be reduced in force first. So, like, for example, if I said, and I don't have this position in my department, so I'm going to use this. If I said, okay, I'm going to cut a dispatcher, I would have to go look at all the dispatchers' evaluations and take the lowest score and reduce that dispatcher. So if I needed to cut $67,000 from my budget, and I said, okay, for me, that's a dispatcher I'm going to reduce, then that's how it was determined which person was actually reduced. Or if you had a vacancy, you could use that to reduce your budget. The other option is, and that's eliminating positions, full year goes off of your staffing table. The other option is doing furloughs or some other kind of reduction in hours and wages to employees to make up that difference.
And Betsy, you're comfortable, having been in HR, I've seen where we do that, but we didn't calculate the impact on efficiency, the impact on like using overtime, all of these other things, not being able to provide the service that you're required to provide, or unable to get the fees that you need to get, or the revenues because you don't have the number of people. And is that, you feel comfortable that we?
That's why I think the exemption process is so critical, Judge. So individuals have to say, what is the impact? Not every job has a fee related, not every job has, but you have to be able to make your case. Why does this position warrant it? I will tell you, when we had this in the past, it did save a significant amount of money, but it did require that evaluation process of, like, does this position staying vacant really assist us, or does it create a delay in revenue collection? Does it create some other bottleneck? The other thing is you cannot maintain the same level of service with less resources. So we know that this creates a reduction in service. You cannot keep the same standard of court hearings, of public service with less resources. And so we know that, but this is one way of, and I think if you lived through when we did a reduction in force, I bet some of us still haven't gotten our staffing back to the level it was, because it takes a long time, and it takes a long time to get back to that level, get that staffing back, built back up. So there's different options. Another option would be some kind of furlough.
Well, we've, I think we always agreed that it'd be the last thing we would do. But I feel like we're doing this in reverse. We haven't gone into budget, and we're already picking on employees, and all of that. Obviously, we have to maintain the morale, more importantly. So if I'm sitting out there and I'm saying, well, you haven't gone to budget, you haven't really looked at everything that you might be able to reduce or agreed by Commissioner's Court, and you're already looking at this particular one, does that make sense?
We've been in budget, Judge, since January. We've been presenting since January.
Well, but the actual us making decisions as a Commissioner's Court, where it ends with us.
Right.
So,
We've been presenting this information. I feel like we've been presenting it pretty clearly, that we are at a point where we have a 5% reserve. Our goal is 10 minimum. We will accept 8 generally. But this will still not fill the gap. We presented in, I believe, March or April, that we were $18 million short. We had an $18 million gap, and that we were chipping away at that gap. We're still not fully covered. This would help cover a portion of that.
The 5% that you asked of all departments, how impactful was that?
That generated $1.5 million in savings.
Because I was going to use that as an example to say, it was not arbitrarily, but it wasn't like, you said 5 and we went and did 5, right? But if we did more, you know, I don't know, I just feel like we need to dig more. And I know we could discuss it all we want, but when it comes down to actually voting on the budget, I would like our employees to feel confident that we've done everything possible
I agree.
before we have these kinds of discussions. And I don't know if we're there yet, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if we're there yet to be able to say that's got to be an option at this point in time.
And Judge, I think the hiring waiting period is the option before we start getting into the real, and I feel the impact of employees having to pick up workload while there's a
That's what I
vacancy.
meant to-
But that impact in our, and maybe this court views it differently, but we've always had that list of like, first you ask for an operational cut, then you know, like we have these like phases of things you do. Hiring freeze is not the last resort. The last resort is RIFs, reduction in force. To me, that is our last resort. And so this is one of those steps before you get to furloughs, before you get to reductions in force.
And it is a reduction in force if you think about it, because people leave when they get burdened, you know, and so you do it in an indirect way. You know, all of a sudden I have to do the job for 2 other people, and then you go, you know what? It becomes attractive, like you, Norma was saying. Another department becomes attractive because they don't have the same pressure. And so anyway, I just want to make sure that our employees, because it's not just about a freeze that's not hurting employees, because I think indirectly it does hurt employees. So.
This is, the other thing about a hiring waiting period, Judge, it can be reversed easily. So if the courts decides we don't want to do it and you're willing to increase the tax rate or cut something else, it can easily, quickly be reversed. A RIF cannot easily, quickly be reversed. So that's also kind of what helps with like the order.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. You all know there's other cuts we've made last year that we still haven't restored. So last year, we cut $21 million from our budget. We still haven't restored all of those items. We have, but we're still facing that reduction in revenue versus expenses. So these are the options that we have now to bring you back a balanced budget. Another option will be, and this is something the court will be discussing next week, is, you know, where you'll actually adopt on the 18th. You'll adopt a tax rate. In September is when you'll adopt your budget. But we can't build a budget unless we know what that tax rate is.
Absolutely. That's a
So,
sequence.
but once we know these pieces of that puzzle, we'll bring back that September 18th. But we need some direction now whether the court is willing to consider this measure as a cost reduction.
I think we're going to have to figure, I can tell you from what I'm hearing, the moment that happens, you're going to be bombarded with requisitions and exemptions, and I mean, because that's the natural, just from what I'm hearing from 3 different departments, is that they're not able to maintain it, so they're going to look for exemptions, and they're going to tell you why they're going to need them. And I don't know if that committee can handle that amount of work. That's a lot of, I mean, I just feel that you're going to have 200-300 positions that are going to be challenged. So I don't have the answer for it, but by opening the committee situation, you're going to get a tremendous amount of, so I don't know if we have to be more critical and say, you know, this will not ahead of time, because our budget doesn't allow it.
Right, there will definitely have to be, the committee will have to be prudent in its review. You cannot give an exception to everything it has to be critical. It has to be mission critical, where it's going to either cause a loss of revenue or it's going to cause, and I know there's those impacts, but you have to weigh the impact of employees carrying an extra workload for 16 weeks versus us, you're carrying it longer because we absolutely riff a position.
Yeah, I think we're asking a lot from, I can just imagine. I mean, I've been through this so many times where you're gonna give an exemption to one, and I can guarantee you that 20 others are gonna say, wait a minute, that's exactly what happened with me. And why aren't you doing that? And I just don't want to create that level of antagonism between departments.
Then I would highly recommend you all don't adopt a hiring waiting period, and we'll have to find another measure.
Judge, can I ask a question? So the proposed budget for 26 does not include these potential savings, right? The
It does
2 to 4
not.
million.
It's part of what's giving us some relief between the 5%, knowing that we won't spend as much of our budget.
But so these 2 to 4 million in savings, the budget right now has that 5%. How much closer would these potential savings get us to the 8?
Well, 20 million is 5%, so 4 million would bring us up about another %.
So it would get us to at least around 6?
Approximately, yes.
Judge, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say, it is very difficult, and we are asking a lot of our employees, but we did ask our administration to come to us with options if we really are trying to avoid a potential tax increase on our residents. So this is very difficult, and it's going to be very difficult for every department. What I would ask is that we try to be as expeditious as we can with the exemption process so that those decisions get made quickly when we determine that a position is mission critical and should be exempt from this policy. But I think at this point, we have to consider every option to try to save funds and to increase our reserve balance. It is going to be difficult, Judge. I mean, it's going to be very difficult, very difficult.
No, and I think we're also going to have to consider that you're going to have a lot of exemptions. I mean, just from what you're hearing, I don't know how you're going to decipher.
The things we did is we kept a running total also of what the exemptions were costing us. So it helped the committee really, I mean, like the committee is charged with helping us with our fund balance and helping us. And so it did help guide us, like how much are we adding to your budget when we give an exemption?
Judge, we have Ms. Kelly Childress who would like to speak on this as well.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Kelly Childress from the Public Defender's Office. I know I am likely in the minority, but I very much support this idea. I have a lot of fears. Some of our budget issues, obviously a large portion of those stem from the jail situation, and I have some fears about SB 9's passage and that things might get worse. And in anticipation of facing something like a reduction in force or something like that, I think this is a very responsible, the allowance of exceptions and petitioning for an exception. Certainly there are departments who will need those, and I can tell you we are incredibly bare bones. When we are missing one person from one court, we have to take a supervisor out of a supervising role to cover that court. Right now we have among vacancies and FMLA and just people taking on vacations, we have 7 different supervisors that are covering courtroom assignments, and it's not comfortable. But I worry very much about being in a worse position a year from now. And, yes, employee morale obviously is very important to me as well. And I am willing to explain to my staff why I think this is really important that we all tighten our belts, because I think it could put us in a better position to deal with what's inevitable with SB 9. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Always appreciate your time and comments. Thank you.
Would the court like some time to consider this, for us to bring it back next week?
I mean, this is to give you guidance as you're trying to build the budget. So the sooner we can give you that guidance, the sooner y'all will be able to build the budget. When it's time to actually approve the budget, at that point, I guess if someone decided they didn't want to go forward with this, could that decision be made
They
at
could
that
always
point?
make another motion, yes.
If we don't want to take other alternatives, this is the least.
I agree.
It'll be painful, but reductions in force will be much
Reductions
more
in force
painful.
is just, that would be devastating.
I'll make a motion to approve, but I'd also like to approve the exemption for the newly elected officials through the end of the year.
I'll second that.
There's just one more issue. I'm sorry, Anna Schumark, Assistant County Attorney. I think the motion would also to make the committee the final arbiter of the exemptions.
So
If you'll
it'd be
accept that
to
friendly
approve
amendment.
it as with those amendments,
Yes,
with
please.
including the automatic exemption list to include newly electeds till the end of the year, and to include a change to allow the committee to be the final decision maker.
Yes, that's my motion.
Thank you.
And we have a motion by Commissioner Butler to approve, second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
We'll bring back an agenda item next week to actually select the two members of the court. But if anybody wants to volunteer, we'll put their name on the committee item for next week.
Have you thought of not including? I see it, I think it should be a committee. If you have a commissioner, is that what you're asking, two of them? Or?
Two members of the court.
Well, think about it. You've got them in that, and then they come back and vote. And I don't like that.
It won't come back to the court anymore. It'll be decided at the
It'll be
committee.
the arbiter.
We agree.
That
Okay.
committee will be the arbiter.
Okay,
Yes,
then
that's
it
what the
makes
motion was.
sense.
Okay.
Or
Well, we'll just
considering one
think
versus
about that.
two. That's a lot of, I think it's going to be extremely, a lot of work.
I want to see the exact revenue now from the no new revenue to the voter approval rate and have them, and
Right.
what are, I want to see report what we need to put back that we just cannot do without, that next year is just going to hit us completely
We'll have
on
that,
the
we'll
side
have
of the
that,
head.
we'll
and
have that
just-
to you all by tomorrow morning at the latest.
Okay.
But I expect it's about $7 to $8 million difference in revenue between no new revenue and VAR. $7 to $8 million difference between no new revenue and VAR approximately, I estimate.
Well, the no new revenue rates at 40, would be 40 cents, and the voter approval rate would be at 48 cents.
I'm sorry, so that will be
So
a
it'd
much greater
it would be-
difference.
It would be $6 million per penny, so 6 times 8 would be
$48 million
million.
difference. And then we'll have the list of everything that's been cut out that's still pending to be put back in.
And the voter, the no new revenue versus the current rate. I want to see what the current rate would be. The other option I'd like to see would be a 1.5 cent increase, which we had anticipated was going to be added on by the GO bonds. That way, it would keep the same rate as if the GO bonds had been voted on. Remember, we reduced
Yes.
our tax rate by 3 cents?
Yeah, the 45 cents that we were at
Right.
for last fiscal year.
Yes.
That
Yes.
we reduced
I'd
to
like to-
42 cents to make up for the increase.
I'd like to see what those rates would produce in revenue.
Okay?
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Judge?
your time.
Judge, this is Barbara Parker, your county auditor. I just want to point out, when you talk about the 3 cents that were voted, we didn't issue all of the bonds yet.
Right.
Right. They're talking about the 3 cents on our whole tax rate last year. We
Right.
went down, and we thought if all the bonds passed, they would go back up 3 cents, but only half of them passed.
Right.
And so even then, it's a full 1.5 cents for the ones that did pass.
But we haven't issued all of that debt yet.
Right, but we're paying it off in a way that it'll stay steady at 1.5 cents.
Exactly.
Yes.
Item number 15, Budget and Finance. 15A, pursuant to the Property Tax Code, Section 26.05D, propose a tax rate, or pursuant to the Property Tax Code, Section 26.058, adopt a tax rate for El Paso County. Just for
afternoon.
information, we do have somebody signed up for public comment.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Finance. Earlier today, you received a presentation from El Paso Central Appraisal on your certified tax rate, certified tax values for tax year 2025 or our fiscal year 2026. You also received the no new revenue and voter-approved tax rates from the Tax Assessor Collector's Office. And as was mentioned in the item, at this time, in keeping with our financial policies, we will ask you to propose a tax rate as part of our fiscal year 2025 budget process. This illustration shows how an average homeowner's tax dollar is divided up among the taxing entities here in the county. The chart also provides you the distribution by year going back to 2021. As well as the percent of the distribution and the rate. So we added a column at the very end to give you what the total tax rate was for each of those years. As you can see, El Paso County pretty much stays around that 16% distribution of the total tax rate. And ISDs generally make up the majority of the tax bill, closer to the 42%. On this chart is our historical tax rates going back to 2018. To note here quickly, in 2023, we adopted the no new revenue rate, which decreased our total tax rate by just over 9%. In 2024, the court adopted a 7.65 increase over 2023, which was almost equal to our tax rate in 2018. And last year in 2025, the no new revenue rate decreased our rate by 7%. The last two rows on this chart are the tax rates provided by the tax assessor collector this morning. The calculated voter approval rate is lower than our tax rate from 2020 and 2021. By policy, we will ask that you propose the voter approval rate. This provides the court an opportunity to consider any rate below the voter approval rate for adoption as we go into budget. This chart, this worksheet provides a relationship between the taxable values and the tax rates that have been provided. Our 2025 tax year certified values increased by just over $4.6 billion, or 6.8% over the current 2024 tax year property values. Taxable values in the county have risen from $200,956 to $216,726, which is an increase of 7.8%. And that is on the taxable values. As presented earlier, the no new revenue tax rate is 0.409349, and the voter approval rate is 0.487797. Our current estimate is that the voter approval rate would generate an additional $56 million over the no new revenue rate. At this time, I'd like to call your attention to the column that's outlined in a box. It's not really dark. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's no new revenue M&O rate. This calculation here accounts for the new debt approved by the voters in November. The no new revenue M&O rate is often used when voter-approved debt impacts the INS side of the tax calculation. This rate ensures the no new revenue M&O portion of the tax calculation is increased to offset the change on the INS debt side. What this means is that the M&O rate of 0.359 would generate the same amount of M&O revenue from property taxes in 2025. The proposed voter approval tax rate will be published on the 10th. Your tax rate required hearing will be held on August 18th at 9:30 a.m., and the adoption of the tax rate is also scheduled for August 18th. And just a reminder, we will need 4 of you in person for that meeting. In closing, we welcome any discussion, and we're available to answer any questions about the tax rates or the proposed voter approval rate.
So again, for the public's information, we're not setting the tax rate, we're just setting a ceiling so that we can work down from there.
That is correct.
And I know that that's our policy, and we do that to give ourselves as much flexibility as possible until we make the final decision. But I just want to reiterate the concern that I express every year when we do this, is that I think by proposing the voter approval rate, what the public hears is that that's the tax rate that we want to approve. And I feel like we cause a lot of anxiety amongst our residents by doing that. So I feel like we shouldn't say that the voter approval rate is what we're proposing unless we honestly really think that's the rate that we're going to adopt in the end. If we feel confident that we can adopt a lower rate, I think we should propose that, because this happens every year where we propose and we try to explain that we're just proposing the ceiling, that this isn't indicative of the rate that will actually be adopted. 3 of the last 4 years, we adopted the no new revenue. But it nonetheless causes a lot of anxiety in property owners, in our residents, which is why I would rather we propose a smaller rate just so as to try not to cause that anxiety, unless we really do think we're going to need to approve the voter approval rate. So I understand it's our policy and I understand why we do it, but I don't think that the public, unfortunately, understands that. And I think it causes a lot of anxiety amongst our residents when they hear in tomorrow's news that the Commissioner's Court proposed the voter approval rate, which is the highest rate allowable by law without an election.
And Jessica, but if you do lower, you can't go back up, right?
That is correct.
Which I
Yeah,
think
we'd
is
have to
the
limit
issue.
ourselves to whatever
That's
that amount is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable limiting ourselves. If the legislature wasn't about to put restrictions on us to do that, I might be okay with it. But I think we need to give every consideration to what has happened to us over the last couple of years. And we're not in a situation right now where I say, oh yeah, we're going to be with X rate, we're going to be able to put back everything we cut last year and this year.
Yeah,
And be able to maintain our policy.
And I just don't know what is that arbitrary number then that we propose the lower rate at? Because all of the items that we all just voted on, every member of this court to put into the budget is above the no new revenue rate right now.
Yes, but like, for example.
So we don't know what's the arbitrary number that you'd like
Well,
to,
the
that we would go
proposed
down to.
budget right now, Betsy gave us the figure earlier. She said it was a little bit less than what the current rate is. And I think Betsy told us it was about 35 cents. So that's right around the current rate. So that would be my suggestion.
On the M&O, but there's still some things pending, and that's at the 5% fund balance.
Yeah, and so that means if we did that, then we would be limiting ourselves to what it is right now. And we don't need to have any other conversation about anything else then.
Yeah.
I think we do need to have conversation about other things because there are, I mean, I'm sure that, you know, you want more road maintenance put back in the budget, right? I mean, it doesn't benefit my district, it'll benefit your district. I would imagine that that's something that you would want, right? And that's not in the budget yet.
Well, and I also want I want us to go over with you all, what are these things that we're doing to forego increases this year that you will have to put back? So like some of the one-time things that we're doing right now, the shifting of funding where we're like, okay, we can use this money to replenish fund balance this year, but we're going to take money from here to do it. That is one time, and next year we won't have it, and we'll have to put the money back in. So I just I borrowed money to shore up fund balance this year. And that money won't be there to borrow next year. So I have to have it from somewhere else. And so we will have to generate that revenue or the cuts next year. And $21 million last year, and then we're borrowing and borrowing from here and there to make up close to $18 million this year. That's basically $40 million that we're going to have to identify between now and next year.
Put back.
And that's not adding anything else new on.
Well, the other thing that we haven't even touched on is the sheriff's office is wanting quite a bit of an increase.
I agree with you, Commissioner Olguin. I wish there was a way to communicate intent with this process. Then again, I can only speak for my intention, which is not to go up to the ceiling of the voter-approved rate. I realize that once we do this, we lose the narrative, right? It's gone. That's, the public perception is really all that matters after we make this decision and we publicize this and we say this is our proposed tax rate. And then after that, I've seen it, as a constituent for years, is we're just, Commissioner's Court just is having to constantly explain, right? And try to break that barrier between misinterpretation and reality. So I wish there was a better way to do this. I don't know what that is without, again, throwing out an arbitrary number that we're not prepared to throw out.
And, maybe it's another legislative agenda item to, ask the legislature to, if it's truth in taxation that they're worried about and being transparent, to make it clear that this is not the adopted tax rate, it's the ceiling. That's what it is. It's the ceiling. It's what we can go up to. Doesn't mean we are going to go up to it, but our intention is to not, hopefully our media partners will understand. I think they spoke to me and the judge, and I made it very clear that this is a ceiling. We're not setting the tax rate. We're setting the ceiling. We can work down. We're going to try to work down from there. We're going to try to work to get to the no new revenue rate and have a healthy fund balance. But, we can't hamstring ourselves and in my opinion, and get into a situation where, within the next couple of weeks, we find out that we
Yeah, and also just one more thing that I think about a lot, and to your point, Commissioner Coronel, there's a lot of needs out there. The one that I'm constantly worried about is our economic impact fund and our cuts to economic development, because like we heard in the presentations earlier, our tax rates are dependent on commercial property values and wages, right? And so if we're cutting our economic impact fund and we're cutting budgets to our economic development department, then there's no way for us to even try to be proactive in raising those values and lessening the burden on residential taxpayers. It's like a catch-22, but I feel like if we don't at least try to not make more cuts to our economic impact fund, we're never going to get out of this hole that we're in.
Okay, Jessica.
I'll make the motion to propose the property tax rate.
Second.
At 0.487797 per 100 assessed value for the 2025.
We have a public
Commissioner,
comment.
there's a
There's
motion, I
public.
think, that needs to be read out.
Okay.
We have public comment?
Yes, we have someone non-public comment. We have Ms. Minerva Torres Shelton, and just As a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit, and I will be keeping time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Minerva Torres Shelton, and I'm here as a concerned taxpayer. I've been following the budget hearings closely as much as I can. I also attended the Central Appraisal District presented by the city, and I heard them say what many of us already know, that our property values are going up. But these increases are inflated, and they don't reflect the reality for many homeowners, especially seniors and working families who are already struggling to keep up. When I call these values inflated, it's because they are. The Central Appraisal District does not have access to the same real-time data that licensed real estate agents use throughout multiple listing service, also known as the MLS. Instead, CAD relies on limited public records and mass appraisal methods that often don't reflect true market conditions. That's why these numbers feel disconnected from reality and why taxpayers are being unfairly burdened. And here's the truth. If you keep the same tax rate, you are giving us a tax increase without calling it one. The only way to offset these inflated values is to lower the tax rate significantly. A slight reduction won't cut it. And we hear talks about deficits, reserves, and new spending priorities, and I've been, tuning in and kind of hearing what's been going on today at the Commissioner's Court. And I just want to remind you, the truth is that taxpayers are not an unlimited resource. We need to see the same fiscal discipline in government that families are forced to practice in their own homes. And I know that's easier said than done. Like I said, I've been hearing different people go there and, tell you how it's important that you can't do in this freeze. I know it's difficult, but I urge you, lower the tax rate to truly offset these inflated values. Protect our seniors and working families. But most importantly, be transparent. If you don't reduce the rate, at least be honest and call it what it is, a tax increase. Taxpayers deserve clear answers and a government that works for us, not against us. So I ask you to do the right thing. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
No, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so y'all want to read the motion and then I'll make the motion?
Who's going to read the
I have that motion. Do you all need me to read it?
Yes, please.
Yes, all right, thank you. So Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. So it's proposed a property tax rate for El Paso County of 0.487797 per $100 assessed value for the 2025 tax year, which consists of a rate of 0.424200 per $100 assessed value for maintenance and operations of the county, and the rate of 0.063597 per $100 assessed value for payment of the principal and interest on the debt of the county. Further, schedule and publish notice for a public hearing to receive public comment on the proposed tax rate as follows. The public hearing is to be held on Monday, August 18, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioner's Court Chambers, 3rd floor, room 303, El Paso County Courthouse, 500 East San Antonio Avenue. Please note that the public has two options in which to participate in the public hearing. Members of the public may attend in person at the El Paso County Courthouse as noted earlier, or members of the public may participate and address the governmental body via telephone or video conference. To participate in the public hearing, please call 888-835-7276 or 888-8EL-PASO. Agendas will continue to be posted online at https://epcounty.primegov/public/portal. To watch online, please visit https://www.youtube.com at El Paso County Commissioners Court.
And when we publish this, we have to publish this in the newspaper?
All right, Anna Marcus is County Attorney. Yes, sir, we will also publish it in the newspaper.
So can we, again, my continued request to publish what the state's portion of our budget is in the newspaper alongside this?
Thank you. So that part wasn't posted for action, but we usually receive consensus, and the county administration receives a
That's
direction
just
to
our
post it.
operational practice.
Okay, thank you.
And that this is not the adopted rate.
But this is the ceiling. Will that be included as well?
We have to use statutory language in the publication in the newspaper as well as the TV ad.
But our communications team, Melissa and the communications team has really been working on some educational pieces for the media to make it as clear as possible that this is not adopting a tax rate. This is a process required by law to submit the ceiling to what we could go to, and that it does not obligate the court to adopt that rate. It just gives the court the ability to adopt a rate up to that without, we'd have to go to the voters for anything above that rate.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
This brings us to item 16, executive session. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 16A and 16B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.076. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 5:05 p.m.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Well, there he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
had a hard time believing that cars were just zooming around this place. We took him out to Escarate Park. We poked his brain a little bit, and this is what he had to say. Check it out.
We are standing roughly, probably right off of turns 1 and 2 for Evans Oval. It was the first really modern racetrack built here in El Paso back in 1939. Walter Gold decided that he'd had enough of the city. He's racing over at the rodeo field, which is now the County Coliseum. Everybody was complaining, it's too loud, it's too dusty. He says, you know what, forget you guys, I'm gonna go out and build a new speedway, and this is where he built it. If we're standing where I think we're standing, we're right about turn number 1. So turn 1 and turn 2 would come around here. The back stretch is probably right about where that palm tree is. And then what would be the pits would be right about where our golf carts are. And then the rest of the grandstands and everything will be right here. And big scoreboard over here on the north side where people would poke their heads through and watch the race. We were the center of racing. We had people come from all over to come here. It's something to be proud of. We have a rich racing history, whether it's quarter-mile dragsters, drag boats, Grand Prix. There were so many weekends, so many people out here, not just the drivers, but the families and everybody that came out. It was a very vital part of the city. Every single time you have a speedway that develops on the outskirts of a city, eventually the city's going to catch up with it, and that's what happened. They came out here another good 20 years, and then the city caught up with them, and they had to move again. I think it was a very, very vital part because it brought people together, and they saw this space that could be used for more than just, you know, paving it over. They made a park. You know, as sad as I am to see the speedway go, it's a beautiful golf course now, but it is part of the history, and you need to have people reminded about that, you know, sometimes you see that golf course or you see that empty lot and it was something completely different. It's stuff like that, you know, just take a step back and look at it and you'll say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
Well, once you're in Escarate Park, you'll notice that there's a little community garden right here. This is what it is. It's a teaching and demonstration garden. We're actually about to meet someone who is kind of in charge of this place and is going to walk us through on how you can actually participate. Come on, let's go meet him. Hi,
Hello.
Eduardo Rascon is here with us today. Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course.
Talk to us a little bit about this garden. What is this?
So this is basically to teach the community how they can actually have their own backyard garden and how they can grow their own produce.
So Eduardo, these are Brussels sprouts. Wow, these are so tiny, so beautiful. Now, you're telling me that this community garden is nonprofit, correct?
Yes. As a nonprofit, since we're not making any money out of this association or fundraising, most of the money that we do through fundraising or sales is to actually have funds and budget to replace things that are happening at the garden.
All right, Eduardo, so this is really unique. Part of your garden, you're telling me that this is spinach. I can actually eat this.
Yes, it should be very buttery.
It is actually, it's really good.
Perfect for like omelets or for like salads, smoothies.
You don't put any pesticides on this or anything like that?
No, spraying we usually try to tell the community that should be used as a last resort, because there's other practices that you can apply in your garden to prevent pests from coming in. I would like to encourage everybody to start getting familiar with the plants that they can grow here in the community. El Paso can offer you a lot of opportunity in terms of growing conditions.
Hello everyone, it's Sam Guzman here. We are live at Ascarate Park for another episode of Small Town Spotlight. Ascarate Park is home to many things. One of those things is its golf course, whether you are a seasoned pro or someone who just wants to appreciate what the outdoors has to offer here at Ascarate Park. The Ascarate Golf Course might be the place to be. Check it out.
Ascarate Golf Course is special for many reasons. I think the number one thing that makes Ascarate special, lots of families tell me, oh yeah, my grandpa used to play here. That's how I got introduced to golf. It's just been around for so long and generational, and they're loyal to the golf course.
Gentlemen, how are we playing today? Good? You're going the wrong way. Holes that way.
One of the best things at Ascarate that we have to offer is the Delta 9. That's a shorter golf course, executive type golf course, 9 holes. The par 4 is a little shorter, but it has a par 3 and a par 5. That's a great thing to learn on. And the wonderful thing about that is, let's say, you know, we're booked on tee times. We hate to tell somebody that walks in the door, we don't want them to go home without playing. We want to find them a spot, you know, and we're a very accommodating golf course in that respect. That's a no-no in my book. You know, I do not want that guy drive down here and then be told, oh, we don't have a spot for you. So we can accommodate that. That gives us 27 holes. So when we have a tournament going on the main, we can send them over to the Delta 9, start them off, and then they can jump over here on the main when the tournament's done. We got a lighted driving range, you know, and we stay open till 9 o'clock in the summer and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. We did add some black tees 10, 12 years ago on this golf course. That made a huge difference. The golf course before was a little bit shorter for championship type players. And once we did that, we lengthened it up, and you know, with the technology, that was great. When I get to talk to people, that's right up my alley. I love that. You know, I get to talk about golf, I get to sit down, and you learn so many things. You know, you get to know the people on a personable level.
Beautiful. I hope to come out here one day and get a round. It won't be a good round, but it'll definitely be an experience. Now, another sport Ascarate Park is home to is a sport that is quickly becoming one of the most popular sports in the entire world. We're talking about pickleball. Ascarate Park is one of the most popular places to play here in the Sun City. It's got 4 hard outdoor courts, and again, it's a sport that is quickly gaining much attention, and Ascarate Park is the place to be if you're looking to play pickleball.
Started out as a casual way to get exercise, and then it just kind of spiraled into an addiction.
Over the last 2 years, John Wooten has become quite the pickleball athlete, all thanks to these courts here at Ascarate Park.
3-0. My next door neighbor and I met somebody else that played here on a regular basis, and then we went one day, and then it was 2, and then it was 4, and then it turned into like 5 or 6 times a week. Here's just.
John calls these courts the hub for pickleball in the Sun City.
Yeah, you know, it's only a couple miles from my house, so it makes the addiction worse because I know I can get here quick. And so this part of town is pretty central.
Pickleball's success does come with a downside. According to John, the relatively new courts at Ascarate already show some wear and tear.
Good shot. Over time, it's caused the surface to crack, even though it's fairly new. And so now they're going to redo it because it's such a popular thing right now.
And John says the best part of pickleball? Anyone can play.
0-0-2. There are plenty of places to play. It's free once you buy all the equipment, and there's plenty of people who will teach you how to do it. 431. It usually starts out recreationally for most people, and then it turns into an addiction.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
had a hard time believing that cars were just zooming around this place. We took him out to Escarate Park. We poked his brain a little bit, and this is what he had to say. Check it out.
We are standing roughly, probably right off of turns 1 and 2 for Evans Oval. It was the first really modern racetrack built here in El Paso back in 1939. Walter Gold decided that he'd had enough of the city. He's racing over at the rodeo field, which is now the County Coliseum. Everybody was complaining, it's too loud, it's too dusty. He says, you know what, forget you guys, I'm gonna go out and build a new speedway, and this is where he built it. If we're standing where I think we're standing, we're right about turn number 1. So turn 1 and turn 2 would come around here. The back stretch is probably right about where that palm tree is. And then what would be the pits would be right about where our golf carts are. And then the rest of the grandstands and everything will be right here. And big scoreboard over here on the north side where people would poke their heads through and watch the race. were the center of racing. We had people come from all over to come here. It's something to be proud of. We have a rich racing history, whether it's quarter-mile dragsters, drag boats, Grand Prix. There were so many weekends, so many people out here, not just the drivers, but the families and everybody that came out. It was a very vital part of the city. Every single time you have a speedway that develops on the outskirts of a city, eventually the city's going to catch up with it. And that's what happened. They came out here another good 20 years, and then the city caught up with them and they had to move again. I think it was a very, very vital part because it brought people together and they saw this space that could be used for more than just, paving it over. They made a park. As sad as I am to see the speedway go, it's a beautiful golf course now, but it is part of the history, and you need to have people reminded about that, sometimes you see that golf course or you see that empty lot and it was something completely different. It's stuff like that, just take a step back and look at it and you'll say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
Well, once you're in Ascarate Park, you'll notice that there's a little community garden right here. This is what it is. It's a teaching and demonstration garden. We're actually about to meet someone who is kind of in charge of this place and is going to walk us through on how you can actually participate. Come on, let's go meet him. Hi,
Hello.
Eduardo Rascon is here with us today. Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course.
Talk to us a little bit about this garden. What is this?
So this is basically to teach the community how they can actually have their own backyard garden and how they can grow their own produce.
So Eduardo, these are Brussels sprouts. Wow, these are so tiny, so beautiful. Now, you're telling me that this community garden is nonprofit, correct?
Yes. As a nonprofit, since we're not making any money out of this association or fundraising, most of the money that we do through fundraising or sales is to actually have funds and budget to replace things that are happening at the garden.
All right, Eduardo, so this is really unique. Part of your garden, you're telling me that this is spinach. I can actually eat this.
Yes, it should be very buttery.
It is actually, it's really good.
Perfect for like omelets or for like salads, smoothies.
You don't put any pesticides on this or anything like that?
No, spraying we usually try to tell the community that should be used as a last resort, because there's other practices that you can apply in your garden to prevent pests from coming in. I would like to encourage everybody to start getting familiar with the plants that they can grow here in the community. El Paso can offer you a lot of opportunity in terms of growing conditions.
Hello everyone, it's Sam Guzman here. We are live at Ascarate Park for another episode of Small Town Spotlight. Ascarate Park is home to many things. One of those things is its golf course, whether you are a seasoned pro or someone who just wants to appreciate what the outdoors has to offer here at Ascarate Park. The Ascarate Golf Course might be the place to be. Check it out.
Ascarate Golf Course is special for many reasons. I think the number one thing that makes Ascarity special, lots of families tell me, oh yeah, my grandpa used to play here. That's how I got introduced to golf. It's just been around for so long and generational, and they're loyal to the golf course.
Gentlemen, how are we playing today? Good? You're going the wrong way. Holes that way.
One of the best things at Ascarity that we have to offer is the Delta 9. That's a shorter golf course, executive type golf course, 9 holes. The par 4 is a little shorter, but it has a par 3 and a par 5. That's a great thing to learn on. And the wonderful thing about that is, let's say, we're booked on tee times. We hate to tell somebody that walks in the door, we don't want them to go home without playing. We want to find them a spot, and we're a very accommodating golf course in that respect. That's a no-no in my book. I do not want that guy drive down here and then be told, oh, we don't have a spot for you. So we can accommodate that. That gives us 27 holes. So when we have a tournament going on the main, we can send them over to the Delta 9, start them off, and then they can jump over here on the main when the tournament's done. We got a lighted driving range, and we stay open till 9 o'clock in the summer and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. We did add some black tees 10, 12 years ago on this golf course. That made a huge difference. The golf course before was a little bit shorter for championship type players. And once we did that, we lengthened it up, and with the technology, that was great. When I get to talk to people, that's right up my alley. I love that. I get to talk about golf, I get to sit down, and you learn so many things. You get to know the people on a personable level.
Beautiful. I hope to come out here one day and get a round. It won't be a good round, but it'll definitely be an experience. Now, another sport Ascarity Park is home to is a sport that is quickly becoming one of the most popular sports in the entire world. We're talking about pickleball. Ascarity Park is one of the most popular places to play here in the Sun City. It's got 4 hard outdoor courts, and again, it's a sport that is quickly gaining much attention, and Ascarity Park is the place to be if you're looking to play pickleball.
Started out as a casual way to get exercise, and then it just kind of spiraled into an addiction.
Over the last 2 years, John Wooten has become quite the pickleball athlete, all thanks to these courts here at Ascarity Park.
3-0. My next door neighbor and I met somebody else that played here on a regular basis, and then we went one day, and then it was 2, and then it was 4, and then it turned into like 5 or 6 times a week. Here's just...
John calls these courts the hub for pickleball in the Sun City.
Yeah, it's only a couple miles from my house, so it makes the addiction worse because I know I can get here quick. And so this part of town is pretty central.
Pickleball's success does come with a downside. According to John, the relatively new courts at Ascarity already show some wear and tear.
Good shot. Over time, it's caused the surface to crack, even though it's fairly new. And so now they're going to redo it because it's such a popular thing right now.
And John says the best part of pickleball? Anyone can play.
002. There are plenty of places to play. It's free once you buy all the equipment, and there's plenty of people who will teach you how to do it. 431. It usually starts out recreationally for most people, and then it turns into an addiction.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
had a hard time believing that cars were just zooming around this place. We took him out to Escalante Park. We poked his brain a little bit, and this is what he had to say. Check it out.
We are standing roughly, probably right off of turns 1 and 2 for Evans Oval. It was the first really modern racetrack built here in El Paso back in 1939. Walter Gold decided that he'd had enough of the city. He's racing over at the rodeo field, which is now the County Coliseum. Everybody was complaining, it's too loud, it's too dusty. He says, you know what, forget you guys, I'm gonna go out and build a new speedway, and this is where he built it. If we're standing where I think we're standing, we're right about turn number 1. So turn 1 and turn 2 would come around here. The back stretch is probably right about where that palm tree is. And then what would be the pits would be right about where our golf carts are. And then the rest of the grandstands and everything will be right here. And big scoreboard over here on the north side where people would poke their heads through and watch the race. were the center of racing. We had people come from all over to come here. It's something to be proud of. We have a rich racing history, whether it's quarter-mile dragsters, drag boats, Grand Prix. There were so many weekends, so many people out here, not just the drivers, but the families and everybody that came out. It was a very vital part of the city. Every single time you have a speedway that develops on the outskirts of a city, eventually the city's going to catch up with it. And that's what happened. They came out here another good 20 years, and then the city caught up with them and they had to move again. I think it was a very, very vital part because it brought people together and they saw this space that could be used for more than just, paving it over. They made a park. As sad as I am to see the speedway go, it's a beautiful golf course now, but it is part of the history, and you need to have people reminded about that, sometimes you see that golf course or you see that empty lot and it was something completely different. It's stuff like that, just take a step back and look at it and you'll say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
Well, once you're in Ascarate Park, you'll notice that there's a little community garden right here. This is what it is. It's a teaching and demonstration garden. We're actually about to meet someone who is kind of in charge of this place and is going to walk us through on how you can actually participate. Come on, let's go meet him. Hi,
Hello.
Eduardo Rascon is here with us today. Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course.
Talk to us a little bit about this garden. What is this?
So this is basically to teach the community how they can actually have their own backyard garden and how they can grow their own produce.
So Eduardo, these are Brussels sprouts. Wow, these are so tiny, so beautiful. Now, you're telling me that this community garden is nonprofit, correct?
Yes. As a nonprofit, since we're not making any money out of this association or fundraising, most of the money that we do through fundraising or sales is to actually have funds and budget to replace things that are happening at the garden.
All right, Eduardo, so this is really unique. Part of your garden, you're telling me that this is spinach.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually eat this.
Yes, it should be very buttery.
It is actually, it's really good.
Perfect for like omelets or for like salads, smoothies.
You don't put any pesticides on this or anything like that?
No, spraying we usually try to tell the community that should be used as a last resort, because there's other practices that you can apply in your garden to prevent pests from coming in. I would like to encourage everybody to start getting familiar with the plants that they can grow here in the community. El Paso can offer you a lot of opportunity in terms of growing conditions.
Hello everyone, it's Sam Guzman here. We are live at Ascarate Park for another episode of Small Town Spotlight. Ascarate Park is home to many things. One of those things is its golf course, whether you are a seasoned pro or someone who just wants to appreciate what the outdoors has to offer here at Ascarate Park. The Ascarate Golf Course might be the place to be. Check it out.
Ascarate Golf Course is special for many reasons. I think the number one thing that makes Ascarity special, lots of families tell me, oh yeah, my grandpa used to play here. That's how I got introduced to golf. It's just been around for so long and generational, and they're loyal to the golf course.
Gentlemen, how are we playing today? Good? You're going the wrong way. Holes that way.
One of the best things at Ascarity that we have to offer is the Delta 9. That's a shorter golf course, executive type golf course, 9 holes. The par 4 is a little shorter, but it has a par 3 and a par 5. That's a great thing to learn on. And the wonderful thing about that is, let's say, we're booked on tee times. We hate to tell somebody that walks in the door, we don't want them to go home without playing. We want to find them a spot, and we're a very accommodating golf course in that respect. That's a no-no in my book. I do not want that guy drive down here and then be told, oh, we don't have a spot for you. So we can accommodate that. That gives us 27 holes. So when we have a tournament going on the main, we can send them over to the Delta 9, start them off, and then they can jump over here on the main when the tournament's done. We got a lighted driving range, and we stay open till 9 o'clock in the summer and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. We did add some black tees 10, 12 years ago on this golf course. That made a huge difference. The golf course before was a little bit shorter for championship type players. And once we did that, we lengthened it up, and with the technology, that was great. When I get to talk to people, that's right up my alley. I love that. I get to talk about golf, I get to sit down, and you learn so many things. You get to know the people on a personable level.
Beautiful. I hope to come out here one day and get a round. It won't be a good round, but it'll definitely be an experience. Now, another sport Ascarity Park is home to is a sport that is quickly becoming one of the most popular sports in the entire world. We're talking about pickleball. Ascarity Park is one of the most popular places to play here in the Sun City. It's got 4 hard outdoor courts, and again, it's a sport that is quickly gaining much attention, and Ascarity Park is the place to be if you're looking to play pickleball.
Started out as a casual way to get exercise, and then it just kind of spiraled into an addiction.
Over the last 2 years, John Wooten has become quite the pickleball athlete, all thanks to these courts here at Ascarity Park.
3-0. My next door neighbor and I met somebody else that played here on a regular basis, and then we went one day, and then it was 2, and then it was 4, and then it turned into like 5 or 6 times a week. Here's just.
John calls these courts the hub for pickleball in the Sun City.
Yeah, it's only a couple miles from my house, so it makes the addiction worse because I know I can get here quick. And so this part of town is pretty central.
Pickleball's success does come with a downside. According to John, the relatively new courts at Ascarity already show some wear and tear.
Good shot. Over time, it's caused the surface to crack, even though it's fairly new. And so now they're going to redo it because it's such a popular thing right now.
And John says the best part of pickleball? Anyone can play.
002. There are plenty of places to play. It's free once you buy all the equipment, and there's plenty of people who will teach you how to do it. 431. It usually starts out recreationally for most people, and then it turns into an addiction.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Well, there he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We have completed all the items on the agenda, Judge. So this concludes today's meeting
That's it.
at 6:19 p.m.
Back there.